Apologies on that. In this new digital world, we sometimes do get mute and unmuted. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, it is my pleasure to welcome all of you to the BW Legal World's GC World Conference 2021. The event here will witness top general counsel of India, eminent legal personalities talking about their illustrious professional journey, key milestones, and industry insights. As yesterday we witnessed more than 20 top general counsels. The stimulating discussions in the Q&A session were worth listening to. There were takeaways for every segment of the audience, be it the in-house counsel, litigating lawyers, or law students. The anecdotes, professional journeys, and industry insights are only going to get better and better as we look forward to another enlightening and intellectually stimulating day. Let's spread the word outside and share this experience from this platform with a wider audience. I request everyone to please join the online conversation by using the hashtag BWGCWorld. You can also watch us live on the BW website and the social media platforms of BW Business World. Now, before we get started, we would like to thank our partners, of course, who have made this summit possible. We would like to thank Bergen Law, our associate partner for the 3-day GC Conclave. Before we begin, I would like to showcase the audiovisual here. Can we have the AV, please? Well, thank you once again to all of you for joining us for the day 2 of BW Legal World's GC World Conclave. Now, may I please request Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, BW Legal World, and Exchange for Media Group, to join us and share the inaugural address. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Batra.
Thank you so much, Kathy. God bless you. This is the second day of the GC World Conference. Yesterday we had almost 30 odd speakers who are GCs and our jury members talking to you. The jury talked about the changes in the legal and the business landscape and where are we headed. GCs talked about their stories and where they are headed. Today in the evening from 5 to 8, we unveil the list of the leading GCs of the country. BW Legal World's 13 months of existence. It is our fourth IP in terms of event that is happening. So really, as I've already said, GCs can make a difference to a company. Today we live in a very fast changing world. Compliance is big, rules are changing, technology is impacting. So the role of GCs become even more important. GC's voice in the boardroom counts. I'm sure GCs will continue to play a big role. This is the first year of the GC World Conference. We believe that the GC World Conference will become a marquee conference in this in the context of what is happening in the business landscape. My colleagues Ashima Odi, who's our managing editor for BW Legal World, my colleague Ms. Garima Ahuja, who's the business head for BW Legal World, and Mr. Krishnendra Singh, who's the editorial lead on BW Legal World, have done an amazing job in a short span to nurture this community and to bring the GC leaders for a conversation with us. So I look forward to listening to the GC leaders, and I look forward to celebrating the work that these leaders have done over the years, and especially in the last 11 months. So welcome to all the GCs and everyone who's logged in, and we look forward to the ceremony in the evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for setting the context and being here. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, I would like to welcome Ashima Odi, editor, BW Legal World, to join us on screen, please.
Thank you so much, Khyati, and a very good morning to each and every one of you. Thank you for joining us. We got a great response yesterday. We got a lot of questions that came to me a little later than all the speakers had spoken. So today we're going to make sure that I request everyone to send in their questions so we can get them going as we speak to our panelists and speakers and keynote speakers. So thank you so much to everyone for joining again. And without further ado, Kathy, over to you to get the game started.
Absolutely. We have a filled day with a lot of top general counsels of India coming forward. And now it is my pleasure to welcome our first keynote speaker of the day, Ms. Pinky Anand, former Additional Solicitor General of India. Let me invite her, and I want all of you to give her a very warm welcome.
Thank you so much, Kathy. With this online, we kind of figure out when we are to be queued in and start. So I think it takes us a second or so. But firstly, before I even go on to the subject in hand, I must say that I really admire all of you. And of course, starting with Dr. Anurag Batra, I think he's done a wonderful job. And I think the way he's been able to manage these situations and to put things together. Let me tell you why I say so. When you talk about awards, sometimes somebody says, why should you have awards in the first place? What is the need for acknowledgement? What is the need for going into this entire system? But I go back to Swami Vivekananda, and the whole thing being competition is something which is essential, and recognition is something which is essential. It goes to make your persona, it gives you the confidence, it gives you the esteem, it gives you the reason for your standing, and it gives you an impetus to go ahead. And I think that is one of the primary objectives of these awards that you have set up. And Business World has done a terrific job in setting up. Of course, this is, I don't know which is in line, because I have been party to a couple of them by now. But I do believe that you are in this entire process. And I think going into the legal field is something which is a first as far as Business World is concerned, which has not been so frequent in other directions. Now, having said that, and congratulated each of you, Dr. Batra, of course, Ashima, Khyati, Garima, who I interact with a lot. And I've been, in fact, saying that I think I need to come on the Business World by now. But again, having said that, let's come to what we are at today. So these top 100 General Counsels Award that Business World is meeting out today evening, it's been a process that we have put together. And we have tried to see that the best of the people, the best of the general counsels in the country and outside, in fact, you have representation across board. So you are having people or even representing the overseas businesses and the corporations. So we have the best of the top general counsels coming forth. On the process itself, I think I might say that it has been extremely exciting to go through the kind of people that are presented to us and to consider them. I am afraid they are really top of the line. So it was a very difficult decision to decide who to take forward and who, in fact, not to. But by and large, everybody was really at the top of the line. And whether you talk about Wipro, whether you talk about Tata's, whether you talk about Reliance, whether you talk about Facebook, whether you talk about Google. So I think the representations have been far and wide, and each of the councils has presented a merit of extreme importance. What is the significance of general counsels in today's world? Do I need to say so? But I guess since this is the field in question, it does require a mention. The general counsels, I think, just saying that they represent a corporation for pending legal matters is hardly enough and adequate for general counsels. The job requires far more than meets the eye. When you serve in a capacity of a general counsel, the attorney must address various problems reactively by analyzing and providing the legal perspective. This is to mitigate potential legal problems, to work with the board of directors to mitigate any potential risks involving strategic planning. So I think that planning process and strategy process is something which is even more imperative than a counsel's job in court, in litigation, or even across the corporate. The general counsel actually puts the entire theme together for the corporation so that you can minimize the risks and go forward in the most effective legal as well as commercial. Because today, I think commerce and law have so much which meets each other and which reacts with each other, which responds to each other, that unless and until you have the general counsel that oversees the entire perspective, it is difficult for a corporation to be effective on the commercial and the economic surface. And believe me, as we speak today, in the economic field, and with the current times even more so, we really need somebody to put the entire action together. The idea of a general counsel also possibly is of monitoring people, practicing as far as they are concerned, the misconduct, overseeing the legal aspects of the internal and external processes. Dr. Batra just spoke about compliances. Now that again has become an extreme importance. For example, let's take the real estate, the RERA Act, which has come into being. That is something which is requiring constant reaction, constant presentation, constant reporting, constant monitoring. As much as, let's talk about environment. I mean, I know it is not a direct circumference on corporations, but it's become an important part of the climate change of the world. So therefore, again, compliance is so that the projects do not suffer, the economics do not suffer, and you actually are able to take this forward. The corporate culture is another thing that the general counsels, I think, bring forward in an extremely exciting way and help to develop it both in terms of ethics, in standards of legal behavior, and in fact, somebody who knows and understands how the legal world works, how the legal circumference works. So the role of law general counsels, I think, I not that I can really go much beyond what anybody has presented from the last 3, 4, 5 days that we have been working on this, including yesterday, as Ashima, you said. But the whole purpose of a general counsel has, I think, taken on of extreme importance, and I think it is something that we should devote in all directions. Even I would say that in governmental directions, in PSUs, etc., we should also have more of general counsels who are able to see as a holistic. The idea is of a holistic behavior, which is part of the corporate structure as well as the legal structure, so that there is a coordination and a ranking that takes you well beyond where you need to reach. And again, the exciting part when we were looking at the general counsels is you are having the top people who are actually being brought into this entire general counsel work, and that is again at the creamy layer is somebody who's presenting itself to you. So congratulations to everybody who's participated, leave aside the people who've been nominated, and I'm sure that as times go on, we will be able to take this forward even more across the country. We'll have more people in the profession, we'll have more people who come forth, and we'll have even more awards. So Dr. Batra, look forward to your further participation. I had been asked to give a short thing on myself, but that's a very awkward kind of situation. I I think I could well qualify as a general counsel, for the reason that I've actually gone across board, right from trial court to the High Court to the Supreme Court. I have seen so many aspects of law that I think by now I feel that I have been there for a considerable duration and gained experience in a number of directions, but it's an ever evolving process. I was a first generation, so it was always a challenge. Law excited me because it gives you an opportunity to present. And I think today's times are even more interesting and have been so, particularly, I would say, 90s onwards. Now, 90s onwards, we started the opening up of the economy. We started having interaction with the world in general and the global arenas. So you started the corporate culture as far as law firms are concerned. You started the corporate culture as far as lawyers were concerned. Litigation, of course, has always been there and will continue to be there. But then you started having, today you are having a mix of these features. So every corporate work that is involved also has with its own ends the litigation part of it. Being, as I said, a first generation was a challenge, and I welcome it actually, because it gives you an opportunity to learn from a new perspective. And public speaking, debating, interaction, analyzing, strategy. I think every opportunities that God could have given, what God has given, and we need to use each and every opportunity to take it forward. What I do find exciting about law is the fact that you are evolving. You're always evolving. You've never evolved completely. It's a process which is an ongoing process. So when you interact with society, it's like when I wrote my book, Trials of Truth, which was published by Penguin. One of my major features was the interaction of law and society, how society helps to change law and how law in turn helps to change society and take it forward. So it's been a progression in all directions, whether we look across the corporate field, whether we look across the human rights field, whether we look across the gender field, whether we look across election portfolio, whether we look across the political and the legal arenas. There has been so much change which has been galvanized by all of us, that I think this is something that I can always look forward to, and there is never a dull moment in this life. So with this, I would welcome all of you again to this great and grand program and the opportunity to interact with all of you and to analyze and to take our situation forward. Because I think one thing we have all learned in COVID times is that we need to generate a public interaction with each other. We need to generate an awareness within ourselves. We need to organize ourselves, and we need to strategize ourselves, and we need to enjoy ourselves. So I think with this, everybody welcome and look forward to this further sessions that will ensue, and the final awards in the evening between 5 and 8, I believe, Garima, if I'm not mistaken. So we go forward with that and look forward to a great time together, and congratulations to everybody in advance. Thank you, Dr. Batra, once again. With this, I give over the field to you, Khyati. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Anand. It's always a pleasure to listen to you and have you on board. So thank you so much for your time and sharing your journey with us. So may I request Ashima to please join us? Miss Anand, just stay with us for a few minutes. We'd like to do a quick Q&A with you. Welcome, Ashima.
Thanks, Kathy. Good morning, Miss Anand. It's so nice to see you always, and you've been so instrumental in this entire process, helping us along the way. Thank you so much for all that. And
Thank
Miss
you so
Anand,
much.
you mentioned two things that I think everyone would like to know. You were a first generation lawyer, and on top of it, I think being a woman lawyer, you must be getting asked this all the time. But I still have to, at the cost of repetition, I'd really like to know, how has your experience been in this predominantly male industry, where it's often said that women have to do a thing twice as well to go half as far as men. Now, it may be a cliche, but we'll leave it to you to tell us the rest of the story.
It's a strange paradox, Ashima. I mean, I could answer it the very traditional way and say it's very tough and you to perform not twice as much to be half as good. I think the proportions go a little even higher than that. But having said that, to be very fair to everybody and to my peers and to my colleagues and to everybody who I have reacted or responded in my profession, I must say that it's been in a way an easy journey. A lawyer's journey traditionally is tough. I don't think any lawyer, whether male or female, has an easy time to forge ahead. So the forging ahead is always a task that you have to climb mountains and climb and go through rivers. But if you actually, I found that when I started out, rest assured, Ashima, it was very few women in the profession. Most women would just do law. Maybe also there were people who went into law but didn't actually go into the active profession and would continue in various fields, A or B, continue in the fields of litigation or law, but remain somewhere at a junior level, so to say. But I think I must say that I must have had some public life in my yesteryears. So right from university onwards, when I was part of the union, and thankfully also had a fair experience in public speaking. One of my great features was, by the way, I used to love addressing both in Hindi and English. I was one of the only orators as such who could do both, and I used to do that. I think that takes you a long way. It's really the confidence that you're able to generate for yourself, and that confidence percolates. So I guess all I can say is, and if I'm not sounding too cockish about it, the point really being that I think whatever I could represent, people treated you with the same respect and gave you that much space. Now, as I said, I will leave it at that because there are a lot of areas that one can't say beyond that. But having said this much, I again repeat that it's been a journey where I think if you demonstrate enough confidence, you generate enough perseverance, and you have to do that. Because what happens with women in a generic way is that the perseverance is also missing. So, the typical thing that a man must work, a woman may or may not work. Now, that difference is something that I think needs to be really offset. So you can't have that. Also, on another time sphere, I must mention, I went to one of these TEDx lectures. This was at the ISB Hyderabad, which incidentally an amazing institution. And I remember hearing a speaker, and it actually registered a lot with me. The other thing that women do have is that you want to be perfect as everything. Now, this multiple role that we do perform, and I believe we perform it a little better than the other gender. But having said that, again, I must reserve. I don't want any negatives on any part. But it is correct to say that you are not able to be perfect in everything, and one shouldn't even try for that. So you do
Yeah.
what you can do and what you must do, but you must demonstrate the perseverance and the confidence that can take you through. Otherwise, definitely you are sidelined as saying, she's a woman kind of thing. Now, that kind
Um,
of thing should not really percolate across. So, whatever you're able to do, in whichever manner you're able to do, and definitely, I believe multitasking is something that women do fairly effectively, and this is no negative or critical of the other gender.
that's
But
true.
having said this, as I said, it's been a good journey and a terrific journey actually, and I've enjoyed every part of it. First generation made it even more so because then you take on challenges, and I was just talking to my daughter and in fact other people also, and the general reflection is that you are able to meet it easier because there's only the top of the mountain that you have to reach, and you aim for that. If you're at the top, then you're looking somewhere at the bottom. So in its own way, first generation has its advantages added to its disadvantages. So interesting journey by all means, and I would not have another life for anything.
So sweet, ma'am. That's so nice to hear from you, and I'm sure it's going to encourage a lot of people. It's only way up to go for first generation lawyers. Ma'am, you're also an expert in the fields of constitutional, property, private, international, family, environmental, corporate laws. I can go on, and with that, you would also be the best person to ask. What is it if you had to suggest one compliance or law in the legal ecosystem going forward that GCs or corporates should look out for? We know the PDP bill is coming. You mentioned RERA, and in the union budget, there have been many things that have been suggested for the Companies Act. So, what is it if you had to pick one? What would be your piece of advice to the corporations?
You're right, Ashima. That's why I was very happy when Dr. Batra also raised the issue of compliances, and equally much us, because the traditional practice that we seem to engage in, which is something that of course needs some rectification and correction and is on way, is that we need to look at action before there is a reaction. What I mean is that there should not be a problem and then you look at it.
Yeah.
So the whole idea of compliance and structuring is that you're able to ensure that corporates, organizations, authorities, whatever it is, that every action is taken in advance so that you can prevent and preempt
Yeah.
cost saving, time saving, other issues that come across. So in compliances, as you said, pick up one. So I'll mention one of them for you, which I have been seeing a lot of in the recent past and even earlier, frankly. And when you say this practice area of mine, 40 years, Ashima, I've seen it quite a bit across. And
Yeah.
whatever little I had chosen not to see, some of my friends said, please go into that also. So, for example, the attorney at one point said, you must look into income tax law. It is something interesting, which I was avoiding earlier. But coming back, the corporate field, I think, of compliances, I mean, all the, for example, the scams you've seen, right, from Satyam to the Modis to the Vijay Malias and whichever have you. This whole list of corporate scams led me to really look into the corporate law and the amendments, for example, that came in 2013. And I think those preemptive steps, and if we ensure that, we'll really be able to save the economy. We've had a tremendous loss in terms of these scams, and the number of people. Take the real estate projects also. Similarly, you've had so much fallout, but one, you said one, but let me add one. And I think the improbables is something that also needs to be taken into account. So now, for example, environment. We were talking about that. Now, environmental laws have not been structured so well even now. So it's really evolving field. But at the same time, you find so many obstacles coming across because of non-compliance of this and the priority that we as corporates need to give to this field. So I think between corporate law and, for a moment, environmental law, if I put that into a package because you wanted one, is something that I would highly urge. And maybe another one, sorry, is infrastructure. I think the kind of impetus that the current budget has given on infrastructure, aside from health, by the way, and
Yeah.
incidentally, while we speak, I find that health is very well represented on the GC awards.
Yes,
It is
that's
a matter of immense pride, and I think health is some sector that needed
yes.
immense priority from a long time. It's a good thing that we are able to address it both in terms of the government, the budget, and Dr. Batra and his team, which stands in front of us. So you have Wockhardt, you have Apollo, you have Dan Baxi.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes.
it's something that really needs to be focused on, and it has been some sector which required attention. So with this, I think the compliance is, if you are able to confront that and to meet it, I wouldn't say confront actually, I would say to meet it. It's something that would take us way forward, because by and large, the Indian psychology has been to treat problems when they happen. So let's treat them before they happen.
Yes, I think stitch in time is all we need. So thank you so much, Ms. Anand, for joining us and sharing your journey and those insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashima. Look forward to seeing you in the evening again.
Yes, same here, ma'am. Kathy, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Anand and Ashima, for your time and sharing those insights with us. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are moving forward to taking you through another illustrious personality's journey, his predictions, and industry insights. So, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Mr. Samir Bharti Group General Counsel. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Shug.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you so much. So, should I go ahead, or is there anything? Okay, all right, super. So thank you for this, and I'm honored to be part of this and honored to be able to share my journey. I think it's been a long journey. It's been now nearly 25 years since I started off my journey in the legal field. In a way that I am a lawyer who kind of decided to do law much earlier during my childhood, and said, okay, this is the field I want to do. So started off my journey initially in the criminal litigation side. Joined a senior, of course, was told after some months that this is not something that you will be able to do, and this is something that you need to relook at. And so moved from criminal law into civil litigation, which was quite an interesting journey. Did civil litigation before I moved into law firms. Worked with a couple of law firms. Started off with Singhania and Company, then used to be one of the largest law firms, of course, and had the opportunity to work under Mr. D.C. Singhania himself. That was an interesting launch pad, as I would call it, because for me it was something which was very different. The law firms were a new phenomena that had started in India then. Law firms are only more abroad, but not in India. So it was more around the fact that this is new, this is different. Otherwise, it was all litigation in courts. You pretty much had a senior and you worked under him. Very interesting, kind of insight and learning into arbitration world, which Mr. D.C. Singhania himself used to do quite a bit. And then, of course, a lot of corporate work with foreign investment, strategizing. That time didn't really understand what strategizing meant, but yeah, when I look at it now, it feels trying to put a structure together itself was a strategy at that stage. Moved on and joined another very good law firm and a growing law firm then, Kocher and Company. Of course, there was so much of interesting work. The firm was led by Rohit, who is a very dynamic person, no doubt. During that time, I think there was tons of work that we did for the Japanese client. We did a lot of work for the Americans. There was a whole lot of foreign investment that was coming in. My first experiences of really doing a detailed due diligence is what I learned over there. And I realized that, it's not just about making agreements, it's also about going behind and understanding before you make the agreements. So that was another, kind of interesting phase of my career where I spent, those years with Kocher and Company. Did a lot of due diligence, did a lot of, corporate M&A, did a lot of joint ventures, helped me understand a company's side, and made me very interested in saying that a company itself has so many dynamic things. The concept of general counsels at that stage wasn't there, or wasn't as popular as it is today. And general counsel today is treated like a kind of an essential person within the organization. But then it was more like you had legal people, but not somebody who was really looking at it from an overall perspective. From there, I got my first opportunity to go and join NCR Corporation as their legal counsel. So I was the first in-house legal counsel that they actually employed in India. Very interesting learning for me because that's where I realized that a company has far more, and there are a lot more things that go on internally. NCR was a company that used to manufacture and still does ATM machines. In fact, at that stage, it was a very small company. There were hardly any employees. It wasn't really gaining any market share. ATMs were not really a freely saleable commodity. These were equipments that could be only bought and used by banks. Still is the case. Therefore, it's not as if you can go and sell it to everybody. So in a way, it was regulated. The biggest challenge that I faced there when I joined in, and I remember the then general counsel for NCR Corporation globally, John Hoke, an extremely brilliant personality and an extremely excellent mentor, uh, talking to me and telling me, saying that you have to look at it from the lens of how your managing director or your business looks at. Do not see it as a lawyer, because as a lawyer you will tell him what the law is, and you will probably tell him this is what we ought to do, but that may not be a solution that works for him. So it was very interesting for me, and that was one of the initial, I would say, kind of the lessons that I learned in my life. And that's when I said the perspective has to be of the business, the solutions have to be mine, and the implementation has to be together. So I started off looking at the business, and we realized that very quickly, along with the managing director, then we realized that our customers were in Bombay, the regulator was in Bombay, our office was in, and salespeople were in Bangalore, and therefore there was no way we were going to win in this market. So the first thing that we embarked upon as a journey was to turn around and move our offices to Bombay, get the sales team in Bombay, focus on the customer, focus on the business. And thereafter, so that took us about, I think, 3 months approximately to do that. The world changed, and then suddenly we were able to get in front of the customers faster. We were able to reach out to the regulator. We were able to reach out to kind of within the business, the right people could turn around and provide the right solutions. We landed on our first ATM order of 250, sorry, it was 100 ATMs, which came from State Bank of India. Now, getting to that order itself was a great learning, because it also helped me negotiate with the government. Negotiating with the government, when I say government, SBI is a government bank. Therefore, negotiating with, say, kind of a bank like SBI, which is extremely bureaucratic, at least then it used to be, was a learning, because for them it was, this is how we will do it. Not realizing that ATMs are not your standard commodity here, in the sense that they are not a product that's coming to you as a typewriter, or for that matter as a cash telling machine. ATM has its functions. For us, cash was commodity. For them, cash was cash. So that was a big learning, to understand what the customer thought, what the business thought, where can we marry the two, which helped me to really negotiate, understand, and come up with a contract that allowed us to not only sell the ATMs, but it also helped me to turn around and provide managed services, which included the entire maintenance management of not just the ATM and the network piece, also of the cash, which is a big thing, where a bank turns around and gives you their cash, saying you handle the cash for us. It is something which is critical. So big learning for me there was, you got to understand what the customer wants. The customer necessarily may not know the process. The customer necessarily may not know how your solution works, but your solution needs to work towards the end result of the customer. Post NCR, of course, I had the chance to move back to Delhi. That was based in Bombay. Moving to Delhi was a choice that I made, because I wanted to go and do my LLM. Decided to quit, go and apply for LLM. Life had a different thought for me, and I turned around and actually ended up joining British Telecom, where kind of another exciting nearly 5 years of journey with them. British Telecom was a company, again, kind of who were in India, had decided to, really pack up and go back. Last minute change. I was employee number 4 or 5, and similar thing. We used to sit in a small business center, where it was more about, okay, we need to start our office, and we need to start to do things, but at the same time, We don't have time to keep, kind of planning these things, put an office together, put things together, and then start sales or start work. That happened alongside. In fact, that started even before we started to think about what to do about an office. British Telecom was an exciting journey. First time in a telecom world for me. To get into and understand the various telecom jargons was a big challenge. I mean, a lawyer can understand law, but to then turn around and further it and understand telecom jargons, what an MPLS meant and what an IPLC meant, I think was another big learning. That turned around and taught me the fact that there are so many nuances in a business that sometimes it's not what you see in front. There's a whole lot of things at the back. British Telecom was very exciting time that I had. I was based initially. We then moved to an office, a much bigger office. Globally, we decided to turn around and also do what we called as then the global resource team, which was basically a team that we put together, saying that while the world is working and we're doing whole lot of contracts and things, and when I say world, I'm talking about the other lawyers within the legal system of British Telecom. Why do we need, say, an external lawyer to come and turn around and help us in doing what I would call as very simple drafting work, research work, etc., when we can probably do that at much lower cost and in a more efficient manner and in a more confidential manner within the country or within the system? That's when I came up with the idea and indicated to the management, saying that why don't we start this team? We'll hire a set of people in India. These people, when for example, if you are into a contract and the contract needs to be now amended basis the conversations, while you have negotiated it and they've been listening to it, or if you brief them, while you are now in the night time for you in the night zone, we will work it here and we will turn it around and give it to you so that in the morning you can be back in front of the customer negotiating the contract to achieve a faster closure. Faster you close a contract, faster you're able to deliver a solution, faster you get revenues, which is the critical key for a business as well. So essentially, kind of did that. We set up the global resource team, did a whole lot of M&A, did a whole lot of other transactions, outsourcing contracts. Was pulled to the London office, saying that good stuff that's been happened in India. Please come here, work on major contracts and deals. Major contracts or transactions were essentially transactions which are $50 million and above and across the globe. Very exciting journey of my life, which helped me to turn around and actually work in an environment outside of India. Very different, very professional, a completely different world. Not that India was not professional, but I think, a very different way to do it. And then interacting with people who, kind of were based in all parts of the world, and having done transactions in the US, in Germany, in Singapore, in Australia, in France, in Italy. I think that was immense learning, because again, that showed me the world is one, and you can actually turn around and utilize your learnings from one jurisdiction to another. You have to be mindful of essentially what kind of the culture or the custom of that country is, and if you don't offend that, they will understand what you are saying. That was an exciting period of about 2.5 years that I worked with in the London office, in the headquarters, doing a whole lot of M&A team, till I got called by the SR group. They had big plans. They wanted to set up a telecom business. They thought I was a good find for to be the general counsel for the telecom business. So therefore moved back to India. I was based in Bombay. SR as a group, very dynamic, always on the go, want to do something. That was my first stint working for a promoter organization, and a huge group, that it was. So started off the journey. Of course, we at that time were bidding for the Africa assets, that we wanted to acquire, which eventually got acquired by Airtel, and I eventually joined here. But that did not materialize. But they did see the potential, and they very quickly said there's a whole lot of M&A happening. So they made me the head of legal for M&A across the globe, across the group. And that was a journey which was again extremely exciting because of various transactions. So we did, kind of say, we bought oil companies, we bought mines, we bought electricity companies, we bought telecom companies, and then of course, a whole lot of standard run-of-the-mill acquisitions of various companies like retail and electronics, etc. Those things were of course there. So that was another journey which then told me how a promoter thinks. Working for MNCs is a very different world. It's a very process oriented journey, process oriented place. Whereas in a promoter place, you need to have a process, but at the same time you need to be far more agile. The big difference between an MNC and a promoter driven organization is that in an MNC you have a process, and therefore unless and until you get a whole lot of sign offs, of course you maneuver and manage your way to ensure that the sign offs come quicker, and sometimes you take sign offs later, but the sign offs are a mandatory requirement. Versus a promoter driven company where there's a decision, you take a decision, the promoter confirms it, you just go ahead, the rest of it will follow, but you turn around and achieve the objective. That was a very exciting 3-year journey, working on major transactions across the globe, doing new things every day, getting into contracts, getting into disputes, getting into joint ventures, breaking joint ventures, or rather exiting joint ventures. So post which, after that, I got approached by Cummins, an extremely excellent organization to work for. Cummins is an American company, as a lot of people would know, manufacturing generators. So Cummins also, by the way, is a listed entity in India, listed for more than 50 plus years. In fact, now they're listed for about 55 odd years. And again, a company which is culturally, ethically, morally, in every sense, top of the board. They will never turn around and do anything which is even remotely questionable. And that's the high integrity and culture of that organization. It felt home, more so because coming from a promoter organization, sometimes, there are shortcuts that you feel need not have been done. Having said that, it was excellent, kind of place to move into. I had the big fortune of then getting into how manufacturing was done, because earlier, of course, it was way back in NCR days when I had kind of set up a manufacturing plant for them in India. But then really the understanding of manufacturing, the understanding of how a plant runs, and setting up several manufacturing plants was an experience of a lifetime that I got there. We set up about 14, 15 plants in Fulton. A whole lot of plants were shifted there. Some were pretty brand new from scratch. It's now a 450-acre facility, state of the art. I still remember that post the first few plants that were put up, we had the global CEO Tom come in and say, "This is better than what we do in the US." Of course, from there we moved on to I moved on to Airtel, which was a very exciting journey. And from Airtel, kind of being in a bitter battle with Jio when they launched, being through the thick and thin of the litigations. Again, very exciting place. Airtel as a place, again, from a compliance ethic, is way high up. And working with the promoters again gave me an opportunity to be more agile, think more agile, and kind of really get to a different level. Spent about 5 years in Airtel, and then over the last 2 years moved as a group general counsel for the Bharti Group, looking at all of the various places. So it's been an exciting journey, and of course, kind of there is always new things that you do, you learn, and you kind of find. Both Airtel and kind of as the group GC, I think some of the learnings that I've had is extremely interesting. Where in a fiercely regulated environment and a fiercely competitive environment, again, you have to keep your guards up. You have to turn around, keep your kind of antennas up, and you have to turn around and predict, or rather preempt or prevent, rather than turn around and really play the ball when it comes. So you got to be the one driving the ball rather than kind of being driven by the actions of others. So that's been an exciting journey till now. and it's been a great learning. So that's been the about 25 years of my life, which I think has been a great learning, has been a great kind of time, and I hope to continue it for the future as well.
We hope the same, Samir, and thank you so much for sharing that illustrious journey with such great examples of your ATM setting up and other things, which are the practical things that one needs to know of. Before you leave, Samir, we'd like to ask you that one thing that it takes to be a group general counsel.
Understand your customer. So essentially, as a group general counsel, remember you are for the business, and if you are not for the business, you can't be a group general counsel or a general counsel for that matter. Remember that you are the advisor, you are the strategist, and you are the go-to person that the business must see. If you are not seeing their perspective, if you are not with them, then it doesn't work.
Yeah, thank you so much, Samir. That's some great takeaway for all of us. Thank you so much for joining us today and sharing your great journey with us.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chug, and thank you, Ashima. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have a packed day forward where a lot of luminary personalities are coming forward, sharing their journey, industry insights, predictions for future, and some tips and tricks for the young adults coming forward in this arena. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to quickly move on to our next speaker, who's going to speak about purpose-driven career. It's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Deepak Acharya, Chief Risk Officer, Global Government Relations, Enterprise Cyber Security, and General Counsel for Wipro Limited. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Acharya.
Thank you very much, Kathy. It's a pleasure to be here. Quickly, I'll introduce myself, Kathy.
Yes, please.
Since I'm going to be talking about career, quick background about my career moves and what I did will be required, I think. So I joined Procter & Gamble company in 1992 and joined in India as the as their legal counsel. And soon after I joined the company, we had a joint venture with Godrej, and I was a company secretary and the counsel for the Procter & Gamble Godrej Limited. After a few years of working on joint venture as well as on P&G business, I volunteered to do some more work for the company in terms of geographies, and company was good enough to consider me for Malaysia in addition to India. So I started handling Malaysia, and soon that Malaysia assignment became kind of an ASEAN assignment. A time came when I moved from India to Singapore, which was our regional headquarters, and I worked there for 3 years on, at that time, what was known as AAI region for Procter & Gamble. AAI stands for ASEAN, Australia, and India. And I worked there for 3 years as a regional counsel and moved back to India, then as a general counsel for India. And kind of we swapped the positions. Ashok, who was handling India at that time, moved to Singapore, and I moved to India to handle India general counsel position. Worked in India for 4 years, and then I moved from there to Geneva in Switzerland, again with Procter & Gamble. And there I started to handle a region called CEMEA, which is an acronym, but CEMEA stands for Central and Eastern Europe, Middle East, and Africa. A huge region with around 90 countries. And I was the general counsel for CEMEA and managing that region, which was kind of a mini world in a way, because it had all the legal systems that you can imagine in the world, and successfully worked there for 4 years. And thereafter I moved to Singapore again, but this time in Singapore I was handling much bigger assignment or a bigger role, including Japan, Korea, China, and ASEAN, of course, was part of my role. And exactly 3 years ago in 2018 of February, I got the opportunity to move out of Procter and Gamble and get into a present job that I am in, which is Wipro. And this was an opportunity that was global general counsel role. My team is around 140, 130 lawyers, between 130 to 140 lawyers. And I started in February of 2018, and soon enough, a company gave me additional responsibility for global government relations. And then I started to handle legal, global government relations. And very recently, I've been also given a much broader responsibility for being the chief risk officer and enterprise cybersecurity. So my team, which was at one time 140 people, as I told you, is now close to 450 people working with me, working together with me as my colleagues in my team. And the reason I'm sharing all of this with you, because the topic that I wanted to talk to you today was basically, on purpose-driven career, and how do you make sure that one has a purpose-driven career. But at the same time, a caveat that I would put here is, I'm not trying to give a gyan or trying to tell you what worked for me would work for everyone, or what worked for me was the best or the ideal kind of a situation. But certainly, what I want to do is give you some learnings and tips that worked with me, and then let you take a decision as to what works best for you, and does it help you or does it not help you. Okay. So as you can tell, that my experience has been mainly with only two companies so far. Pretty much 26 years I worked with Procter and Gamble, although one company, one multinational global company, but I worked in different geographies, different roles in different countries, which by itself was, although the base and the purpose of the company was same, the cultures were very different. As you can say, India is very different from the way we work in Singapore. In fact, Singapore, where I had the two terms, I worked initially for 3 years and later on for another 3 years. And both the times, the culture was pretty much different because of the region initially was small. And when I joined the second time, the region was fairly big, close to $11 billion of business that we were doing, or $12 billion that we are doing now. So my experience is actually based on only working with two companies. However, very early on in my career, I realized that it is very critical to have the end in mind, or purpose. What is the purpose of your life? It's a bit of a philosophical question, but I think having that question and having the curiosity to ask that question to yourself is very, very important. And the answer to that question can determine actually what kind of a career you would want to have, and what do you want to do in your professional life. Of course, what I'm sharing with you also works on the personal front, which worked very well for me as well. For example, begin with the end in mind is what I was referring to. I'm also applied this very much to my personal life and personal goals. But as I was sharing with you early on in my career, I had the opportunity to think about this issue because I was fortunate to join one very interesting training program in Procter and Gamble, and that training program was, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And in that training program, the habit 2 is all about begin with the end in mind. And the habit 3 is all about, create a career that is aligned with your purpose. And the habit 4 is all about, create a career that is aligned with your values. And the habit 5 is all about, begin with the end in mind. which is you start thinking about how you want to end what you have started. And that kind of forced me to think what is the purpose. And that started me looking at what I want to achieve in my career and what I want to do in my career. And believe it or not, very early on in my career, I had already decided that at the age of 50, I would want to be the general counsel of a global multinational company. So that was the goal that I had set for myself. I'm sharing it probably for the first time out there in the public, that this is what was my goal very much early on in my life. But I did set that goal for myself. And then I worked towards that goal in a very systematic way to make sure that I achieve my objectives, I achieve my goal, and everything thereafter what I did was in furtherance of that goal that I had set for myself. Um, you know, I also wanted to, kind of share with you the philosophy with which I worked for my career and for myself, was that, if I want to be successful general counsel, or I want to be successful lawyer, I have to be good human being first. And you can't be a good general counsel or a good lawyer or a good anything that you want to do in life unless you are a good human being first. And that is something which I believe very strongly, that everything starts with being a good human being. And therefore, it starts with thinking about not only what you want to achieve in your career, but also how and what do you want to give it back to the society, right? So that's something which I've been always been working on, and I'll share with you some examples of how I at least worked and how I try and achieve those objectives in different roles that I did. So there were three basic fundamentals that I want to share today with you when you are looking at, first setting a goal that you want to achieve, and thereafter going towards that goal in a very systematic way. And for me, what worked for me was these three goalposts, or three milestones, I would say rather, which were very, very critical. First and foremost was understanding the business. Very early on, I'd also decided I'm perhaps one of the few general counsels who never worked for a law firm. I started in the law department in a company, and 29 years now, and I've always been with the company. I've always worked with the company. I've never been in a law firm before, and that too, I've worked only in those two companies that I mentioned to you. But that was a conscious decision that I had taken, right? So one of the first things that I decided to understand very well is how business people think and how business people operate. And I think Samir also very well, explained it in his talk. How you need to make sure that you stay within the four corners of law and yet achieve business objectives, right? And that's something which helped me a lot in terms of understanding how business thinks, how business would earn their profits, where is it that we make profit, where is it that we make loss, where is it that we are investing, what is the risk appetite of the company, are we as an organization willing to take certain business risks. When I say risks, I'm referring to business risks. And understanding the values of the company, very, very important to me. And the only reason actually I moved from Procter & Gamble to Wipro was because the values of Wipro were very much aligned with my values, or my values were very much aligned with the values that I saw in Wipro. And that's how I decided to join Wipro, right? Unless your personal values, match with your organization's values, it is very, very difficult for you to make a progress in that organization. So it's a very fundamental thing which everybody must think through. I certainly did for myself. So as a business person, where we make money, where we lose money, where we invest, what are the risks that as an organization we are willing to take, and where we should not be taking any risks is very, very critical. And on that topic, let me share a couple of examples with you and how I used risk taking in my personal career. And I shared earlier on with you, I moved from India to Singapore, and that assignment was regional assignment and was made to prepare me to come back and take the India geography once again. But once I successfully completed India geography or India country as a market for Procter and Gamble, there were a couple of options in front of me within Procter and Gamble, right? And one of the options was to work in perhaps in US, which is our global headquarters, and do an assignment in the US. And the other option given to me was to look at the regional role in any of our regional headquarters. And that's where I took a risk at that time, and I said that I going to headquarters will give me only a very limited understanding of US and US laws, by the way, which as a US company I was well aware of, although I'm not an expert in those laws for sure, but I'm aware of how that market works. And I decided to therefore take the assignment, which was a CEMEA assignment, or Central and Eastern Europe, Middle East and Africa assignment. This assignment had 90 countries, working with a team of lawyers. I had a team of around 32 lawyers, each one of them handling regions, each one of them handling particular geographies. And that region was interesting because it had countries from Middle East where you have Sharia law applicable to them. Many of them follow Sharia law. You have countries where you have civil law, applicability of civil law. A lot of Northern African countries have civil law which is more inspired by the French legal system, and so on and so forth. Most part of Europe is civil law as well. And there is a common law system, which is, we all know, applicable in India and UK and most of the other countries as well. So this assignment gave me a very good foundation for working in very different legal systems that operate in the world. And that is the risk I took at that time, and said, yes, I'm willing to take the assignment. It's a challenging enough assignment for me. And I not only enjoyed that assignment very well, I succeeded, and I did very well in that assignment. And then company moved me back to Singapore, and this time Singapore was much bigger region, including China, Japan, Korea, etc., etc. So the point I was trying to make is that you have to take calculated, calibrated risks if you have to understand how do you want to grow in the organization. It is very important that you take those risks, number one. Number two point that I want to make is, it's very easy as a lawyer for us to get fixated on saying that this will work, this will not work, and try to be kind of a gatekeepers and say that this law does not allow you to do this. According to this law, you can do it, and be in a role which is advisory role, but advisory role from a distance where you can say, this is workable, this is not workable. But I think true success comes when you join the team, you become the member of the team, and then you are able to solve their problems by staying within the four corners of law, understanding what is the business objective, and then giving a solution which will work for the business. Right? A solution which is merely technical solution, which is non-practical solution, is not going to take us any far, or I believe take me any far. So the second thing which I embraced early on is making sure that you stay within the four corners of law and yet come up with a solution, come up with the counseling, come up with the strategic counseling to the business that would help them achieve their business objective. And the last part I would add is, how can I, in fact, be acting as a teacher and tell business what are the things that would work for you and what are the things that would not work for you. And to me, those three fundamental points that I mentioned, think like a business person, be solution oriented, and make sure that you provide solutions and understand the root cause of any issue that you are facing, and be like a teacher where you are not only looking at the issue that at hand, but try and resolve that for the team going forward by telling them what are the things that will work and what are the things that will not work for you. So this is what I thought worked for me, and I will share it with all of you, and hopefully some of these will work for you as well.
Thank you so much, Deepak, for sharing that wonderful, those wonderful tips with us. So much to learn there. And as you are the Chief Risk Officer with Wipro, can we ask you one risk that you'd like to tell everyone to kind of ward off in the year 2021?
Absolutely. And I can tell you, one cannot be paranoid enough to talk about this particular risk, which is a cyber security or a data privacy risk. Right? This is one risk which is emerging and has emerged already at the world stage. And every organization, every company will be ultimately hacked one day or the other. Right? As the famous quote had once said that there are only two kinds of organizations: one that have been hacked already and they know about it, and one that would be hacked at some point in time in future. So cyber security and data privacy, these are emerging risks, and one needs to be really, really prepared for these two risks, which are interconnected with one another.
Thank you so much, Deepak. Thank you so much for sharing those thoughts with us and for your session today. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. Pleasure was all mine. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Acharya and Ashima. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think we can disagree with Mr. Acharya when he says to be a good professional, you have to first be a good human being. Such wise words, ladies and gentlemen. With that, we're going to move on to our next speaker, who's going to tell us his journey, predictions, and industry insights. Welcoming on screen, Mr. Narendra Gungan, Executive Vice President, Head Legal and Compliance, Company Secretary at HDFC Life Insurance. I'd like to welcome Mr. Gungan on screen, please. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you, Kathy. So, like we typically do in most of the face-to-face sessions, is my video and is my voice clear?
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ashima, for giving me this opportunity to share my experience with my legal fraternity and my esteemed colleagues on the panel. I would like to begin this session with giving you a quick peek into my my career, and I know I won't take much of time to really do that because it's been a pretty modest career in that sense. Um, but I'm aware this is Saturday morning, so pretty early for all of us to begin on a weekend. But nevertheless, since we've all gathered to really to learn something from each other, I think I'll take this opportunity to share some facets of my journey. Uh, well, my career span has been now more than 26 years. And in these 26 years, I was lucky enough to actually get chance to work with most of the marquee brands in the sectors, right? And majorly in all these 26 years, my career span has been in BFSI sector, working with large financial conglomerate, which were into investment banking, into asset management, into alternate asset management, uh, capital markets, non-fund businesses, non-banking financial companies, banking companies, and finally, obviously, landed up in insurance. So it's been sort of a complete circle for me in financial services, with a short stint in the beginning of the career and somewhere in the middle of the career with a few manufacturing companies. So I actually began my career in 1994 with Godrej Aggregate as management trainee, and then I moved on to 20th Century Finance Corporation, which was then a financial powerhouse. Ventured into multiple things, and they were, in fact, first to start many of these businesses. So early in my career, I actually got to see multiple businesses, um, and those businesses were then building up. Venture capital was pretty new to India. Asset management business was also pretty new. Uh, Private banking licenses, obviously 20th Century Finance Corporation then obtained Centurion Bank. They started Centurion Bank. So all of these businesses were starting, and I think I was lucky enough to be part of the journey which most of the legal fraternity or compliance fraternity would love to begin your career with promulgation of a new regulation. So it was pretty interesting from that perspective because you were learning on the way. uh, I spent a couple of years with Baskin Robbins, which was a US based company which was coming to India for a JV. Um, but I again moved back in 1999 to BFSI sector with Island FS. I spent about 7 years with Island FS, learning things on infrastructure financing, public-private partnership, and it was a pretty interesting model at that point in time to really, domicile each of your projects in a special purpose vehicle, get government partnership, make sure that you get enough private partnership, and make sure that the projects are delivered. Um, Pretty novel concept. Company was growing fabulously well that point in time. We did contribute immensely to the infrastructure development within the country. In 2005 around, I moved to MNC in financial services, which is the Merrill Lynch. Merrill Lynch was in process of actually acquiring a majority stake from DSP at that point in time. Just before that, DSP was the majority partner. Um, and with their entry into India, I think at that point in time, most of the global MNCs entered India, including Lehman Brothers, and I think JP Morgan was already present here, Morgan Stanley, but all of them started new lines of business in a real big way. Um, uh, I think prior to 2006, there was no capital adequacy or prudential norms applicable to the BFSI industry, and most of the investment banks did fabulous business around that time. Um, well, hindsighting now, I was lucky enough to really move out of Merrill before the financial meltdown, and I joined IDFC. IDFC Limited, again a premier financial institution which was into infrastructure financing, and I kind of spent a decade there. Um, uh, Extremely interesting journey. Um, uh, in fact, with the launch of bank, I think that was again one of the biggest exposure in my career. Um, and post launch of bank, of course, I I happened to be in HDFC, which is a life insurance company, and in 2017, HDFC was essentially planning to come out with its IPO. There was a merger proposal which was on, so I actually landed in HDFC Life on the board meeting day on which we actually got on the merger and started efforts for our IPO. I do remember the date, 17th of July 2017. And within a span of 4 months, we got the company listed. So I think my journey in HDFC began with kickoff for the IPO, and it continues until date. Um, in last 3.5 years, HDFC Life has achieved a lot. In fact, we became part of FNO segment. Then we became part of the Nifty 50, and as we speak, we must be in top 25 companies in terms of market capitalization. So I think the journey for HDFC Life has been absolutely fabulous. If I need to really talk about some of these values and some of these uh, risks, some of these decisions which I've taken in my career, which probably brought me to work for an organization as large as HDFC Life and to head a pretty large team of lawyers, compliance professionals, governance professionals, etc. I think it's less of my effort and more of contribution by my colleagues, by um, the aggregation of their intelligence and their efforts, and I strongly believe that they make me look good as a general counsel. Uh, so that's about your gratitude towards your contribution by your team member. But in terms of you choosing these marquee brands, um, and why did you choose to work with them, or why did these brands choose to work with you? If I need to answer that question, I think I would talk about the value system. I think the speaker before me did talk about the value system, and the biggest value which strikes me in any organization is the value of integrity. Um, it's integrity. It actually, in my personal opinion, is best checked in solitude, right? It is an ability to do right things even when no one is watching. If you're asked to work for organization like that, you're sure that you will not be crossing the line any point in time. uh, there won't be any value dilemma if you yourself believe in the value of integrity. And I've never had the value dilemma working for these sort of organizations. While I say the idea of doing right things um, within the framework of regulations is pretty important, it is also important as a general counsel, as Mr. Acharya said, to really understand business. And what I mean by that is, if your objectives are aligned to business objectives, and they should be, uh, while you act as a gatekeeper, you also need to ensure that you create an enabling framework for business to function within those regulations. Uh, while laws are written in stone, it is also imperative for us to uh, ensure that the regulators, the lawmakers also kind of understand the nuances of business, the changing dynamics of the business, the changing economic situation, and then our efforts to make sure that the policy advocacy is done in a proper way. Regulatory relationships are handled and nurtured in such a way that regulators are able to understand what we as a firm think, or what industry as a whole thinks about it, and how the frameworks or the rules of the games need to be decided. So I think that's also pretty much important job for a general counsel to contribute positively towards creating this framework, positively towards creating rules and regulations and laws to make sure that they are up to date, they cater to the recent needs which are emanating from the situations. And I think this point is pretty important for us to understand, because we can't talk about 2021 without COVID situation, right? And in COVID situation, most of us became reactive, right? The first effort, essentially, when we wanted to transition business from the way we were doing to the new normal, was to really make sure that we, start thinking in a new way, extremely innovative way. The brick and mortar model wasn't really working. For an insurance company to underwrite, medical underwriting is the most important part, but labs were not functioning. They were not open. We were unable to have face-to-face interaction. So how do you really create journeys which essentially bridge this gap between the manufacturer and the ultimate customer? How do you ensure that the servicing standards are created for the ultimate stakeholder? And stakeholder meaning it's not only customers, it's also about our shareholders and our board of directors and our employees and everyone else, right? So creation of digital platform is what pretty much easy solution which comes to your mind, but that has huge legal complications given the kind of regulations we have. For example, Insurance Act is 1938, right? 80 years. Obviously there have been amendment, but you can imagine the kind of work which has to go into creating that framework, and the mindset to shift from the brick and mortar economy to digital, so to speak, right? Right now we're pretty and that work is not only during the COVID. So these innovations, these thought processes must have gone through data labs or sort of advocacy which you've already done with the regulators. So a lot of work need to be done to react to these kind of situations, and as a general counsel or as a chief compliance officer, need to keep thinking continuously innovatively to make sure that how do you create an enabling framework, right? And I think that's the most important value one should have, and that's the value add typically as a lawyer you would put on the table for a business. I sometimes humorously say that it's job of a compliance officer to say no to everything, and then that's an auto answer, right? And let business come back and tell me that how do I want to do it, why are you saying no to this? But that's, I think, the mindset is changing over a period of time. Affirmative actions from our end also, as counsels, as compliance officers, extremely important. We need to make sure that we are in touch with business, we are in touch with governments, we are in touch with peers, industry bodies, and our efforts to create a framework which will allow business to sustain during difficult times and thrive during better times, right? So that's the short message which I thought I would share with you, and I thank Ashima for giving me this opportunity to share my experience, share my thought process. I actually thought about something else at the keynote, Ashima, to be very honest, but after listening to the speakers, I realized that I think they understand that the audience basically wanted to understand how do you really practically think about it. And I'll share a small anecdote. In fact, the book which I believe, and I'm an accidental lawyer. Just to share with you, I did actually my master's in financial management. So I'm an
Oh,
MBA
wow.
finance to begin with, and then and a company secretary, and then I ended up doing law, and then became a general counsel. What I been using as a guiding light for myself is a book which I read during my college days, and the book is "What They Don't Teach You at Harvard Business School," right, by Mark McCormack. What you learn in practical life, right, and in everyday situation, wherein people teach you, derive a lot of intelligence from the industry, from your peers, with intelligence which you have around now today on this platform. You kind of you need to be a sponge to absorb all this intelligence and then build your own ideas around business and support. So that's two bits from my side, Ashima.
Very
And again,
nicely
thank you very
said,
much.
Narendra. And thank you so much for sharing all those tips and insights with us. One more thing, Narendra, I'd like to ask you is, what are the risks in your industry in particular that you're looking at, or any policy change that you look forward to in the coming, say, next 4-5 years?
Um, uh, Ashima, I think India, if you see, is has pretty low penetration in terms of insurance. I think we're one of the lowest even in the developing economies. Couple of reasons. I mean, I don't really want to list down the reasons why we are low. One is obviously the financial literacy, right? Um the the penetration which you need to have, and the through distributors is also a challenge, because distributors themselves are not educated about the products. Products are being sold without really understanding the suitability of the product, so to speak, right? All of this essentially results in sort of misrepresentation, mis-selling, and ultimately huge litigation, right? So people also need to understand the requirement for having an insurance for protection, right? For your wealth creation, for your retirement planning, and so on and so forth. So at every stage in your life, you need to figure out what solution you want to have, right? This will only come in when the financial literacy is there in, let's say, Indian society, so to speak. I'm sure government is doing enough to create enough education. We as a society are not a pension society still, right? Social security is an issue. So I think somewhere down the line, if government, while it's making effort, but they still need to see the light of the day, is that we become extremely serious about how we create social security for the Indian population, how we reach last mile sort of customers, how do we cater to all classes of customers, right? And how our regulations are then becoming flexible to make sure that this can be sold and this can be serviced in a manner which is efficient enough, right? Today, if you ask me about journey, I think there are humongous amount of regulations somebody has to take care of, right? In non face to face, we will have much faster journeys, much faster reach, right? The distribution networks also need to be open. Right now, we're pretty restricted. It's extremely compartmentalized in that sense. So if steps are taken around those areas, I think we'll see huge change. Having said that, even during pandemic, with whatever efforts which I just mentioned to you, we were the one who could, still show growth in 2021, right? While the industry has contracted. So company level initiatives would be different, and government level initiatives or the policy level initiatives need to be larger and more enabling, so to speak, which will allow the penetration and ultimate benefit of the society. So that's my two bits on.
Thank you so much, Narendra, for touching upon important aspects of social security and how we can create a framework for the last mile to be a part of this whole effort. So thank you so much for your time today, Narendra. Great insights.
My pleasure, Ashima. Thank you, Kavya.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gungan, and thank you, Ashima. Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are running a little short on the time, so we're going to quickly dive into the journey of our next speaker, Preeti Balwani, General Counsel, Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages Private Limited. Join me in welcoming Ms. Balwani on screen. A very warm welcome to you.
Thank you, Khyati, and thank you, Ashima, and thank you to Anurag and the Business World team for inviting me here today. I'm really overwhelmed with this opportunity, and I'm not sure I'm entirely worthy of having such a career that I can share it with you, because the previous speakers have had such an amazing, illustrious career. I really thought about what I would say today, and it got me thinking. And like Narendra said, and like Deepak said, I probably had some different stories to share with you, and changed my mind. But if I could give you the lovely audience here 3 tips or 3 lessons that I have learned in my career, I would certainly say it's feelings, failure, and finding happiness. So I started. I'll take you. If you permit me, I'll share a small personal story with you. I wanted to study journalism, and wanted to be a news presenter as I was growing up and figuring out what I wanted to do with my career. I was very influenced by Oprah Winfrey growing up, and she was an icon and a role model to me in terms of what women can do and what women can achieve. I never thought about a career in law, it was I was very passionate about doing journalism. But my father was very strict, and he said, "No, I don't think you'll be able to succeed in a career in journalism, and you should probably consider, something more academic. You're good at speaking and writing, but maybe you should try and focus on something that is slightly better paying." So I did choose to study law. I come from a very humble background, so we didn't always have the means to live out your dreams. I applied to the national law universities at the time, and I know that there was this 40% cutoff, and I didn't make the cutoff. I was on the 41st or the 42nd in that examination. So I went to a few of the other colleges that I could study at, and gave my application. I went to GLC, but somehow, this is the Government Law College in Bombay, but somehow it didn't sort of resonate with me that this was going to be where I was graduating law school from. And I went to ILS, that is the Indian Law Society's law college in Pune. And the minute I walked into the campus, I really felt a sense of belonging. I felt like this is the place where I'll probably be able to hone my passions. I met our principal, Mrs. Vaijayanti Joshi at the time, and I was really struck by her simplicity and her dedication and her passion at running this institute. I was lucky. I was offered a tuition fee waiver, a scholarship, and that made it possible for me to attend this university and attend this college. And in most of the years in that journey, I wasn't always sure that I wanted to be a lawyer. I was studying, I was passionate about what I was doing, but I wasn't always sure that I wanted to be a lawyer. I only discovered my love and my passion for my career and what I do, my profession, much later in my career. So as was usual, I graduated from law school. I was fortunate enough to get an opportunity to do a master's program. But there was always something in me, I always thought that I'm not sure. I don't know what my path is. I used to do a lot of odd jobs in college. So there used to be sales promotions, sales activities, and I'd always want to earn an extra buck. So I was always trying to be, selling greeting cards at petrol stations or being part of promotional activities for new launches of new products. I didn't know later on in my life food and beverages would mean so much to me, but clearly I had a desire to earn some pocket money and do a few things. After graduating from law school, again, I applied to a law firm that I thought was the ultimate, because I also in my professional career admire Ashima Odi a lot, and I wanted to join AZB, and I thought that it was the place for me. But again, I wasn't fortunate enough to make the cut. So I started my career and I started my journey in law firms, and I spent a lot of years learning the craft, learning the business, learning the profession, and then at one point in time, I decided that I wanted to move in-house, and I thought that the in-house journey would be more value addition for me. And for me personally, I always had a commercial bent of mind, so I always kept thinking, why is it that we give academic advice? Why is it that we speak in theories? We don't really talk about the practice or the practical aspects of some of these things. And I felt that I was, missing something. So I moved from one law firm to the other. I failed in some of those ventures. I decided to start or be slightly entrepreneurial and run a law firm by myself in Mumbai. Of course, it was a part of a established law firm, but I wanted to start the Bombay office and be an independent fee earner and a business generator. And I realized that I was competing with people who were very firmly entrenched and very well established, and I didn't really know the business of law. I knew some parts of the law, but I really didn't understand the business of law. The journey taught me that I have to be agile and adapt and move and shift and change with the circumstances that come to you. I was young, ambitious. I was a woman, and it wasn't always easy for people to take you seriously. And that was some of those experiences that I had. But I was fortunate enough to move in-house at the right time, and I typically, when I would go for these law firm or in-house role interviews, the feedback would be, "Oh, but you're in a law firm, you don't have in-house experience," and so it was difficult. I had to find a way for somebody to take a chance on me, give me an opportunity. I moved. My in-house journey started when I moved to Welspun. I was part of the Welspun India team. I was looking after some of those areas where we had to deal with a lot of complex intellectual property issues and contractual issues. There were some interesting and difficult challenges, legal challenges as well. We were able to successfully manage some of those, including, class action lawsuits that were being filed against the organization in the US. And that was the first time I had got an opportunity to work on some of those really complex areas of the law. I learned a lot about retail, the retail business, labeling, and those were really interesting areas for me to understand what is it that I'm really enjoying to do. And then, of course, I got an opportunity to move to Kraft Heinz. And when I moved to Kraft Heinz, I think within the first 20 days of me joining the organization, there was a change in the management, there was a change in the leadership, and we were being sued for running an advertisement that was disparaging. And I think, we were going through the motions of this litigation, and we were appearing in the Delhi High Court, and I had the sense that there was something wrong. There was something that didn't sit right with me. We had released our advertisement. Our advertisement was very famous. It said 1 cup of Complan is equal to 2 cups of Horlicks. The ad was stayed, and it really felt like we were losing. And I think at that point in time, one of the things that really struck me was that I think we need to change litigation strategy, which includes, I think we need to change litigation team. And I think we need to rethink and relook at our entire litigation strategy. it was a tough call. I was new in the organization. I really didn't have that much of a buy-in. But at this point in time, the ad had been stayed, and it was important for us to really see what is the best we could do to get that ad up and going. A lot of money had been spent on, developing that advertisement, and we really believed in our product, and we really believed in what we were saying. So I think I took some tough calls at that point in time. I changed our litigation strategy. I changed our team that was managing the strategy, and we were eventually successful to have that stay lifted. So one of the lessons I really learned from that experience was that you have to go with your instinct. Trust your instinct. Your instinct is never wrong, and sometimes it will guide you in the direction that will give you the right compass or the right path forward. There is this very famous author Daniel Pink who said in his book A Whole New Mind that we live in a conceptual age where we're not just using our left brain but also our right brain, and we need to combine our feelings and our gut and our instinct with our logic and analytics. So the first thing that I can share with you is that my instinct served me well in this particular situation, which brings me to the next point about failures. And life's not perfect. We're going to have challenges. We're going to succeed in some. We're going to have areas of improvement. We're going to have failures. I believe in the philosophy of Stoicism, and as a philosopher, we always tell each other, I wish you a year full of adversity so that you can learn and grow. So I think for me, the biggest learnings came from when I decided that I was going to start a law firm, and I was going to be able to run the India Bombay desk of the law firm, and that I was going to be able to generate clients for my business, and I was going to be able to run and support the business. It wasn't really easy for me. I gave it my best shot. I was able to run and sustain that business for a year. But at the end of the year, it was important for me to take stock and say that, look, this is a colossal failure. I haven't really been able to manage running this independently. And it's probably time that I move to a more established organization, so that I can continue this journey when I have better resources. So that was a learning that I had from that failure, and that failure really taught me something. And one of the things that I learned was to surrender to it. When you're in a difficult situation, don't give up. But take responsibility, take ownership, and surrender to the tide, give it your best shot, but also let things flow in its natural and due course. Eckhart Tolle in a New Heart, also said that surrendering to the problem is not giving up, but it's taking ownership and responsibility. So that was a key learning that I had from that particular incident. And the last lesson I'll have is finding your happiness. When I found my space in the food and beverage industry, and when I was able to join Coca-Cola, I recognized that finding my happiness was working for brands that I'm passionate about, doing the things that I'm passionate about, and paving the way for others who will follow suit. So I have I participate in the diversity and inclusion initiatives at our organization, and we've rolled out a Lean-In Circle for women associates in the law department. The Lean-In Circle has been really well accepted, and it's growing, and we now have more women associates outside of the law department who also joined us. So that's really helped me find my happiness. And I can see Ashima is here to tell me that I'm all out of time. But I'd just like to share in passing I know you have been asking your panelists about what you think are the risks or trends. And this is something I'm really passionate about. And I agree with what Deepak said, that data privacy and cybersecurity is going to be something that we're all going to be very, very interested in. But along with that, I'd like to say technology is the new trend. Data analytics. This is a data-driven world. This is a paperless world. This is a world where the COVID pandemic has taught us that we need to work virtually. So if I'd had to place my bet on a trend that will become important, it's data and technology. I hope that covered everything, Ashma.
Thank you, Preeti. Yes, that actually covered everything. And thank you.
Can't hear you.
Preeti, can you hear me now?
Not
I
yet.
think
I'm sorry, I didn't answer.
Oh,
Great. Kathy, then over to you, to thank Preeti for her marvelous journey with us. Thank you so much.
absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Balwani, for sharing those insights with us. And thank you, Ashima, for coming forward. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to quickly move on to our next speaker while he shares his journey, predictions, and industry insights with us. Welcoming here Mr. Hemant Kumar, Group General Counsel, Larsen and Turbo Limited. Mr. Kumar has joined us. He has a meeting coming forward, so I want all of you to give him a very warm welcome. Very warm welcome, Mr. Kumar.
Thank you, Gabya. Good afternoon to everybody. At the outset, I convey my sincere thanks to BW Business World, especially Dr. Batra, his team, for inviting me to share my journey of 35 years as an advocate, law officer, in-house counsel, general counsel, and now group general counsel. Also, you expect from me to speak something, my mentor, learning, tips to the new generation, and prediction for 2021. Thank you very much for inviting me to share my thought. I come from a family of judges, advocates, and corporate counsel. In my childhood, the dining table conversation with my father were often around issues involving law. My early years in the profession as a young advocate were a hard grind. I used to spend 13, 14 years a day in tasks such as drafting pleadings, providing brief notes, and background research to the senior advocates and also sometimes to the law firm. I gained some experience, and thereafter I was allowed by my father to attend district court and later high court in Patna. One of the highlights of my career came when I was engaged as a defense lawyer in the famous Bhagalpur blinding case just 1 year after I started my practice as a lawyer in district court, that is in 1982. Here I have some tips for the new generation. For in-house counsel, law firm team, I strongly suggest to them to spend minimum 3 to 4 years in district court, labor court, high courts to understand the various process practices, especially during lunch break, enjoy cut tea and eat peanuts and discuss everything with fellow advocates other than law. Otherwise, in my view, what I have experienced in 35 years at a law in a law officer capacity or as a general counsel or in-house counsel or group general, in my view, you may face sometimes many practical difficulties if you join straightway as an in-house counsel or law firm. Friends, even today, after over 3 decades in my profession, I try to follow a disciplined approach of keeping myself abreast with the latest development in the legal matter, both Indian and foreign laws. My biggest mentor, my guide, my philosopher was my father, and he was a judge. He taught me the mantra to become a successful legal professor. In addition, my law professors who taught me law were they were the instrumental in my growth. My mom has always been touching and also teaching me the mantra of true human being and disciplined life. I was lucky to have such mentors like my mother, father, and my law professors. Latter part of my career is greatly influenced by my wife Karuna, who is also a partner in law firm. Friends, they all made great contribution in shaping my personality and helped me becoming a successful in my profession. They imbibed me the values of ethics and morality and integrity, not only in the legal profession but also in day-to-day life journey. It has given me the strength of tide over difficult times. Friends, my mother was epitome of selfless love, who had the capacity to sacrifice anything and everything for her loved ones. The affection and care that I was given by my teachers was unparalleled, which not only sustained me but helped me in achieving a rare distinction. I believe that wisdom comes from all corners. You have to sit with an open mind, treating yourself as a student who is still learning. I never forget this part of mine. It is for this reason I have learned a lot from my bar, not only from my senior advocates, but also members from the law firm and even from my young advocates. I do not feel ashamed in saying that I have learned many lessons from my law clerks also, law students as well, who interned with me. Thereafter, friend, my journey changed. I was selected through All India recruitment as an in-house counsel in 1985 in the State Bank of India. It was a very tough examination because in India, if I correctly remember, it was the first process in India that recruitment of in-house counsel through All India recruitment and thereafter written examination, interview and group discussion was started only in State Bank of India. I remember around 41,000 appeared and 31 were selected. And out of 31, 50% were reserved for scheduled caste and scheduled tribe. Thereafter, friend, I joined again through recruitment process in Steel Authority of India. I also worked with JV company of Steel Authority and NTPC. Thereafter, I decided to switch over to private company. So I thereafter joined Ispat Industry, which is now known as JSW Steel. I was also selected as a president legal in Reliance Anil Group, as a group general counsel in SR Group. And I'm indeed fortunate to be head of legal function of L&T as group general counsel. Friends, I also believe that performing at the best requires calmness, clarity, and ability to maintain a certain amount of objectivity about myself and my work. My ability to manage the day-to-day stress of my life is essential to my happiness and success. I strongly believe that my colleagues and peers in my team are my greatest strength. Whatever I am today in L&T or in my past organization, their contribution is a lot. I never forget. If they are groomed and if my peers and my subordinates are also groomed and nurtured and aligned with the shared vision, they will become a great assets for not only for the organization, but also for their families and the country. My constant endeavor is to channelize their positive energy to actual productivity. COVID-19 has greatly impacted the governance and compliance workflow. Courts went for things and hearing through video conference. For the first time in the history, shareholders meetings were conducted remotely. Companies conducted their board meeting and committee meetings without any physical presence of director at one place, and thanks to the technology. Friends, the flip side could be that not everybody in our country, especially in India, can be in the virtual mode, not having infrastructure of computers, smartphones, internet. And that a large section of the population needs to be brought into ecosystem. Evolution of governance is a regular process, and with the advantage and learning during the pandemic period, governance and compliance have improved drastically. In my view, a hybrid model of physical and virtual should involve with the learning applied, which could cover all segment of population. Artificial intelligence is indeed leading to a revolution in the legal profession and act as a catalyst and problem-solving tools in research work, opinion, even assessment of your merit of your case and demerit of your all disputes, and a great tool for legal cost saving. I see a huge demand of artificial intelligence in legal profession in future to comes. Further, friends, discipline both at family and office fronts, I think it is the essential in sustaining success and maintaining work life. I'm a positive thinker. I always take decisions based on well thought and proactive approach. My advice to a young professional is to believe in yourself, think positive, follow the principle of honest hard work. In-house counsel, especially general counsel, should not work for popularity. In other words, they have to earn the faith and confidence and acceptability as things you cannot command, you have to earn. Our acceptability in the organization are ultimate, our greatest wealth, and we must never forget the same. We should strive to commit a vibrant and independent law department which is required in the current challenging times. Always try to create a climate of optimism and high moral values with your foes. As my other speaker have said, today GC roles has completely changed. What I have seen in 1985 and 2021 is completely changed. Now you are the business enabler. You are partnering with your managing director, business head, and CEOs in all strategic decisions. I can share the recent in last 1 year my sharing in L&T. Mindtree IT business was acquired. I was part of the member. In-house counsel was part of member. Recently, we have done a divestment of 14,000 crore of our electrical business. Every time I was part of the decision making. So there are many decisions, whether it is a the bullet train tender process. I was part of the member. So at GC, you should always develop an attitude of 360-degree thinking process. Always think out of box. I'm also a great believer in sharing knowledge with the young generation, as otherwise my vast knowledge is just like a dead knowledge. Hence, I strongly feel about giving back to my profession in whatever way possible for me. As friend, I am associated with few startups and share my knowledge of law and its applicability in resolving day-to-day legal problems with young legal professionals who may not have access to adequate resource, but have a great potential to excel in their life. My dream is to groom every year at least 50 such young budding lawyers and final year students by master class on various law topics, enhancing their etiquettes, dressing style, even dressing style, explain its applicability in courtrooms, incorporate as a in-house counsel, as a judge, or also to explain them the various avenues available to law students and budding advocates as a career. As a general counsel, I predict that year 2021 and future will be very, very challenging on all fronts of. You will get a huge opportunity in an area like M&A, evolution of friendly settlement of dispute, mediation will become a demand in next few years, and arbitration is of course is ongoing. Friends, I once again wishing you all, especially Dr. Anurag Batra, Garima, BW Business World, and all the team members a grand success, safe and healthy life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today and sharing your journey with us. And one thing we'd like to ask you, sir, is one risk that you see in 2021 that everyone should be looking out for and can be a risk or a compliance that you would suggest people to be wary of?
See, my earlier speaker, my friends have already spoken. One is the data protection is the most important. It is a risk. So you have to address this on a priority basis. But you want to achieve something extraordinary, we have to apply the artificial intelligence, digitization in a great way. And Ashima, I have seen in my LNT, I have already done it, executed it. The result is tremendous, phenomenal. I never expected this result by applying artificial intelligence. So these are my few thoughts.
That's great, sir. And you're an advocate of AI, which is great. And we hope that everyone else also takes the wave of technology and implements automation in their in-house company law departments quickly, because that's the way to go forward. So thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. Kathy, you're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar, for sharing your insights and spending this time here with us. And thank you, Ashima, for bringing that very pertinent question forward. Thank you, both of you.
Thank you, yeah. Thank you very much.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to ask any questions to our pioneers, leaders, and industry thought leaders coming forward here, sharing their journey insights, then don't forget to use the hashtag BWGCWorld. And also, you can just put the question in the chat box or the comment box on whichever platform you're watching us on. Moving forward, I'd like to welcome Mr. Lalit Khanna, General Counsel, Singapore Technologies, Telemedia, Global Data Centers, India, to please come forward and share his journey, predictions, and industry insights with us. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Khanna.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much, Ashima and Kathy and Garima and everyone in the business world team who has considered and called me on this platform. It's an amazing to have such virtual interaction with all of you. Um, okay, as far as my career goes, now it's been more than 2 decades of experience as an in-house attorney across the various spectrum of legal and company secretarial domain that I've handled, and always strive to help business grow and win in the complex environment. So, in my career, I worked in different portfolios, different corporates, and starting from automobile to retail, IT/ITS, healthcare, telecom, and now in data center. And the most challenging part of my career is working in a essential services. So substantial part of my career is working in a essential services like telecom, healthcare, data center, wherein the company has to operate 24 by 7 throughout the year, irrespective of any national holidays or otherwise. And in my career, especially, I would like to mention that it's been a great learning. So never ever like I've been limited to hardcore legal. So when I started my career with Maruti, at that time, the first assignment that was given to me is to handle the ISO part of it of the company. So preparing a manual as a management trainee, preparing the manuals for ISO audits, inspection. That was an amazing good experience wherein you actually learn how to be organized, how to be process oriented, and this is the one thing which has helped me throughout my career. And even I'll say uh, everyone has a dream. So when I was kid, my dream was to be a doctor, and that was fulfilled when I joined Max Healthcare as their vice president legal. And in my assignment in healthcare industry and dealing with doctors was amazing. So you actually see a private hospital with a lot of different mindset, but when you work closely with doctor, you actually see the problems and the issues and the things faced by them in day-to-day life. While on a surgery, they can't really think of uh, completing the procedural part of it. So those challenges and difficulties being faced is you actually learn through and you understand and then accordingly present in various courts. One of the biggest, I'll say, learning in my healthcare setup was one day we received a shutdown notice for one of our hospital due to certain alleged medical negligence and media trial. And this particular experience has literally given me a lot of exposure, not only in handling the pressures, because at that time there were hundreds of patients within the hospital, a lot of patient in ICU, critical care, and so on and so forth. And at that time, closing down an operations, which is first of the kind in India, I'll say, that somebody has got some notice, handling those pressures, dealing with various regulators, dealing with media trial, with doctors, with patients, and so many queries. And you have to be out of the box and be stick to basics sometime. So when we received this notice, at that time, lot of we met with a lot of eminent lawyers. People have advised go to high court, go to a judge's house at the mid of the night because next day is Saturday, and get a stay or so on and so forth. But then really that at that time I think one has to be calm and be to the basic. So we have gone by the basics of the law, and if you actually read that particular regulation, it says in any such event, you have to go to a quasi-judicial appellate tribunal, which is more of an administrative tribunal, and the moment you file an appeal, you'll get an automatic stay. This is something which is really out of the box. I can tell you, it's nobody has ever contemplated any such idea, and we have gone and it's an automatic stay, and we started running the hospital as normal. And then the other side of the doctors uh, handling their pressures also. That was a really experience that I'll never ever forget, and a learning, and that has in fact tell me it, I can share with you that three things are very critical for a general counsel. That's what I learned. One is patience. Have patience, and especially those patients are really required during the course of negotiation, during the course of handling critical litigation, and so on and so forth. Second, what I learned is decisiveness. I think this is one of the basic trait of a lawyer and especially a general counsel, because all business team will look top forward to you to handle a situation wherein you have 10 different options and you have to really decide which one is the best for the organization. So decisiveness is the second thing. Third is the leadership, which is quite critical for a general counsel. And leadership in the sense taking the ownership, decision, and taking all the team along with you and ensuring that the ultimate objective is achieved. And the last, which is again a very critical one, is cut through the bureaucracy. So these four aspects is a is actually a learning out of that particular matter that I've handled. And then in the last year, nobody has ever thought of that we all will face uh, a pandemic situation like COVID, wherein everyone has done one or other risk mitigation work, but nobody has thought that there'll be a situation wherein the entire uh, world at large will be at standstill, and there will be a situation wherein things will be on hold and no one will be working. At the same time, since I'm working with a data center, which is a mission critical service, wherein we have to operate 24 by 7, 365 days, and ensure 100% uptime. Otherwise, a lot of services, healthcare, government, ministries, frontline workers, a lot of things will get impacted because all data are stored in the data centers. In such an environment, ensuring that your operations are operating 25 by 7, and now it's very critical that the data center industry per se is classified as an essential service. But in India, the issue is that this data center service is still to be recognized as an industry, and specifically to be categorized as essential services in all the states. Different states have different regulations. Different regulation have a different thought processes, interpretation, and then at the same time, it involves a lot of advocacy. So in this situation, in fact, we as an organization have ensured that we operated our data center 24 by 7, even during these tough times, without any interruption. And we are the largest data center providers in India in terms of revenue. And in such an environment, the role of a GC is quite critical and challenging, as it has not only to face the regulatory uncertainties, but also to support the team and prepare the team for recovery post COVID-19 era. So, in this sort of situation, wherein there were a lot of regulatory uncertainty, I can give you an example. For example, let's say during the initial days, whenever the government institution find a person as COVID positive or team COVID positive, they ask them or shut down the operation or close that unit. We are not typical factory wherein the operation could be closed. So we have to run 24 by 7 and ensure uptime of all our customers. Otherwise, a lot of things will go down, including the entire digitalization will fail. So in that scenario, we have worked even on the backdrop that in worst case scenario, we may have to go for a writ petition. We were well prepared even without having any notice, so that if there is any such eventuality, then the plan B is ready. So this is the second learning of my life, that everything you have to be like plan A, plan B, you have to be ready with, so that if any issue comes up as a GC, you have a solution to it. Business team and other operations team member look forward to a general counsel to handle such uh, situation. Force majeure, which was a standard clause in any contract, is now a matter of debate. It's a matter of debate for all our contracts, whether signed in the past or present. Now, customer says you are essential services provider, and you have to ensure that, irrespective of force majeure event like pandemic, you will operate 24 by 7. Similarly, similar issues we face with our backend our service providers. They are not categorized as essential services. So, convincing them and guiding them as a customer, as a service provider, both is critical. That's what we have done, and we have prepared our organization not only even during the COVID phase, but also post COVID era. So, as a company, we evolved a concept: respond, recover, and thrive, which is actually a mantra to survive and succeed in this environment. And a legal team is a core team of this entire recovery phase also. So we are working along with the team members, different vertical team members, and ensuring that we thrive out in such an environment, and we succeed. And that's what we are doing. And let me tell you that I am always been blessed with amazing good seniors in my career who had mentored and fully supported me throughout my journey. Uh, People like I can tell you that from the day one in my first company till right now, that's the best part of my career, that my seniors are always been understanding, and they have seen, that the kind of efforts, or more than 100% effort that we put in as a team, and specifically my team is a great support to me, not only in the present company but also in my past. It's like an extended family with whom I spent substantial time of my life, and sometimes even more than my own family. So that's the reason why I consider this as a team as a core. It's like a person who are really close to my heart. And most of the, I'll say most of my career, I've ensured that there is a appropriate gender diversity. One thing I would like to mention, that pandemic has really taught us, everyone, not only us, that digitization is critical. Paperless legal department is the new normal, and that's what I have tried to implement. Even in the company, way before this COVID has impacted us, and entire legal department is completely digitized. We have a technical infrastructure and end-to-end digital processes, which is actually a safeguard which help us to ensure the productivity even during such disastrous moment. So lesson learned is a key to prepare and thrive in the future, and that's what, at least, what I follow in my journey. And one thing, a lot of people complain about COVID. Let me tell you, this is the best period of my life. I could at least save 2 hours daily commuting from Delhi to my work office, and spending that time with my family. So that's best time as far as personal level is concerned. So, Kathy, I think over to you.
Thank
I think
you.
we are all running out of time, so I leave it.
Yes. Thank you
Yeah,
so
please.
much, Mr. Khanna, for sharing your journey and insights with us. Ashima is facing a little technical issue, so she won't be here to pose some more questions to you. But thank you so much for your time and sharing these insights. And yes, COVID has given us the pros and cons of living a better life now. So thank you so much, Mr. Khanna.
Thank you.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions for your speakers, then don't forget to send us in the chat box or the comment box on whichever platform you're watching us. You can also join our online conversation using the hashtag BWGCWorld. Moving forward, I'd like to welcome Mr. Sanjeet Kaur Batra, Legal Head South Asia and APEC Council, Nutrition and Biosciences DuPont. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Batra, who will be sharing his journey, predictions, and industry insights with us. I'm so sorry, Miss Batra. My
No,
apologies.
no problem. Thank you so much, Kathy. It's a pleasure to be a part of this event, and congratulations to the whole team for organizing such a great event. Even during this whole pandemic and doing everything virtually. So thank you so much, and I'm privileged to be here to talk a little bit about what my journey has been. And in fact, I have recently become a part of International Flavors and Fragrances, IFF. So we have just completed one of the mergers. The DuPont Nutrition and Biosciences businesses has merged with IFF. And we completed the whole transaction during the COVID period. So that itself has been a period of immense learning for all of us. And all I can say is that when I started my career, more than a few decades ago, I never could have imagined the kind of opportunity, the kind of diversity that being a lawyer offered. Right from being a litigator to working on policy issues, being in-house counsel, being in a law firm, right from how the need for a law and how the whole laws are drafted to its enforcement and implementation. It's been a wonderful journey. And all I can say is that, as lawyers, and especially for the young lawyers, we should be willing to experiment. We should be willing to find our passion and be a lifelong learner, because being a lawyer, you can never say I know it all, because there's so much diversity, there's so much knowledge out there that every day we have to learn. Before the pandemic, I could have never visualized the kind of situations that organizations were facing, that governments were facing, and we have continuously worked with our leadership teams in house to manage all the crises, keep our factories working, keep our R&D centers working with regulators to make sure that the supply chains continue to manufacture the products that are needed by several essential industries. So it has been a very interesting journey. and more so in the last 1 year, which for all of us, we continue to learn, and hopefully the lessons that we have learned in the last year, we will carry forward and start implementing them in the daily life when we hopefully have a normal world. In house, I think it's also very important for us to uh, understand that we are the eyes and the ears of the organization. We are the business enablers. We are the trusted advisors of the board and the country management. And we are also the consciousness of the organization. We actually now live in an era where being just a good lawyer is not enough, because we have become lawyers generally have become such a critical function in an organization, and we work so closely with the management and with the country leadership that we need to be make sure that our voice is heard. We are independent, and we call out and make sure that not only are we just enabling the businesses, but also guiding the organization on how to navigate the extremely complex ecosystem of ethical compliances. With all the new laws that are being set up across all countries, it has become very, very important for all of us to make sure that we comply with all the regulations. And believe me, it's not a easy task, especially when we talk of global customers, global supply chains, what's happening in US or Europe. Entity in India could be uh, paying for the consequences of what happens in US and Europe. So we need to be talking to our global customers, keeping a very close eye on the supply chains, and just making sure that we all stay connected to our colleagues across the world. And I don't mean just the lawyers, because what could be happening in one part of the organization definitely impacts other part of the organization. So that has been a very critical role that we have been playing. And I don't see it changing anytime in the future. Legal has a seat at the table, and my assessment is it's a role that will continue to grow. And be it in the business world, be it in the civil society, we are here to stay and play a very important role within the organization.
Thank you so much, Ms. Batra, for pointing out so many relevant things out there. And just to add and pose a question, what are some of the other legal challenges in, say, our ecosystem or the global ecosystem that you're looking at in the year forward? So, what are these risks and compliances, and any one takeaway?
Sure, Ashiba. So my prediction is that 2021 will continue to be a year for learning for all of us. Digitization, use of legal technology, protecting data, when we are working virtually, and, legal especially deals with so much confidential information. How do we protect that? How do we, continue to do business while making sure that all the compliances are there? Also, it's an era of restructuring. A lot of companies out there are undergoing, whether it's acquisition, divestitures, etc. So it becomes all the more important, not just for the employee information, but also a lot of other confidential information about how it is being exchanged, etc. So that's definitely something that a GC or and the legal function needs to keep, an eye on. And also, the ethical part has become so important, whether it's the anti-bribery compliances, whether it's doing your due diligence when you're working with any kind of a supply chain. These are things which will continue to be important part. Also, as we all grapple with the new world, policy making, and because the governments are also trying to upgrade the laws. And when we talk of India, whether we talk of ease of doing business or various labor you know laws changing, etc. So we need to keep our ears to the ground and find the right information, and also work very closely with the government and the regulators to make sure that whatever policies are being drafted and are being implemented are business friendly, while of course clearly within the ethical and the legal bounds. So those, I think, would be what the future, at least for the next year, will continue to hold for us. And the key takeaway, Ashima, it's not just a legal takeaway, it's a more general takeaway. I just continue to be totally amazed by the resilience of the human spirit. you know Whatever is thrown at us, whether at lawyers, whether at human beings, whatever, it never ceases to amaze me how in a crisis we all learn to adapt and find ways, and organizations continue to do business. So that in itself is a great learning from this year for me, and a takeaway that I will continue to keep with me.
I think we have a concept of the going concern, and in businesses, and I think as
Yeah.
people, it couldn't be like you said, the bouncing back quality that we seem to have shown is amazing. So more, to that, power to that, and thank you so much, Ms. Batra, for joining us today and sharing your thoughts with us. It's been lovely hearing you today.
My pleasure, Ashima. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Batra, and thank you, Ashima. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, a lot of life lessons, wild business lessons coming forward for you. Moving forward, we are going to invite our next speaker, and I'd like to welcome Dr. Rajesh Kumar. Dr. Rajesh Kumar Sehgal, Director and Head Legal Asia Pacific, Trina Solar, who will join us and share his journey, predictions, and industry insights with us.
Thank you, Ashma. Thank you,
Welcome.
Anand. Uh, I Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Anurag, Ashima, distinguished counsel, and leaders across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege for me to address this distinguished gathering, and I'm delighted to have this opportunity to address you as part of this BW Business World Legal GC Conference 2021. This digital event will bring together thousands of legal professionals and people from close to almost 15 countries have registered in this extraordinary event, which aims to serve as the anchor for the legal community during an unprecedented time. Needless to say, the role of digital media, we always believe, empowers people, encourage them to innovate, and they are very keen to tell their own story. I wish to commend Anurag for providing this platform so that those who are excelling, those who are accomplishing, and those who have achievement is required to be told must get a platform. And that is why this BW Business World Legal is important. My compliments and greetings to all the participants. This Business World event is happening digitally because the COVID-19 pandemic, we all know, does not make it possible for us to meet physically. It is global challenge, a global concern, and we in India, under the leadership of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi, while responding effectively, like lockdown at the earlier stage, saving the life of the people, also use the digital technology for maximum benefits of the people of India. Indeed, my address this afternoon is focused precisely on the current challenges facing by the modern in-house lawyers and the skill he or she needs to stay relevant. I shall come to that briefly, but before that, allow me to give a brief background about myself, my journey so far in this general counsel role. So, well, I have different heads. Journey remain very fruitful and rewarding and very satisfying. I started my career with the biggest infrastructure in India, though for all the wrong reasons now it is in news nowadays. I also has opportunity to represent world biggest NGO and wildlife WWF as the legal counsel, and also intergovernmental organization like British High Commission as the strategic advisor. I also worked with the law firm Fox Mandel as a partner for 5 years, and subsequently I choose in-house role with Asia's largest utility, and now I'm with Trina Solar, looking after whole of Asia Pacific. Trina is the largest solar module manufacturer in the world, and we are also established more than 5 gigawatt capacity of projects across the globe in 20 countries. So having said that, this journey is very rewarding, and if I just want to share one or two important milestone in my career, the one definitely I would like to share the dedicated freight road corridor, which Mr. Prime Minister has recently inaugurated. We participate in the concession agreement on the side of DFDL. Another one which I must highlight is a very thrilling opportunity to work with, and in a difficult terrain like Afghanistan, when we represent Steel Authority-led consortia to develop a world largest iron ore mine, Hajigar, in Afghanistan. I said it was thrilling because there's a difficult terrain, no travel insurance you provided, and you realize when before taking a flight off to the Kabul, somebody got a news that there is a bomb blast just last night near the hotel where you're checking in, and that's time you're realizing, oh wow, this is really thrilling, and you need a travel insurance. So, but I said, journey so far is very rewarding, satisfying. So now coming back to the journey of communities as a whole, in-house community as a whole, and where it finds today. If we look at the past, I believe it would be not inaccurate to say that in-house lawyers were generally perceived as inferior cousins to their counterpart in practice. However, these perceptions become more apparent with the emergence of big law firms in the 80s and early 90s, which become symbols of prestige and, importantly, centers for corporate legal representation. It was usually, on that time, the concept was that partner who does not excel in the partnership firm will become in-house counsel. But the narrative began to shift in the 90s with the increasing cost of external legal services. This led business to see more value and purpose in expanding their in-house legal department. And this swing inwards gained further momentum in mid-90s, partly as a result of the global economic slowdown, which put a squeeze on corporate spending on outside counsel. And if you look at today, comprising in-house lawyers against their external counterparts, the general consensus is that the reputation expertise gaps between the two is practically non-existent. No doubt, the in-house community has clearly come of age, but its steady progress in the past is no guarantee of its future. How the next chapter unfolds very much depends on whether we as a member are able to thrive in the present. It is that in the mind that I turn now to consider trends altering the landscape for in-house legal lawyers today, as well as the qualities we should strive to cultivate to deliver sustained excellence in the new environment. I will make a couple of very quick broad observations in this regard. First, and foremost, in-house lawyers must develop skill that allow them to operate with confidence and to recognize enterprise risk beyond their own jurisdictional silos. What I mean is, against this backdrop, the modern in-house lawyers will come under increasing pressure to expand his or her skill beyond simply being able to provide technical legal advice on domestic matter. That is now the baseline rather than the ceiling of corporate expectations. Indeed, as a corporation expand their global footprints, they are increasingly looking to their in-house teams to advise on matters which carry multinational dimensions. An important area in this regard is global regulatory compliance. It has become the biggest challenge due to globalization of risk, and it becomes critical for in-house lawyers to acquire at least a basic working knowledge of the general operation of other legal systems to offer timely and effective advice. But that is not all. Building up familiarity with other jurisdiction, general legal ecosystem is merely the starting point from which they might then go deeper to develop an understanding of the intricacies of the regulatory regime that govern their principal's area of business. This is hard work, but there are no two ways about it. An in-house lawyer who either ostensibly refuses to accept or plainly ignore that this is what the current reality require him to put the corporation at grave risk of getting entangled in the present day heterogeneity of law, which I describe myself as compliance tsunami. In my opinion, we have to know the environment and we have to understand the sensitivity of the places in which we are operating. This is critical to staying relevant. I mean, if I pose myself as an example, I'm a director on various entities, in Australian entities, in entities in Singapore, India, Vietnam. Now, my organization expect me that I should know when I'm the director on the Australian entity, that I should know the Australian corporate law rate, tax rate very well. I know the limitation on the damages in Singapore. I know very well the company law in India to operate, general body meetings and all. So this is the place which, as a multinational lawyers, now we need to raise ourselves a bit now. The second broad point I make is that in-house lawyers must become adept at operating the growing range of technological tools at their disposal. Let me illustrate with a few examples. A couple of years ago, many of our colleagues and prestigious counsel know this. JP Morgan Chase had implemented a new program called COIN. This is a short form of short for contract intelligence, which runs on artificial intelligence to perform a slew of routine tasks, such as interpreting commercial loan agreements. These tasks, which would previously have taken the bank's in-house lawyers and loan officers a total of more than 3,000 hours each year to perform, can now be complemented in a matter of seconds. Another example, Logix is another platform for automatic contract review that has been around since now 2014-15. And during that time, it was built up a customer base that is largely made up of corporate legal department. The way in which the platform works is that users upload contracts onto it, and within an hour of average, they receive a report that informs them of the clauses that do not meet common legal standard, vital clauses that are missing, and existing clauses that might need revision. My meaning of saying this and putting this illustration is, these examples clearly illustrate that modern legal technology has a vast potential that corporations are on a threshold of unlocking. Yet, despite the profound changes that lies ahead, lawyers as a whole have generally shown the little urgency to move decisively away from old and inefficient practices to adopt technology-enabled solutions. My advice to young lawyers who are listening to this and other colleagues is that they should strive to become conversant in these technologies, not merely at a superficial level, but in the very real and practical sense of knowing how to operate what is available to their advantage. I think this is a clear statement in the current environment. Technological competence is not merely an optional extra, but a vital component in lawyers' makeup to enable him to discharge his functions to an acceptable standard. Now I come to my third observation, which is that in-house lawyers today must be prepared to step beyond their traditional role of providing purely legal advice to give strategic business advice as well. Just to illustrate further, with business becoming more sophisticated, regulation growing in complexity, and technological innovation outspacing legal precedent, corporate actors will increasingly find themselves operating in that uncertain space where acceptable and unacceptable corporate behavior seems to share into one another. This has driven corporations to involve their in-house lawyers more directly in the implementation of business decisions so that relevant risks are properly identified and managed. Indeed, in-house lawyers has become a natural focal point because so often as we sit at the intersection of both corporate activity, and there is no doubt, it is widely acknowledged that the benefit of having the GC present at board meetings is increasingly beyond question. We as the modern in-house lawyers must change to meet these shifting boardroom expectations. This requires first and foremost a mindset change. We are lawyers by training, and so it is understandable that we should find ourselves most comfortable in interpreting, applying, and advising on the law. But an in-house lawyer who thinks that he can insist on confining his role within that narrow ambit is being plainly unrealistic and ignore the new operating landscape. In this regard, I note that the competency framework, especially business skill, as one of the core competencies that the modern in-house lawyers should possess. For the reason I've already given, I think this is eminently sensible. Uh, Before I conclude my address, let me turn briefly to say something about the future. The point I am about to make does not involve any bold claims or predictions. Instead, it is an important reminder to the in-house community that even as their roles continue to evolve with changing expectations and conditions, they must never compromise on their core identity as keeper of the corporate conscience. This has been our calling card from the start, and it must continue to remain so in the future. I think this is the point worth highlighting because the demand on in-house lawyers are constantly on upward trend. My address this afternoon probably already makes that clear. But to bring home the point, I will mention just one point which notes that in-house lawyers today are commonly expected to wear all or some of at least 12 hats. This includes litigation regulation, business alliances and outsourcing, corporate social responsibility, compliances, ethics, management of contracts, and more. We may change many hats, but we must not forget that we are the court appointed officer. In the attempt to keep all these plates spinning, we must not lose sight of the need to keep ourselves firmly anchored to a strong ethical base from which we can advise on the business decision of the corporation dispassionately. I have no doubt that this will assume even greater importance as in-house lawyers become more deeply integrated within the commercial decision-making process now. There are many examples, but let me return to the point in all of this, which is that in-house lawyers should be careful not to involve themselves to become too comfortable with their principles to the point that they are incapable of objectively assessing and advising on the risk involved in a business decision. The modern in-house lawyers must always be mindful of the tension inherent in his twin role as gatekeeper and strategic advisor to the company, and remember that whenever the two are in seeming conflict, the farmer must prevail. Of this, there can be no any doubt. At the conclusion, I said, I have sought to give you with a sense of how far the in-house community has come, the terrain that lies ahead, and some of the trait needed for traversing it now and in the future. I hope this has been useful in providing you with a renewed sense of our own professional identity within the larger frame of the community, as well as a deeper understanding of the attitude, skills, and mindset that we all need to cultivate in order to thrive and excel. Indeed, I hope that you will search yourself for those aspects of your practice where you can make improvements on and follow through with meaningful change. At the end of the day, if each of us answer this call to action in our own thoughtful way, then I'm confident that the standard of our entire community can only improve further. That would be a most desirable outcome of this in-house legal community and the corporation they serve. These are some of the ideas that I thought I must share with you. My greetings to all you once again. This way, I think BW Business World Legal Conference has become such a robust global platform in a matter of great assurance. My greetings, good wishes to all of you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Kumar, for sharing those insights and your journey with us. It's definitely been wonderful having you on board. And we hope that with BW Legal World, we can only nurture and, prosper this community forward. So thank you so much for spending this time here with us.
Thank you.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to quickly dive straight into the next illuminary personalities' journey, predictions, and industry insights. Calling on screen Mr. Atul Juvle, General Counsel, Compliance Officer, and CS India, Similar India Private Limited. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Juvle.
Thank you, Kathy. Good afternoon, everybody. And I think I am in between, my session is between your lunchtime, but I will try to make it very crisp and interesting. First of all, I would like to thank Business World, Dr. Batra, Ms. Ohri, and team and its all knowledge partner for this invite. I would also like to thank all of you, those who are on the call. And to hear my expressions, particularly experiences as an in-house counsel as well as predictions. So thank you very much. I am working with Schindler India as a general counsel. So my first, I will start with the disclaimer that today whatever I am talking will be my personal views and not Schindler views. In-house experience. I joined in bank as my first job, and by default I was to be a banker. But my interest in the complex, working on the complex matter and all, by design I became a general counsel. It's total 30 plus year experience, but I would concentrate only on the legal experience, which is 25 years, completing this year now. One of the milestones in my life was to join Tata International, where I was exposed to Pan India working as well as working with the top law firms. I profitably exploited freedom as well as responsibility in Tata International to gain knowledge on working on various matters and to make my legal foundation career very strong. At Tata International, I learned integrity and principle should never be compromised, and how to be on that side always. Also, I learned in litigations. Rich experience in Tata International brought me an opportunity in very short time to become GC in US MNC. So my career started in US MNC as a GC in 2000, year 2000. So there I got exposure to international laws, anti-money laundering, antitrust, and also FCPA. Till the time I joined this Fortune 500 company, I was wondering how these companies can manage so many countries, subsidiaries, and countries. And then I could learn over a period that their focus is on process and risk, where no compromise is allowed to anybody. Besides a law graduate, I am also a company secretary. So I got a privilege of attending board meetings. And that gave me a detailed knowledge of how board thinks, how board debate on the project as well as problems and how the decisions are arrived. This learning helped me in becoming or modeling myself for as a business enabler. I also took the advantage of education scheme of USMNC and I completed my MBA finance. And that was again a greatest milestone in my career because I could understand the business side of legal compliances as well as law. Also, I learned at MBA that all the qualifications, all the certificates have shelf life of 3 to 5 years. That means we have to keep learning, and that I continued every time after that. After USMNC, I joined SDFC Life, where I could learn speed to market. If your decisions, opinions are not speed to market, it has no value. And literally, I can tell you that I struggled initially to catch up with the speed because that was a tremendous speed in HDFC Life. But after that, I took a speed. After HDFC Life, I joined Godrej Agrovet, where I learned that even if matters are transferred to legal department, we can try one time at least amicable settlement, and we can resolve at least good number of matters rather than getting into the legal aggressions. Coming back to the current employment, this will be my 7th year. I will be completing in Schindler India. Highly fulfilling job. Every year, new peak in the job satisfaction. With recently added responsibility of data privacy officer, life is again challenging. And also, our company is a great place to work, recognized by the particularly the association, and really it's a great place to work. Now I will slightly take diversion from my in-house role and I will move to bosses and importance of bosses. Those who cannot afford fees of mentor, their mentors are bosses only. And I am lucky enough to get my first boss tough, but he taught me one lesson which I never forget and I follow every time. That nobody wants to listen no. You go to lawyer to get the answer yes. You go to doctor to get the answer that yes, you can be cured. Nobody goes to anybody with to listen the answer no. And that is where I made my principle. It is never no go in the business, but it is always no and go. Yes, there will be rare circumstances where business also will listen to you why you are saying no. So it is not always yes man, but we have to find solutions. My second boss taught me a great particularly lesson that always look at the solution first and start working backward. We always look at the problem and then we start searching the solution. But my second boss taught me that we should start with the solution first and then work backward. This is also mentioned in the book of Stephen Covey, famous book, Seven Habits of Highly Successful People. In that he mentions one of the habit, begin with the end in the mind. Then you will reach the destination. So these two bosses teachings, particularly, there is nothing like no go. It is always no and go. And secondly, always when you get a problem, begin with the end in the mind, then you will find solutions. Third, learning, as I mentioned, that you have to keep learning because industry demands that. As the previous speaker spoke about the in-house responsibility. In-house responsibility is bigger than the advocate, I can tell you that. Because in-house counsel is like a family doctor. You go to family doctor and if he says that I don't know this disease, then you will change the family doctor. So similarly in in-house counsel, any problem comes, at least we should be able to tell which laws are applicable, what can be repercussions if there is a non-compliance. With this, I will move to predictions. Before I go to industry prediction, let us talk about India. Today, India is fifth in the GDP worldwide. And it is expected by validated data that we will become number 2 or 3 in next 20 years, depending on our efforts. Everybody has to put in. So if it is India's future is bright, even if we consider discounted that we have become third in the next 20 years in the world economy, definitely there will be multiple opportunities. So future is bright for India, future is bright for the business as well as legal sector. Now, what worries is very important. Before that, I will just touch upon COVID because previous speakers have touched upon the COVID very nicely. I will just mention we are lucky that we have come out safely out of COVID. So now future will be definitely good. Now we have to only wait till it become better, and making it best depends on in our hands. What efforts we make. Coming back to predictions on the industry, not only legal but covering all industries, all are worried about the fourth industrial revolution, that is artificial intelligence. What is the good part of it? I take a good part of it that everybody is having this problem. As we fought with the COVID, we are going to fight with this problem also. And this is not a problem, it is a prospect because it is going to help us. So first point is that everybody knows this, but everybody has this problem of artificial intelligence because artificial intelligence is going to take away 30 to 50% jobs and professions in every sector, every sector. So that's a scary and worrying. But everybody has this problem. Secondly, we know this monster now. So we can think, we can adjust, we can learn, we can unlearn, and become a future ready to face it with a confidence. The fear which we were having that immediately it will come is slightly diffused by the COVID, because everybody is now putting up their own uh, businesses. So this will have definitely 2 to 4 or 5 years time horizon, and which is a good enough to become aware and become ready to face it. Future belongs to those only those who are future ready. That is what I feel, and we have to be future ready. Now coming back to 2021 predictions. 2020 was almost washout for the legal sector because the courts were only running for the important matters. All these filings will come in 2021. So naturally 2021 filing will be more than 150% of 2019. So there will be a lot of work on the filing, and I can see that starting with the last week of January, that lawyers are not available, particularly on the calls. That shows that they are actually having the starting of the good amount of work. Second, the hearings which were deferred will come up for 2021 hearing. So naturally 2021 will be good. We have to have some patience to make it better, and whether it will be best depends on our own efforts. So uh, so this actually the increase work in 2021 definitely will have hearings, appeals, discussions for next 2 or 3 years. So according to me, legal sector is secured for next 2 to 3 years with a good amount of work. Now it is up to us to make the legal sector index to cross 50,000 like BSE index. So with this, all the best to each one of you. Thank you very much, and all the best to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jufle. So many pearls of wisdom there. And I loved when you said no and go and work backwards for a solution. Some really amazing tips there. And like you said, technology or AI is now the monster that we know and can absolutely tame to our benefit. So thank you so much, Mr. Jufle, for being with us here and sharing such amazing insights.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashima and Mr. Juvle. With that, ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any time, as we have one more interesting session coming up, just going to urge all of you to join our online conversation using the hashtag BWGC World. Also, don't forget you can do share your questions for the speakers in the chat box or the comment box below. Moving forward, calling on Ms. Deepika Chaudhary, Executive Director Legal at Xerox India Limited. A very warm welcome to you, Ms. Chaudhary.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone is keeping safe. These are indeed very, very strange times. We are having to learn and unlearn new things, learn things like this, where we are having this wonderful event online, and also unlearn things which are very basic, like shaking hands. I would like to thank Business World for organizing this event. And of course, this is a fabulous event where we are meeting some of the new colleagues, and also reconnecting with people we already know. So I think in terms of journey, mine has been, also pretty unique, like everybody else's journey. Everybody's journey has its own hopes, its own triumphs, its own struggles, and mine, of course, has had its own share of all of these. But on the whole, I would say that it's been an extremely rewarding journey with lots to learn, and also I got to meet and sort of connect with the brightest minds in the industry and the fraternity. Uh, People generally ask me if I've had a mentor. So I say that I've not had one, but many, not just from the legal fraternity, but from the industry, because I spend maximum time in the industry, as well as young minds. And I think that's where, one learns the most relevant and upcoming stuff. Uh, so I've had the big fortune to learn from all of them, I would say. Um, so one thing that has worked for me is that, even after being in the industry for so long, I've always been open to learning and, accepting newer challenges. And I take each day as a brand new day, and I try to reinvent myself, and I also strive for excellence, be it my professional life or personal life or even spiritual life. And yoga practices have obviously kept me afloat always, and sort of given me that push in every direction, and uh, made sure that I reinvent and learn all the time. In terms of my professional career, I've handled and I've handled APAC and global general counsel roles, supporting legal departments. Compliance has been a big portfolio in all of them, and secretarial and government affairs, public policy. So it's just been everything, IP, and managing teams across countries. Of course, they bring their own uniqueness in terms of coming from different cultures, and of course, different country laws pose their own sort of unique challenges for me. So I have no complaints. I mean, I've had a wonderful long stint where I learned so much and I delivered so much, and it's been a wonderful journey so far. In terms of what I would like to sort of tell the youngsters, so I've categorized in three broad categories, if I may. One is that people who are just starting out now and they're the fresh, lawyers. I think they have many options to choose from, and millennials, anyways, are smart a lot than the previous ones. So I think you have a lot of options to drive your career in whichever direction you want, and you have far more options than we had in our times. So one advice for them is to build and invest in relationships early on and as you go along in your career. And for those who are in the mid level and who've spent some time in the profession already, but still have a long way to go, I would say just be open and reinvent yourself. Be open to new challenges, new projects, new habits, new skills. If you have to learn a new skill, you don't shy away from that. Do that. Um, and for people who have spent considerable time in the profession like me, I would say that you of course mentor the young ones and seek out deserving young talent, and invest time in them, and nurture the talent, and that's how you will obviously enrich the legal fraternity, also give it back and add value to the legal fraternity. So, on that note, I wish everyone a very happy, healthy, and safe and a very successful year ahead. And I would say that push yourselves to do things that are out of your comfort zone always, because that's definitely worked for me always. And and I would also end by saying that you miss every shot you don't take. This is by Wayne Gretzky. So go out and take that shot. And with that, thank you so much for this opportunity. Thanks, and all the best to all of you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Odi, for your time and insights here. our entire team of BW Legal World, thank you.
Thank you so much.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move forward. But before we do that, can we please showcase the BW World Legacy video here, please? Can we have the audio visual?
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.
In the world of business, when you think BW Business World. Spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books, BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a six-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp. BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, We have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एम्यूनिटीज़ हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.
In the world of business, when you think BW Business World. Spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books, BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a six-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW Print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to BW Legal World's GC World Conclave 2021. We are on day 2, and if you'd like to join us on the online conversation, then do use the hashtag BWGCWorld. Also, if you're watching us on any of the social media platforms, don't forget to comment on your key takeaways from the session so far, as I welcome our next speaker on screen. Ladies and gentlemen, coming forward, sharing her journey, predictions, and industry insights is Debolina Partap, Senior Vice President, Legal and Group General Counsel, Wokhart Group. A very warm welcome to you.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Debolina. I'd like you to take the session forward.
Yeah, I come from pharma and healthcare sector, and the current budget 21-22 has definitely does not have negative surprises for this sector. It's quite encouraging, and there is about 225,000 crore allocation of funds to the healthcare and pharma sector, out of which 35,000 crore is only dedicated to vaccines. So as I see the landscape in this industry, vaccine will definitely be the most dominating factor. Now, where do the legal fraternity come in here? The legal fraternity comes in here from all perspectives, because a, there would be more of investments, so there would be a lot of funding structures, equity structures in this area. What would really gain momentum this particular year 21-22 would be in the research and development areas of novel drugs, including vaccines. Also in IP models, how the IP will be structured globally, and how this IP would be shared or registered, or what are the different arrangements in IP would also be a very dominating factor. Besides this, of course, the manufacturing risks associated with the manufacturing. So complex contract documentation, the lawyers would be busy with that, especially, the CMO model, where you have the innovators of the vaccines and novel drugs, and how they are able to manufacture them at a price which is accessible to the global people at large, and also they have to consider the factor of affordability. There are a lot of schemes which are floated by the government, including, of course, our government in India, and they have been very well appreciated for supply of the initial set of vaccines to the other countries, other developing nations like Brazil and, of course, the Indian subcontinent. But you currently, as I see, it is hardly meeting 10% of the needs of the people in terms of the vaccine area. So therefore, there is a lot of work to be done by the lawyers in terms of firming up, the not only the contractual documentation for supply of vaccines locally as well as internationally, but also to see the risks associated with this in terms of adverse factors, patient safety, compliance, regulatory regime. So there are a lot of things which the lawyers need to consider in this. Also, in terms of the actual manufacturing at the manufacturing sites, it's very essential to have the quality perspectives and how to have all the compliance with respect to the various international health authorities. It's a massive job. So I believe that the pharma and the healthcare sector is going to be extremely busy in tying up various compartments for reaching out medicines to the public at large. And of course, vaccine, as I said, is always the priority. Certain things which I personally feel is going to be a fallout which we need to be very mindful and also very careful is, at the end of the day, this is for the public. How would the public safety be protected? And how the lawyers will have to have a right mix of addressing the adverse factors, the public safety, the patient health, as well as the corporate requirements. So this mix and match, is going to be the real test for all the lawyers. And I believe, the pandemic has raised quite a few issues in terms of gray areas, especially in the healthcare sector, where there are patients who are facing a lot of issues. There have been deaths across, while the government has given directives that COVID patient deaths are not to be taken seriously by the law enforcement agencies, because it's a new field, there is no treatment present. But this is going to definitely be one area where pandemic cases, as I call, or pandemic law enforcement has to be thought through. And maybe one of the ways, could be where I feel at least the government should look at it is to have some special tribunals, or ascertain some special courts in respect of pandemic matters. Now, be they commercial matters between two parties in terms of enforcement of a contract, or be they patient complaints or research adverse effects. So something which we can dedicate to the pandemic issues, pandemic legal issues, because otherwise they will just get lost in, especially in our country or any developing nations where the number of pending litigations is so mammoth. But to address this, and these need to be addressed very carefully and very differently. So I think government should give a thought on this front. Of course, it's a very nascent idea, and there are a lot of challenges which we all, as industry, as corporates, and also as governments, we need to meet going forward. But if we have a good legal infrastructure system, it definitely makes the life easier for all the parties, all the stakeholders involved. Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Pratap. How are you? So nice to see you.
Yeah, hi, Ashima. Nice to see you too.
And thank you for sharing so much on the pharma industry with us. And just to do a further deep dive into the industry, what would be your, one requirement as of now in terms of a policy change when we are speaking of policy advocacy? What would be that one thing that you still find missing in the budget or the current regime?
This is my personal views. Definitely, I'm caveating it from my organization's view. But I think the budget should have given more stops towards, R&D facilities and approved facilities which are going to manufacture the vaccines. That is something where I found missing, because right now, they are all considered to be, under the same regulatory regime. But the budget should have given some special status to CMOs who are actually actively engaged in the vaccine manufacturing, and that would have helped and also given more impetus. Because in India, obviously, the population is so large. There are very few CMOs today who are in this foray, but no, very little consideration has been given in the budget in this regard.
That's a very fair point, Ms. Pratap. And on those lines, what are some of these policies that you are currently looking into in terms of, say, Atmanirbhar, or as an industry? Not speaking, I'm sure you wouldn't want to bring in the company in it, but just speaking from a GC mind and looking at the things that are in the offing in the year. This can be various kinds of laws that are being there. You're expecting, say, the privacy bill or even the labor code bill or something. So, in your understanding, what are those things and what are those red flags that you're currently looking at? So, just trying to understand mind of a GC and how you prepare for all of this.
Right. Thank you, Ashima. As a GC, in terms of compliance, and especially with COVID set of regulations in India, it's very tough. This I would speak more from a healthcare perspective, because my company Walkard is also in the healthcare sector, the hospitals. Complying with all the COVID notifications, vis-a-vis the insurance.
Sorry, Ms. Pratap, I think I lost the feed there. Khyati, are you able to hear me? Or Ms. Pratap?
Yeah. I'm able to hear you. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Please, bye.
Yeah.
Go on.
So also, in terms of, COVID related treatment pricing, these are the places where we face a lot of challenges. Especially in India, there are many local governments who have identified hospitals for treatment of COVID patients. There are notified prices for COVID treatments. There is a very big challenge in. Uh, I won't say there's a challenge in following these notifications, but there's a very big challenge in making the patient and the patient relatives understand this. So I think as a GC, it is really challenging to meet the ends of the customer and also the corporate requirements. And at times, I have also faced challenges where, because many of our hospitals were dedicated for COVID patients, we were unable to treat other serious and emergency patients, which, as a healthcare organization, was not a very happy situation, because our motto is, life wins, and we have to win life on all forays. So that was one challenge where I thought, as a GC, struggling with compliance of the COVID notifications and the government guidelines vis-a-vis the regular healthcare work, was difficult to was a challenge, I would say. Another place where I have seen in terms of COVID related compliance was in the in the medical legal sectors, where there if a patient is unhappy or if there is a COVID patient death, and when they approach the courts, the consumer forums, um, as a hospital, of course, because COVID has it's a treatment, it's an empirical way of treating. So, we follow our regular healthcare protocols and the COVID protocols. But uh, proving a negligence from a patient perspective becomes very difficult. In such times, we see the courts, bringing in a lot of equity rather than law. That again is a very challenging thing for a GC to cross the road of equity and get into explaining the courts that this is a COVID treatment, and negligence just cannot be allotted to. That's another place where we've had challenges in these times. In terms of, in the beginning, of course, now the situation has eased out a lot. But, when lockdown started and literally the company and the infrastructure came to a grounding halt, there were a lot of issues in terms of supply chain. And, goods could not be delivered, including essential medicines, though they were exempted under the notifications, Ministry of Health notifications. But, the situation was such, the transport sector would not cooperate, and we had a lot of commercial issues in terms of delivery on time, and of course there were related issues in terms of recoveries, and also these were the challenges which we faced. And all the GCs in, I think, all sectors have faced this, but things have eased down, and we have settled, and we have moved forward.
Rightly said, pharma was right in the middle of everything during peak COVID, and we can't even, as you speak, it's so hard to imagine all the pressure that the industry must be under. And speaking of that, digressing from the real work life, but moving to your personal life, how do you find the balance, especially when it was also the time of work from home? Was it the same for you, or being in the pharma industry, you were required to be in office? How are you dealing with that at a personal front?
Yeah, so we were doing mix and match. Because we were not only pharma but healthcare, we had to visit offices for emergencies. And as lawyers, and me being the group general counsel, there are certain things where I had to attend to physically. Uh, Personal work-life balance, I've never had an issue. I've had about 27 years of career, so I have never had that issue. My husband, of course, works in Reliance Industries. I have a son who's studying engineering and is in third year. So we have our own spaces. We know each other's importance, and we are happy with what we do. We respect each other with what we do. We understand the problems which each one of us face. So that's why I have never had a work-life balance. I mean,
That's
I've never had an
balance.
issue with the work-life balance.
Yeah, I understand, and that's really wonderful to know, because that's where we draw strength from, and knowing that how others have forged their careers. Also, Ms. Pratap, wanting to know more about what do you do when you're not working? What is it like for you outside of your work life?
Well, I do a lot of reading, which is not legal reading. And I do write poems,
Oh,
and
wow.
yeah, and I do a bit of abstract sketching, but that's third in line.
That's, that's
Mostly,
very artistic.
yeah, mostly reading and writing.
Oh, wow. What would be your favorite poet or poem or something? Could we have a line that you might remember, or just to get a sneak peek into it?
Oh well, I'll have to go to my. Should I go to my book? I mean, my diary, if you don't mind.
Yeah, yeah, sure. Please, we'd love to.
Just give me a moment.
Sure, sure. I think we'd all like to know that, the creative side, which is not just on contracts, but also on poetry. That would be great to know. Sorry to put this on you, without notice,
No,
but
no, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
and we let our audience know in the meantime that we're waiting for Miss Pratap to give us a few lines from her pieces, and if possible, so we'll wait for Miss Pratap to look
I'm
for something
just,
to share with us.
I'm just, I'm not. I don't think it's on the laptop which I'm using right now. So,
Okay, sure.
okay, I'll just.
I think this is still better than a physical meeting because in that we would have missed the chance completely. But now I think we can wait for Ms. Pratap to look through her documents on cloud, maybe.
Just give me a second if you don't mind.
Sure, sure, sure.
If you
Please, no
if
issue.
you would have informed me earlier, I would have kept it ready.
I know, but I actually it just happened that since you mentioned, I thought might as well venture, you know, a request and see if that's possible.
Okay, here I get it.
Oh wow, the
Yeah,
wait has been worth it.
yeah.
Let's see.
So this is the poem which I have given the title Abbey Girls. It's a very short poem, about 5 to 6 lines, which I would like to
Sure,
read out.
sure, Miss.
At the at the cathedral, the girl lay silent, waiting for the light which came in the mind, a mind without fear. But she left in the darkness, tolling bells, but she could not find the light. And she walked along the darkness and walked, and finally she found the cul-de-sac. She had to break the cave, but the cave wouldn't be broken. And and there she saw the light, the silent light, which manifested upon her and bathed her in the golden peace.
Oh wow, thank you so much, Miss Pratap. Any background on that, and what were your thoughts when you were writing that piece?
Yes, I think the background which I had while writing that piece was the quest never ends, you never stop growing in life. And in the path where you walk, you may have travelers, you may not have travelers, but at the end of the day, you have to walk the path, and you'll find darkness till you see light. And you will not recognize light unless you've gone through the darkness. So that's what I had in mind when I wrote this.
That's great, Ms. Vitab. In fact, adding to that, I felt that it was a nice touch that when we say that there's light at the end of the tunnel, but sometimes it can be shut off, and then you have to make a little more, try a little more to reach the light. So that's a great piece, and thank you so much for sharing all that with us. And this is, I think, one of the most fascinating sessions where we're doing such an involved, conversation. And thank you so much for all of this.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa, for joining us.
Thank you so much, Ms. Pratap and Ashima, for bringing out the creative side of our general counsels as well. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned with us as we bring many more top general counsels of India coming forward, sharing their journeys, predictions for the future, and industry insights here with us. I'd like to welcome our next speaker on screen, Dr. Sanjeev Gimawat, Executive Director, Legal and Group Company Secretary, Dalmia Bharat Group. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Gimawat.
Thank you, Kathy. Thanks for inviting me.
You may start your session, Dr. Gimawat. Ashima will join you shortly for the Q&A.
Perfect. First, let me thank you for inviting me to, share my experiences or insight, on the predictions as far as the profession is concerned. To start with, I'm a lawyer, but then besides a lawyer, I'm also a chartered accountant, company secretary, cost and works accountant, or chartered secretaries and administrator of UK. And I've acquired multiple professional qualifications and academic qualifications. But then from the very beginning, law as a discipline intrigued me as it's a prerequisite for all businesses. And I strongly think that the thoughts of a lawyer starts from where the thinking of other people ends. So law as a career helps you in appreciating things from the point of view which probably others may not even consider. Now, with this background, during my student days, liberalization started in the Indian economy, and MNCs made foray into the Indian market. New avenues opened up for the legal sector as a whole. Now, it was that time when this kind of change was welcomed. And to do something new, I thought to get into a profession as a lawyer and particularly as in-house counsel. And during that period, I got those opportunities because the market was opening up. Post 1991, liberalization happened. A lot of multinational companies were coming up. Joint venture were getting entered into. So this was a different kind of atmosphere at that point of time. Currently, this is how the last 3 decades, got initiated. Of course, I practiced as a chartered accountant for some time. I practiced as a lawyer as well. But then finally, I got into a discipline which was mainly the general counsel's discipline. Currently, I am working with Dalmia Bharat Group as Executive Director, Legal and Group Company Secretary. Dalmia Bharat Group is a business house which has a legacy of over 75 years. And I look after all legal, secretarial, regulatory, and compliance affairs of the group. I was associated with large business houses in India, which is DLF. I was executive vice president with DLF Group. I was vice president and head of legal and secretarial functions of JCB, a British company. And before that, I was associated with some of the joint ventures, a European one and the American one. Now, this is how the last 3 decades have been. The way in which I see this profession is that, the whole private sector today is the major contributor as far as the economic growth of the nation is concerned. But the private sector is a highly regulated industry today, and highly regulated at every stage of the process, from a legal regulatory mechanism to the compliance mechanism, from a governance standpoint, and so on. And besides, general commercial laws, industrial and labor laws, There are industry-specific legal frameworks, whether you are in the real estate industry or automobile industry or a cement industry or the steel industry. There are always legislations which are impacting those particular industry, and as general counsel we need to perform our functions within those very framework. So this is what the challenges which the legal industry today is facing, or the private sector is facing, and where the legal industry or the general counsel's role comes into play. I have seen this profession evolving. I have seen this profession evolving from a middle level positions to today a strategic role which general counsel enjoys. And I have, seen, how the in-house legal departments have evolved as a multidisciplinary kind of function, which interact not only in terms of smaller litigations or day-to-day litigations, whether that be commercial issues or the labor issues and so on, but then now today highly specialized kind of issues, whether that be intellectual property rights to general specific laws to various challenges in terms of litigations and arbitrations, etc. So the role which I see as an in-house counsel's role is concerned, I see that it would continue to be a role of a strategizer, enabler, and protector of the business. And in the times to come, technology would be the epicenter of this role. The role would be largely driven by technology in various forms, from automation and digitization of the processes and documentations to use of artificial intelligence and analytics and application of various machine learning models for the legal task. And I'm sure innovation and technology and its use of its legal function is a matter of time, and very shortly we would see a sea change in the functioning of the in-house legal departments, which include all those document management systems to a customized toolkits for different industries depending upon the extent of automation and use of artificial intelligence. Now, I also see a great possibility in the times to come, how the in-house counsel's role would evolve is in terms of the today we are in the fourth industrial revolution, and the fourth industrial revolution is nothing but a use of artificial intelligence, machine learning, cloud computing, and so on. And so with this emergence, the businesses would be driving their operational and cost efficiencies or the benefits to consumers in the form of better services, products, strategic transformation of businesses. At the same time, this would certainly lead to a huge, potential risk or the unintended consequences, including concerns about the cybersecurity or the data protection or the unfair treatment, to customers, or the anti-competitive, outcomes. There would be multiple, potential, risk or the challenges also evolve. They would be involved. Now, there's a fear that the artificial intelligence in an unregulated kind of environment may lead to ethical and legal issues, the transparency as far as the decision making is concerned, or biases, or the procedural fairness and accountability, and so on. Now, these challenges certainly, pose problems for the legal and regulatory compliance frameworks, and we will have to see how the law would evolve in response to this artificial intelligence. So this is where I see the possibility how the general counsel would be performing its role, in the fourth industrial revolution, and there I see that its role would continue to be a strategizer, an enabler and protector of the business. And this is how I define the role of a general counsel in terms of he's a strategizer for the business, because today almost all activities, whether they get impacted because of the one or the other legal issues. If not, even the public interest litigations get filed, the frivolous one at times, and the businesses get impacted in terms of various court orders and all that, and the newspapers are full of those kind of stories. So I think the its role as a strategizer for the business in terms of continuation of the business, in terms of taking care of the risk which are attached as far as the various litigations, whether the frivolous litigations or the public interest litigations kind of situation, to various other commercial issues. They make or mar the businesses. the businesses get collapsed because of these very issues. Similarly, they would continue to be an enabler for the business and as well as the protector for the business. So this is what the contemporary role I see a general counsel's role, and this role would continue as it is, but then in a more more focused manner, particularly with the emergence of artificial intelligence. And I see a role also culminating in terms of terms of various other issues on governance, which traditionally were not part of the general counsel's role. But then I think the governance role, or the today what we are talking about, the ESG kind of role, which is environmental sustainability, and the governance kind of role, that would also get mixed up with the general counsel's role. So in this backdrop, I see that this particular profession needs to be a part of some professional body, which is not the case today, and this is what I'm recommending through various forums to the government and other professional bodies as well, in terms of making them a part of a professional body, and which is what the industry would be needing. This is what the private sector would be needing. These are what my brief views as far as general counsel's role or the relevance is concerned. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me this opportunity of sharing my initial thoughts as far as general counsel's or announced counsel's role is concerned.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kimawat, for joining us today and sharing that. And if I could add a few questions. So what do you, when we speak of Dalmia Group, we're looking at, say, the sugar industry or the cement industry, and you'll be able to tell us better all kind of, group activities. And which also takes me further to my main question, that considering the budget and the impetus and how government is infusing lakhs of crores into the sector, what are some of the things that you're looking at which have worked in the industry's favor, and something that you still believe could be done to do better in the next 5 years? So what are your predictions on those lines?
Well, Ashima, very nice question. But then, I have a strong belief as far as the strong fundamentals of the economy, are concerned. Of course, the government initiatives is one part of it. But then, so far as there's a huge population base is there, a billion, customers, I think the demand would continue to be there, and so is the need as far as the supply part is concerned in various areas. So I think that those are the very strong fundamentals in terms of demography of the country, and also a huge scope in terms of demand supply gaps in almost all sectors. Now, we were talking about a $5 trillion economy for the last few years. Of course, there can be some aberrations. 1 year or 2 years here and there, it doesn't matter. But the fact remains, if not in 2024 or 2025, a $5 trillion economy, perhaps after a couple of years, say 2027. But it's definite that we would be a $5 trillion economy in the near future. Now, considering this, whether government has taken the right steps in terms of creating that kind of infrastructure to achieve that growth, I would say answer is definitely yes. Just take for example, the national infrastructure pipeline. Now, the national infrastructure pipeline itself is containing nearly over $1 trillion kind of investment. Now, that itself would be bringing and boosting the economic growth. Now, these are the steps which the government has taken from an investment standpoint, or from a focused approach for the overall economic growth of the nation is concerned. But then at the same time, the kind of focus which has been given to the MSME sector, which was highly scattered kind of sector. But then the government is bringing with those kind of schemes, whether that be Atmanirbhar Abhiyan or otherwise, in terms of various schemes. I think that is what would be driving growth in the times to come. Besides, various other changes which the government has initiated from a tax standpoint or foreign direct investment standpoint, whether there be an infrastructure sector or the real estate sector, like the PPP projects, the scope has got widened. Now, this is what we need. But what certain things which need to be addressed. One is the policy initiatives, and the allocation of money, that is one part of it. I think what we are lacking today is in terms of some mindset issues in the government machinery, which which causes delays in terms of execution of projects. I think that is what need to be addressed, and I thought that the government would have taken care of through, if not through a budget mechanism, perhaps some other mechanism in terms of addressing that situation to achieve that economic growth. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gimawat. I think it also brings me to realizing that many of our speakers have spoken about, if not today, then earlier on, about how contracts and enforcement of contracts is an issue in the country, and that also keeps us from achieving the ease of doing business or a higher position on an ease of doing business index. What are your thoughts on when you're looking at disputes or contract enforcements and other things in the mix when it comes to your industry?
Well, Ashima, I will not talk about my industry, but then I will give you a flavor that industry is suffering, and all industries are suffering, because you have rightly pointed out the very, very relevant question. We have improved a lot as far as ease of doing business is concerned. We have crossed, all those, milestone. Nearly, we are at around 63 or so. But then just think about it. Just think about it, Ashima, that we are still 163rd rank as far as enforcement of contract is concerned. And enforcement of contract is one of the ingredients as far as ease of doing business parameters are concerned. So why we are poor at 163rd? Have you ever thought about it? The moment you will think about it, then you will notice that India, all that systems and the institutions, we don't respect contracts. We don't respect contracts. And why we don't respect contracts? There are multiple reasons behind it. And one prominent reason, which I can safely say, is that at times Indian courts, they don't respect contracts. If the contracts are not respected by the courts, parties would invariably take chance in terms of inferences on interpretation of the contract. And that is what leading to defaults and non-compliances of contracts. That is only leading to all those litigations in terms of and delaying of the project execution and all that. So I think that is what needs to be corrected. Just to give you a flavor on this, in a commercial contract, if courts invoke Article 142, I think it's not fair. If in commercial contracts, which are written contracts, if you decide matters on the basis of equity, I think it's not fair. It's not good for the industry. Let contracts be respected. Whatever is written in the contract, let's respect that. And I think that is where, the moment we do this, I think we would improve our ranking, we would reduce litigations. And one more thing which I would suggest, that yes, use of artificial intelligence as far as the legal process is concerned, in terms of litigations and arbitrations and all that. I think that would also help in terms of reduction of this part. Yeah.
That's a very great insight, Dr. Gimawat, and how rightly have you put that all out for us. Thank you so much for giving us that information, enriching our knowledge today. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Ashima. Thank you. Thanks for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gimawat and Ashima, for that wonderful conversation and session. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to join our online conversation, let me remind you, it's the hashtag that you need to use, BWGC World, so that we can be part of that conversation as well. And if you have any key takeaways that you'd like to share with the wider audience, then do comment in the chat box below and tell us from the session so far, what were your key takeaways. Moving forward, I'm going to invite our next speaker on screen, who will share his journey, predictions, and industry insights. Calling on Mr. C.V. Raghu, Group General Counsel, Global Responsibility at Samvardhana Motherson International Limited. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Raghu. You're on mute, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Hello.
So, Mr. Raghu, I'd like you to start with your session, and then Ashima will join you shortly for the Q&A.
So just it's a short story. Started with very humble beginning. We started as general counsels at a time when there were no typewriters. There was one mechanical typewriter, from those days, everything used to be handwritten drafting to today, where the technology plays such an important role in all our life. It's been one long journey. It's been, but a couple of key takeaways in life as we moved on. I think for a general counsel, it has been very important to have the highest degree of integrity. Integrity, not financial. I don't mean integrity. That's a given. If you're working in a corporate, there you have to have financial integrity. But more important, integrity of ethics, integrity of work, integrity to the decision making that you do, and that's that because at the end of the day, as general counsel, you are the custodian of the shareholder interest and the stakeholders' interest, and that's perhaps the only responsibility that the general counsel has. Rest all are peripheral to the general counsel's role. I started way back in Unilever, fantastic experience for about four and a half years, and then moved on to American Express. That gave me international exposure. I became the general counsel for India and area countries. I used to manage about seven, 8 countries, and then there comes a time in life where you think that you hit the ceiling, and then wanted to try something on the Indian entrepreneurship side. So joined Match Group as the group general counsel. Worked there for about 7, 8 years, and now I'm with Motherson. That's my short journey, 31 years of experience. Happy to take on any questions. But I think the interesting thing that I've seen is that the way the general counsel role has evolved over the period of time. There was a time where people used to think that a general counsel, at least I can tell you from my experience, when I joined as a law officer for Unilever, my folks used to think that I couldn't do anything else in life, and therefore I joined as the general counsel. But the reality is that it's a very different line. It's a very, very specialized line, and it's a very sorry for that. It's a very specialized line. I think the general counsels complement the external counsels. It's general counsel's job is not a postman's job to be somewhere in between external law firms and internal management. It's all about because the buck stops with the general counsel for any decisions that are taken.
Good afternoon, Mr. Raghu, and thank you for sharing your journey with us. And while you said it's been a short journey, 31 years, it's a great, long journey, illustrious journey that you've had. And I'm sure in that time, you'll be able to tell us some of your, most complex transactions or something that people can take advice from. To take a leaf out of your book. Any interesting transactions that you can share with us, just to let us know more about your world.
I can start off way back when people never thought about mergers, acquisitions. I was lucky to be part of the Tomco merger in 1992-93. I was just about 1.5 years into practice. And those days it was all paper. So we were all clubbed into a guest house where for 4 to 5 days we were not allowed to come out. Okay, because of confidentiality. Everything had to be done inside. There was only one landline in which the senior most guy could speak to the other party. And in 5 days flat, we were able to draft the shareholder agreement and everything there. And I remember it took me half a day to shred all the other drafts that were there. So from that stage, today we are in a world where I do, at least if you know about Motherson, we are a very acquisitive company. At any point in time, I have close to about 20 to 30 M&A transactions on my table, and I don't have to travel. We do everything online. We do negotiations online and all that. But the important thing, I think, one thing that takes away is that it's important for general counsels to have a serious eye for detailing, because when you're doing multiple transactions, the management relies on you, and the management has selective amnesia. If something goes wrong, they will hold it squarely on you. So having said that, but that's the trust that the management reposes on you, and the promoters. Like I hear this very often when people get contracts. Has CV seen this? Now the question is that if the chairman is asking, has CV seen this? That means that he's expecting that I should be doing his job, right? So that's the way it happens. But I think all good things come with their own challenges and own stresses and strenuous. But you have to take it in your stride. Uh, One important thing, you should not take stress for work. That's what I believe, because work will happen whether you are there or not there. Somebody else will do it. But what you need to do, if you're doing a particular activity, you must do it with all your focus and contribution. I keep telling my team that if you're given 4 jobs, you do 2 jobs. I'm happy with 2, but as long as all the 2 are done perfectly, because I'll handle the balance 2, not a problem. But the problem is that people tend to do 10 jobs and screw up all the 10. That's the problem.
Very correctly said, Mr. Raghu. And speaking more about the soft skills, like you mentioned, an eye for detail and being able to keep the stakeholders' trust, integrity. What are some of the other things that you're looking at in your team, or people who are looking to join your team, in-house counsels? What is it that strikes you the most about GC to be on your team?
Honestly, I think, as I said, integrity is the topmost thing for me. I don't really care whether the person is a brilliant person or obviously today above average but to find people with integrity is actually a challenge in today's world. And why I say that, I can elaborate on that. People always, and the younger generation wants to move ladder too fast, too soon, and end up in a crash. The idea is that you have to build the blocks carefully and build it well, and then grow on that. So for me, people who are very much in a hurry, people who don't want to dirty their hands, get into the depth, are no choice, because at the end of the day, it ends up you doing much more than what you're supposed to be doing. That's one. The second thing is that I think people who believe that general counsels, and in today's day, like a law firm corporate career or a litigation career, general counsel's office has come to terms that it's a separate career. It's not that somebody can just step in for a general counsel 3 years and come back to litigation and go back again to general counsel. It doesn't work that way. It is managing, because managing business people time day in and day out is a very difficult, and it's an art that people need to learn. Unlike in a law firm, you're talking to everybody who's your colleague there is a lawyer, so they understand. But if I was to go and talk about Section 188 Companies Act to my business guy, he'll say, hell with you, I don't really care what 188 is. Can I do the transaction or I can't do the transaction? So you got to learn that language. When you speak to the law firms, you have to be speaking in the legal language. When you speak to the business, you have to completely transform yourself into understanding where they're coming from and how do you solve it. And trust you me, there's a very wrong notion that many of my colleagues in the general counsel's office believe that business is always out there to steal. I don't think so. No guy gets up in the morning to think that today I'm going to go and be non-compliant. He has his own passion of doing the business, and therefore you have to be. You must have heard this cliche that GCs have to be enablers. It's easier said than done. It's easier said than done. What is enabling, you just don't know. You got to really get into the skin of the business guy to understand where he's coming from. Because unless you, so I always believe that the learning curve for general counsels in companies is much faster. Because if you really want to know your job, you actually get to know the business much better than even the business guys. And the day you have that, then the business guys will eat out of your hand. Like that.
Yeah, that's great, Mr. Raghu. And when you speak of this, I'm interested in asking how different are the ground realities from the compliances that we see on the book. We can have 10 checklist things that, this is what an organization is supposed to do. This is what the new regulation is. And we have one too many. But when it actually comes to executing them, like you said, nobody gets up thinking that we're not going to be compliant. We want to be. But how difficult is that journey from wanting to be compliant and being compliant?
So I'll a very interesting question, and I can relate to this question very much because I came from different facets of business. From one end, Unilever, which is like top of the pops in terms of that there's nothing wrong that can be done there. And then you go to an American company, American Express, where it's process laid right from top to bottom. You can't, you can leave $1 billion on the table, but not do anything that is. And then you come and join an Indian entrepreneur, very well known, and so the balance is that it's not that the Indian entrepreneurs really want to do something wrong. I think what happens is that they've grown from a very small scale to a large scale, and they're surrounded by people who have historically been in the business of doing it the other way around. Okay, so penetrating that circuit is your biggest challenge. Once you penetrate that circuit and you are in direct contact with your promoters or whoever are the decision makers, life becomes very easy. I will give you a recent example. We were talking about something. We were making a massive acquisition, and the seller did not want the sale price to be published because he saw that as a risk to his life in his country, right? And on this side, we have the stock exchange disclosure where we have to say if we have acquired a company, what's the price. So obviously the business was pushing, trying to be very nice to the seller. We got on a call, and I just said to the chairman, I said, your choice is between you taking a regulatory risk and being issued show cause notice by SEBI versus explaining to the seller that it's a mandate. And the decision was a 30-second decision. He says, I am not going to do anything that is unlawful. If it is a big deal for the seller, I will not do the deal. But I will not do anything that is unlawful. So the message at the top level has never been wait. It's actually, and sorry to say, it's the sycophants who have survived over the years, and that's a reality. This would have happened for GE, American Express 150 years back when they were held by promoters. Now they are all public listed companies, so therefore that set of people have moved away. But promoters companies will evolve, and I think some of the things that the promoter companies do, we have something known as quick evaluation, quick decision making. The decision making is so fast that I didn't tell you, and it's not. People believe that decisions are taken quickly without getting into depth. No, they go into as much depth as others, but the decision making is much, much faster than what multinationals can even ever imagine. So there are pluses and minuses. I think the Indian industry is about 40, 50 years old. So you have to grant it to them that they will evolve. And it's not that you don't have companies anywhere in the world which are not corrupt. Okay, let's be very clear. The biggest corruption cases come from Japan and the US and the UK. So it's not that we are outliers. We are gradually getting there, and we will get there. And with so many Indian groups that are becoming true multinationals, like the Mahindras, Tatas are there. We are a multinational. We started with a humble beginning of 1,000 rupees. In 40 years, we are a $14 billion company. So, and operate in 42 markets. So it's if your heart is at the right place, you'll go places.
Thank you so much, Mr. Raghu, and for that candid conversation. I think we haven't been able to get those real nuts of wisdom from anyone before. So thank you so much for sharing all your experiences with us and your practical knowledge on things. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashima. Pleasure is all mine.
Thank you so much, Mr. Raghu, and thank you, Ashima, for steering that conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are moving right into our next speaker's journey, predictions, and industry insights. I'd like to welcome Mr. Badrinath Durvasula, Managing Director, Legal, ESSA Group of Companies. A very warm welcome to you.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Wonderful meeting up the team with, and it's my pleasure to be there with you.
Mr. Badrinath, I'd like you to take the session forward, and Ashima will join you shortly for the Q&A then.
Okay, that's fine. I'm ready.
So, Mr. Badrinath, you are live. You may start the session now.
Okay, fine. I think let me start the session by stating the kind of a journey which I've had as a general counsel. I think I started with the General Insurance Corporation, but post that, when I moved into the private world, it was the Asian Paints, where I was a general counsel, followed by Reliance Industries Limited. At the apex, when both the Ambani brothers were together, I was heading the operations, including that of setting up the new refinery at Jamnagar, and I was based in London for about 3 years in terms of erecting that mega project, which has given me substantial experience. And thereafter, I moved into L&T, the Larsen & Toubro. I was a general counsel for the Larsen & Toubro, handling a number of assorted businesses. And that gave me a fantastic perspective about the contract management and what the contractor would actually look at, contra to what Reliance Industries is doing it as such. So it's a contra thinking about it and how to execute the projects efficiently, diligently, and up to a mark and class. I think that's what Larsen & Toubro has really taught me. And thereafter, my journey went to Adani Group. Adani Group, as we all know, is a very aggressive group, cash rich, very ambitious, but at the same time, very conservative in some of the businesses. They don't want to get into some businesses, but definitely they will pitch in some of the good businesses where they see a huge potential. I was there as a GC with them for a reasonably long time. And thereafter, for my own reasons, I had to move out of Ahmedabad back to Bombay. And now I'm currently managing director with the SR Group. SR Group is into a phase 2 of the past, and now the new promoters, the siblings of the Ruya family, have taken over, and they have been doing pretty good in terms of international business as well as the Indian business, and scaling up their investments into multiple geographies. I think that's where the journey started. If you ask about the kind of a niche practice which I had, I come from the manufacturing background as well as the contract management. Both the things have really given a kind of a good perspective working with all these companies. That's a little journey. If you ask me about the specific experience which I have it, I think overall it is a project management which has really sailed me through all these years. The project management is a very complex management, and it doesn't come as a kind of a handy tool to anybody. It's only one need to live with it and travel with it and experience with it and mostly get the kind of bangings out of it. Then only one would mature in terms of getting the project management kind of an experience. When you speak about the project management, it's not only merely the contracting, but running the contract through a period of time till the turnkey contract is delivered to the hands of the customer. And during the course, there'll be many pandemics, like pandemic-like situations, but ultimately there'll be project delays. But remember one thing, that the owners are a few as much as the reputed contractors are a few. So the life revolves around the two sets of people who are really interdependent on each other. So independent of who the owner is, who the contractor is, ultimately there is a bonding which is there between the people. And that's where the L&T has showcased to the world that it is one company, one need to be reliant upon, and really can deliver the goods the way in which the customer wants. I think the customer satisfaction being the epitome of any kind of a contract management, I think the project management has got a huge responsibility in terms of commercials, in terms of variation claims, time extensions, and sometimes you need to forego some of the jobs which you are doing, and contractual reductions. They are very essential. Then only one will be in a position to really go through. That's one aspect. Then second is that during the course of the project management, obviously no contract goes without a kind of a tussle between the two parties. Every contract, small or big, there is bound to be some kind of a dispute. And more so in a project management, there are bound to be multiple disputes. They can be local, they can be international. And today with the kind of a climate and the situation and the geographical spread we have, the Indian entrepreneurs have it. Definitely the claims are a bit, one need to be very careful about it. We need to live by that. Most of these claims are settled in-house between the parties in a forum which is created for themselves. But quite often, they go out also out of the hands of the parties to international tribunals like SIAC, like ICC and LCA. These are the three major forums where I had the personal experience of going through the deliberations in a very intense, in-depth manner. I think that's what has really given me a kind of a perspective about the international arbitrations. And apart from that, arbitrations and the kind of a contract management, it is a commercial sense that gave me a kind of an insight to rise to a position where I am in today. I think if I speak about a business, I can understand what the business is about and what the parties are speaking about it. And I can appreciate their kind of difficulties. Because working from the RIL, who is the owner, he knows what expectations to take it from the client. And working from L&T, what a contractor expectation from the owner. So both things blend together. I had a fair ringside view of how the kind of things that will pan out between the two parties. So whichever position or whichever role we take, I think we need to step into the shoes of the other side. That's something very essential in this profession. As a general counsel, one need to say, yes, we need to advise the side on which we are working. But at the same time, we don't have to really give the sense of the other side to my side. But definitely, I need to carry the perspective of the other side to my side to appreciate what their thinking process could be. Because in many situations, there'll be kind of a kind of an alternatives that will be generated. So what are the best alternatives that would come out of a situation? It's called a situational analysis. Is something which we prepone or we try to tend to present to the management so that the management is prepared and apt to take a kind of a call whether to go with a dispute or whether to go with a settlement or whether to go with any other alternative as such. So I think the commercial angle is something which is very essential for a legal counsel to comprehend and understand. There are three golden rules to be a successful general counsel. One, understand the business where you're working. I think most of the legal fraternity in their younger days, they may think that just wetting an agreement or just going through a dispute is the end of the road. It's not that. One need to understand the kind of the industry for which they are working and what is the inside out. That's a depth they need to go into. Point number one. Point number two is that always look at the counterpoint. Why the other side is giving this kind of a point? What are the advantages versus disadvantages? Am I being strangulated or am I being brought into a kind of an event table? I think that kind of a balancing, a general counsel with his experience would be in a position to make out. Some are takeaways and some are to be really be held back in the right esteem. That's the second point. Third is that please ensure, notwithstanding your budgets, notwithstanding the commitment, notwithstanding the kind of the foresight, notwithstanding the kind of aggression, the side on which you are working, it should not land in a kind of a dispute. Because the dispute doesn't earn anybody a kind of a prize which they are actually looking at. I think to the extent possible, we need to resolve the issues by amicable settlement, and failing which there can be kind of a conciliatory mechanism between both the parties. I don't think any arbitral tribunal or the court is going to do a better justice than the parties themselves sitting together and arriving at a kind of a solution if they put it up. I think that's something which a general counsel need to promote. I think these are the three virtues which bring in the intellectual value, the commercial value, and the legal value. So a legal counsel should not sit in an ideal pedestal of heading a department or anything as such, but he needs to run through the spectrum on an end-to-end basis to understand how he is delivering the value for the money for the business they are in. I think these are the key learnings which I had, if you call it as a kind of an experience which I have it. Now, the other way I look at it, the future scenario of 2021 or maybe thereafter, a couple of years as such, there is a marked shift in the legal tangle or the table on which we are working. Say, for example, the age-old schools are slowly migrating into today the lawyers are specializing in the areas which are the most wanted. Say, for example, the IBC. IBC has become a major kind of an initiative for the lawyers to tune themselves to the kind of a demands which the IBC institutions require as such. I think that's one key area which is going to have a kind of a robust mechanism or the robust kind of a school of thought or a set of lawyers dedicating themselves for the IBC mechanism in the years to come. The second most important school which I see is the arbitration. Already it has evolved to a certain extent, but we are way below that expectation of anybody else as such. The institutional arbitration need to set in. The in-house lawyers need to tune themselves, or the lawyers need to tune themselves to the kind of an arbitration to ensure quicker, faster, and better delivery of the justice. That's the second school. So arbitration is going to have a kind of metamorphosis than what it is as on date. That's the second one I'm looking at it. And the third thing is the kind of the green tribunals. Because today we are at the crossroads in India in terms of the people's aspiration versus the economic aspirations. I think these are bound to come in conflict. So the green tribunals are going to play a dominant role in terms of setting up an industry, encroaching upon the land, or encroaching upon the people's rights, etc. That's going to play a very vital role. For that matter, the tribunals that have been created, but I'm more specific to the green tribunals because I see a kind of a visionary issues with the green tribunals coming into the years. Come 2030, the land is going to be scarce. Come 2050, land is going to be absolutely scarce and the population is going to increase. So how to balance between the equation? I think the IBC, arbitration, and the green tribunals are the ones as far as the future is concerned. Then the second important thing which I'm foreseeing is in terms of integration of the foreign legal councils with that of the Indian legal councils. It's not that today the foreign councils are not advising the Indian people, but at the same time, we stepping into the foreign councils kind of a thought process and foreign councils stepping into the shoes of Indian councils thought process is something still a kind of a vertical divide between the two. There could be some good practices, there can be something different, but they run parallel, they are never integrated. I think in the days to come or in the years to come, a couple of years, not more than 2 to 3 years, with the kind of a dynamism this government has got, or any government in future will also come. I think that gives a kind of an insight in terms of how best we blend our skills, the foreign skills, whether it be arbitration or the kind of a pure law or civil, commercial, whatever it may be, that need to be blended with India. That's a second market shift which I am seeing for myself. The third important thing is the arbitral institutions. Arbitral institutions today, though they have come in Delhi, in Chennai, in Bangalore, in Bombay, wherever it has come, I don't think they're sufficient enough. And they have not really reached the scale where they should have reached or instilled the confidence and mindset of the people who look forward to arbitral institution as a kind of an institution. They are nowhere near the LCIS of the world or that of the SIAC of the world. They're not really reached that kind of benchmark. I think that is something which will come. It's not going to be delayed any further. The government and the people and the industry, they're all together on this front, and the new schools will come in the next couple of years. I'm seeing some consolidation happening on the institutions that are likely to handle the arbitration. There will be a market shift from the individual arbitration or ad hoc arbitration to that of an institutional arbitration. The fourth important thing that is likely to come into the domain is the litigation funding. Today, the litigation has become so expensive, even a good corporate is not in a position to face or budget the kind of a litigation. Already every house is scouting for a litigation funding, including where I'm working. So this is a marked shift than what I was there when I was at Reliance or that of the L&T. They never looked for litigation funding. But today, every institutions, including these institutions, are looking for a litigation funding. There could be a cost and there could be a set-off. But the point is that end of the day, one doesn't burn its own fingers, and the cash that is available in the system can be productively be deployed and utilized for some other purpose. I think that's the whole intent of the litigation funding. Last but not the least, but in my forecast in the next 5 years to come, BIT, the Bilateral Investment Treaty Mechanism, is the mechanism which is going to blow up in a full-fold manner. Because today we have not yet experienced what is a BIT. I'm sure that we are aware about the Vodafone judgment which has come in, but that's a tip of the iceberg. That's one of the ones which have come in. But there are a lot many which are knocking the doors as such, because people somehow have realized that the overseas investment which have been plowed into India have not been giving the kind of effective results, or the promises which have been made by the Indian government or the Indian institutions have not been committed to. So the only recourse left is not the courts, not the civil litigation, which will drag for years. It's a BIT that will come in a big way. So these are the five of the areas where I feel the future is going to hold for the lawyers who really evolve themselves from a traditional lawyership and the legal mechanism to that of an elevated legal mechanism. This is my forecast. I hope I have covered quite a few of them, which I ensure that definitely there was the comment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Durvasula. That was I couldn't keep my hands free because I was writing all the points that you were mentioning, from IBC to arbitration, institutional arbitration, and what a great insight into the Green Tribunal and the land and population, which is going to be a reason for us to worry about, and so many things to take in. And thank you so much for that. And before we close this conversation, any one compliance that you see that companies should look forward to, in the sense of any risk that is coming away in the near future, something that would be a red flag for you? So anything on that?
I told you that I worked with the companies like Reliance and that of the Adanis and that of the SR. These are all the project manufacturing based, including that of the Asian Paints. So this, in any manufacturing hub, I think India is manufacturing centric as much as service centric. If you put on a scale of 1 to 10, the manufacturing is 4 out of 10, and the service sector is about 7 out of 10 as such. In both these sectors, the compliances are little differently focused. In the manufacturing sector, it is the green initiatives and the greenfield projects and the brownfield projects which are of major concern. I may put anything for the plan, I might mobilize the capital, everything as such. But what I see as the biggest kind of the red flag for me is a kind of an environmental concern, environmental approvals. These are the ones which I constantly rate them as a 50% of my risk element. Remaining risks are very minuscule for me because everything is being ready, but suddenly there will be some stoppage for me to set up the plant. That's one way to look at it. So the kind of a green initiatives or the kind of the green rules are the rules which keep changing very dynamically. What is permitted today will surely be prohibited tomorrow. Be assured about it. So when I forecast a 2-year roadmap for my manufacturing or set up a plant perspective, this is something we need to have a red flag all the time. Coming to the service sector is mostly laced with a geographical risk and the local regulation risk. And say particularly the privacy and the data privacy related things are something of a major challenge for a service industry. Even in a manufacturing sector also, whatever we do it and whatever we transfer and whatever we really store as a matter of data, the data privacy, however much we hold it very tight, there are bound to be certain loopholes and the leakages as such. I think that is where we are really worried about it. Let it be any kind of a IT sector company or that of a manufacturing sector company. But so long as the data privacy is not protected, which is very difficult in many times because people constantly attack the data privacy angle and the hackers really aim at that. So ultimately the company is responsible for it. The kind of a firewalls it keeps as such. I think these are the twin concerns which I have on a compliance front.
Thank you so much, Mr. Durvasula. There's been too many takeaways to actually digest. And then, thank you so much for bringing them to the fore, because those are the conversations that we really need to have. And thank you for bringing them to our attention. Thank you so much for your time today.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashima, and thank you, Mr. Durvasula, for your time and for sharing your insights. Thank you very much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're quickly diving into another speaker's journey, predictions, and industry insights. I'd once again like to urge all of you to join our online conversation using the hashtag BWGCWorld. Now, I'd like to join me as I welcome Mr. Jatin Kumar Jalundwala, Joint President, Legal and Company Secretariat at Adani Enterprises Limited. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Mr. Jatin, you're on mute. I'd like you to please unmute yourself.
Yeah. Thank you, Kathy. Good afternoon, friends. First of all, I am grateful to BW Legal World for giving me an opportunity as a guest speaker and to share my views as a General Counsel of Adani Group of Companies and what practical difficulties or practical aspects which I have faced during the journey. Let me share that when I joined here before 15 years, I was having a team of only 5 persons with me. And today, we are more than 70 people in the legal team. This clearly indicates not only the development of the group, but also the importance of the legal fraternity. And if you see in the last 5 years, there has been a 360-degree change in the business patterns vis-a-vis legal complexities. We are seeing tremendous jump both on the litigation sides as well as non-litigation sides. Say, for example, if we see merger and acquisition activities have gone up substantially and rapidly. And such merger and acquisitions are taking place either through JVs, joint ventures, mergers, acquisitions of new business, or acquisition through IBC routes. So in last 5 years, there is a paradigm shift as far as legal world is concerned. And a general counsel, in-house general counsel, has become more of a strategical advisor than only like an implementer. The role of general counsel has substantially grown up, and he has become more like a strategic partner. In today's days, I have seen in last 5 years, if I know the law, it's not enough for me. I may say, or some general counsel may say, I know a lot of laws, I know the amendments, but that is not going to fulfill the objective of a general counsel unless and until he understands the business. Because we have to be careful about the business need, what business requires, and how as a general counsel or as a legal person, I will be helpful to the business. So it is a must that you have to work hands in hand with the business, interact with the business, interact with the CEO, every regular intervals, know what there is a development in the business, how the business is carried out, what type of acts are applicable to a particular business. This needs to be first seen by the counsel, and then he has to go towards the litigation or a non-litigation part. Say in Adani Group, it's a conglomerate having varieties of business, starting from trading to manufacturing and services also. Most of the people know we are in infrastructure, renewable energy, then other energy business. We are also in natural resources, in the real estate also. That means so many businesses are covered at one place. Then it is a must for a general counsel to understand the business first. And that is the need of the hours today to become a successful general counsel. If you see in last 5 to 7 years, even the legal world has also changed a lot. There has been new enactments, and we have to be completely aware about such enactments. Say, for example, Mining Acts, RERA, IBC, amendment to Arbitration Act, competition law. All this has seen the paradigm shift and changes in last 5 years. So it is must for a legal person to be up to date on this. And that is the hours that you should be having a research team in your particular legal department. Every day and day out, you see so many complexities arising, and no new law is established by a particular Supreme Court judgment or some judgment. So your team and yourself shall be completely aware about such developments, including any notifications new issued, any circulars new issued, any new judgment passed, how far it will be having an impact on the organization. Not only this you know, but when you come across certain such judgments which has the impact on the business, it is a must for the general counsel or the team to also coordinate and communicate to the business. Okay, these are the new enactments which has come, and this is the new judgment which has come, which has the impact on our business like this. So, last 3 to 4 years, IBC is becoming a talk of town everywhere. Similarly, GST, that's also an indirect tax which has become evolving as a law. Then it is a must for a general counsel to know about that act and apprise the business. What are the developments in that? What are the implications on this act? You see, what my colleague Mr. Badri said, I agree to it, that litigation is not an end. Actually, we shall try first how to minimize the litigation, how we can stop the litigation. And that is the main, I think, today's objective of a legal team, that how far best we can draft the agreements, joint venture agreements or other contracts, so that there may not be any litigation arising out of those contracts. That is the first important point. Secondly, a litigation is not a result, because it takes a number of years to decide, which may be in your favor or against you. So we should convince and try to find out a way with the business that without litigation, how can we solve this problem? So I can give one example. There are a number of examples which I have been experiencing, but I can give one example. One arbitration we started in the year 2012. And in now 2019, that is after 7 years, I got my money. Because even arbitration, first process at the arbitration, then section 34, then it goes to the High Court, then it goes to the Supreme Court. And even when there is a government against it, then they may go for review and they may go for some other things. So all this takes number of years to complete the process and to get the money. So it's a very important that a litigation is not a solution of any dispute. Apart from that, in today's world, it is necessary to comply with CTC, I am saying. CTC. Some people may say I am talking about my CTC or someone's CTC, but it's not like that. C means corporate governance. T means transparency. And another C is a compliance. Today's world is of these three things. And the people get, or the organization get, a good marking or rating when it adopts corporate governance, transparency, and compliance. And the compliance needs what? Number of things which are required in compliance. And one of the most important point is in automation. Because say, for example, in our port business, that is infrastructure business, if I want to comply with all acts, there are 300 plus acts covered in particular one port business. If I do not do automation, then it will not be possible to comply with everything because there will be some human error in this. So it is a must that any organization shall have an automation as a basic requirement in today's need or today's scenario. You all have seen this, the COVID situation, what has happened in last 1 year. There is a vast change. Previously, the people were having a physical meeting. Suppose I have some meeting in Delhi, I just fly over from Ahmedabad to Delhi and have a meeting and coming back. But nowadays, in last 1 year, if you see, it's the work from home, talk virtually. The same today I'm doing. So this has become a need of the day. And therefore, there are certain points which even a legal team or legal world has to see that work from home is a good system. But in that case, you have to find out a way along with your IT team about the data privacy and how you are in a position to protect your data. That is very important because work from home, people sitting everywhere at home, then data is transferred from X place to Y place, then how you have to put it into a particular automation system that it is stored and put in a confidential way. So these are the needs of today's, I can say today's world as far as General Counsel is concerned. And General Counsel in the coming years also, say for 2021 or above, lot to know, lot to do what they are doing today. There are a lot of interactions which are always going on with the foreign law firms. So 2021 and onwards, we have to be more and more upgrade as far as General Counsel and legal part is concerned from all angles. That is what I wanted to say. And with a note that we all shall come out with this COVID situation at the earliest. And stay safe, everyone. I end my talk. Thank you again for giving me an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jalandwala. Your insights have been so enriching, and the way you put out CTC, corporate governance, transparency, and compliance, I think it couldn't have been said better. So thank you so much for clearing all those things out and in a nutshell presenting everything that we need to look out for. Thank you so much for joining us today and giving us your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ashima. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashima, and of course, Mr. Jatin Kumar. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we have another luminary speaker coming forward, sharing his journey predictions and industry insights. Welcoming on screen in front of all of you. Join me as I welcome Mr. Anubhav Kapoor, Group Vice President Legal and Group Cummins India. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Kapoor.
Thank you so much. It's a privilege to be part of this forum and addressing all of you this afternoon. So today, I think I've been asked to speak about some insights into my personal journey and predictions and industry insights for 2021. And for that, I thank the organizers for the opportunity. But as I got the invitation and was asked to speak on this topic, this kind of jogged me up my memory lane. Some of the old incidents and memories that became alive, that kind of went through in my last 28 years of experience in the industry. And some of them I would want to share today, as it would give you some insights in terms of how we came along in the last at least 28, 30 years as we progressed through the legal profession and legal services in the country. And I started my career in 1993 in the legal professions. And back then, there were only engineers and doctors and CA. And then there was everything else. Unlike today, where students choose being a lawyer as a career choice and prepare for the CLATs and compete with each other, becoming a lawyer was not, at least in the first three career choices for any common student, unless there was anyone in the family who wanted you to be a lawyer. So I had no lawyers in my family. So being a lawyer obviously was not my first choice. So how I became one is therefore an interesting story. And therefore I'll tell you, but first I must provide you with some context of what was going on in the country back then in 92, 93, which I think is more relevant because we are going through a similar transformation in the country now. And many of the young lawyers who are passing out of our esteemed institutions and from the law colleges are also going through a same or a similar business cycle as the country is transforming into a Atmanirbhar Bharat. So this entire thing kind of led me to think about some of those things that I was going through when I kind of started my career. And so at that time, I think the country had been liberalized in 1991, and India opened itself up to participation from foreign entities in its industries, and it was globalizing. The program for economic policy reform had yielded amazing results and had the stock markets buzzing. But soon, in 1992, we faced with a backlash of the Harshad Mehta stock market, which is also one of the popular things nowadays because of the new serials that have come on him, and which rocked the capital market on the then emerging economy, right? And this was it had a rip-off effect on the economy then, and it led to the government of India and reinforce SEBI through an act of SEBI Act 1992. Even if it was formed in 1998, it empowered itself to regulate the stock markets. So during that period, there was so much written, spoken, and discussed about the stock markets, the shares, the IPOs, and how people became millionaire. And this also affected some of the career choices at that point of time, and professions like company secretary became more popular. And that's what I chose and started with. But as many of you will find out, that becoming a lawyer is a natural progression for many of the company secretaries. While I do not deny, but the real reason was not that, right? What inspired me to become a lawyer was the first brush with the Delhi High Court. I was blown away by the glamour quotient of that court. the judges and the senior lawyers who were in flying or flowing black gowns. They were almost like those supermans of the court. And I was quite young, just starting my career. They were shashing through the courtrooms and they were larger than life for me. They were saving the world. Of course, complex litigations, navigating through the complex laws. They had entourages of their junior lawyers following them, very keen to learn and obey. And that's what got me into becoming a lawyer, and a decision I do not regret. Even though I've not practiced even for a single day, but have been an in-house lawyer throughout my career, but this has been a very enriching career. So, but what I really like about the profession is that there has never been a dull day. I got more attracted to the business side in a corporate environment. I felt more enriched, and I worked with many industries like manufacturing, automotive, aerospace, banking, food. It gave me a opportunity to understand different facets of law, like how the same laws play differently in different industries and how different industries use them or not use them to grow and in terms of navigate the complex business environment. I was also fortunate to work for many leading companies and multinationals like Allied Nippon, Domino's, Polaris, Tata Technologies, and now Cummins, which provided me a very deep experience of understanding business very, very closely, handling complex board situations. But the reason I tell you that is that at that time, as the companies became, there was, because of this liberalization, it kickstarted a globalization. And as these Indian companies became more globalized, and the people who were in the profession of in-house counsels, even they became more influential and more powerful in terms of their roles within the organizations. As the Indian companies became more globalized and entered into more complex transactions, the merger and acquisition, and even managing operations in different countries, it gave them a very rich experience of managing cross-cultural facets and also with different facets of law. And looking back, I think the GCs have come a long way in the last 25 years. The globalization of the Indian corporates have added to many of the have added many facets of the GC role, and also I think the GCs have earned a place for themselves among the C-suite on the table over the period. Over that period, the GCs, through their deep understanding of the business, have earned themselves a lot of respect among the professionals now. I do remember in 98, I was called to a meeting where there were a bunch of law firms who had called the in-house counsels, and I almost got a feeling that they were treating me like a non-lawyer or a non-practicing lawyer, and they were kind of the request they had was the collaboration was on a basis of being an influencer to divert businesses, because my company was investing overseas and not being an equal partner. I think that flavor has changed over the period of time now, and it gives me immense pleasure to be part of this fraternity when I think we all work together as different parts of the same fraternity. And that's a very, very fulfilling feeling that I get being in this profession for almost 25 years now. Now, having an in-house legal team, of course, the companies have benefited quite a bit because it brings in true business partnering. It results in superior advice in a timely and cost-efficient way. And I think much has been said, but in the last year, when the world was going through the pandemic crisis, and it brought in challenges that were unique in many ways, the in-house counsels and the teams played a very crucial role in managing the legal compliances, undertaking contractual risk mitigations, tracking government notifications, and more so to enable more predictable business operations, even in some companies, enabling alternate business opportunities, and also work with the law enforcement agencies. The uniqueness of this challenge was that it was not only about interpreting the law, knowing your business better, but it also involved some of the ethical and moral dilemmas and service to the community, which is, I think, the benefit that the GCs brought, the maturity that the GCs brought to the table during those deliberations. I think the Indian economy is growing very fast, and there are significant challenges as well. Issues of regulatory complexity, delays, combined with frequent policy changes and corruption is another one. They raise concern and about getting business done. And we are also at the cusp of fueling our next level of growth and becoming Atmanirbhar, as we all are committed to. And also, we are also embracing a very fast changing new legislative regime. I think next year itself, we are embracing the new labor codes. The new Consumer Protection Act has just come in. We are hoping the privacy bills will be brought in. We probably will be the first country in the world to bring a legislation in terms of non-personal information as well. The emissionization and product compliances are moving at a very fast pace. India almost leapfrogged from BS3 to BS6 now, or BS4 to BS6. And all around, I think we are embracing electrification and things like that, and which will have a very deep influence in terms of many of our industries, including the legal services profession. And I think the general counsels will continue to play a crucial role to support and navigate through the complex business environment and fuel the growth for the companies they work from. I think the two things that are required are basically the passion, and also in terms of the execution excellence, giving the confidence to the companies that they will be truthful and professional partners to fuel such growth. I think that is what I needed to share with you today afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kapoor. So many nuggets of information there. And thank you for enlightening us about all that is coming in the forthcoming years in terms of the new regime or new legislation. And once again, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you, Ashima. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Kapoor, and thank you, Ashima. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know that we also have the award ceremony this evening, so we're not going to waste much time here. Once again, requesting all of you to join our online conversation using the hashtag BWGCWorld. And now I'd like to dive straight into our next speaker's journey, predictions, and industry insights. Welcoming on screen, Mr. Amitabh Lal Das, Director and Head Legal, Compliance and Regulator, Max Life Insurance Company Limited. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Das.
Thank you very much, Khyati. Good afternoon, everyone. So as Khyati has already outlined as to what I'm going to speak about, having this monologue is a bit of a tough act, but still, with your indulgence, I will try. My professional journey has encompassed, I believe, the diverse expanse of professional legal services. It has covered my practice in courts, law firms, and for the latter part of my career as in in-house roles. My in-house role, I believe, was triggered because of the experience and the strong foundation in courts and in law firms, and that journey has therefore been strong and extremely gratifying. This journey has been one of exploration, one of learning, understanding businesses and their needs, and the optimal role of people like us, lawyers, legal professionals, compliance professionals, in order to help the company. Now, that transition is not an easy transition, and I had the good fortune of being mentored by some business people, being directly told that some of the stuff that I was initially telling them did not make sense to them at all, and naturally so, because I came from a background of just my entire world being surrounded by lawyers and people who were legal experts who would talk in a language that was, today I think totally legalese. And then for people who were not from that kind of community, it would have been extremely difficult to comprehend what I was saying. So, this journey went on to become an extremely enlightening journey for me, because the ability to understand why businesses exist and why they do certain things that they have to do, and then how we as professionals could help them, was nurtured and fostered by my colleagues in those businesses who were kind enough to guide me, to help me understand the business. And then for me, because it was the in-house experience has been spread across 3 different industries, 2 of which were multinational corporations, so working with people across the globe, it was a highly gratifying experience where I made a lot of friends. I got perspectives that I thought capable of picking up on my own. So it has been, in that sense, a very gratifying journey, as I said. It has also been a journey of application basically of my understanding of law, legal requirements and all of that, and converting it into something very simple, digestible, comprehensible for all of the stakeholders in the in-house roles. It's the board, the managing director, and peers that you have. And there are some people on the boards that you will always find who are well versed with law and legal requirements, but the rest of the business are actually focused on doing the business. And for them, unless they are made to understand the requirements or the restrictions or the care and caution that one needs to exercise in terms that are very simple and in a manner that actually appeals to them, so that they understand, at times the risks, it doesn't make sense to them. You are always a necessary evil who is saying no because you don't know any other default. And then that journey of learning how to apply this understanding of law, whatever little I had over a period of time, it has become better. And then to put it on the business existence and its operations, making sure that instead of being considered a necessary evil, one was seen as an enabling business partner who could proactively anticipate the kind of troubles one could get into, or the kind of risks one should avoid. And then that has led to I would say, a very fruitful journey where there has been opportunities to make an impact on the business, to make sure that one feels proud in ensuring that predictable business growth is not disrupted because of failures in controls or processes, or just bad judgment with regard to something that the business wanted to do but should not have done. Finally, I have used the word gratification so many times. I mean, it is coming so much today in my mind, because my mind is full of gratitude for the journey that I have been able to traverse. This was a journey that I could not have anticipated or could not have predicted or forecasted when I embarked on this journey. Coming from a totally non-legal family background, getting into law more as a plan B than as something that was really at that point of time aspired. All of this journey, that the way it has unfolded, has been extremely lucky for me, has been extremely enriching for me, and therefore there's so much gratitude. And I must take this opportunity to thank all of the people that I have worked with. To start with, the law firms that I have worked with. I started my career with Vaish Associates in Delhi. So a huge thank you to Vaish Associates. Then I moved on to work with Mr. Amarjit Singh Chandiok, who has been a mentor, continues to be so, and I'm so proud of that association and so blessed to have been guided by him. Then with Mr. Atul and Mrs. Suchitra Chitle in the Supreme Court. I also had a private practice where I worked with Dr. Mrs. Anjana Kaul, who's now a partner with Dua Associates. She has been also a guide and a mentor. Then went to England for a scholarship program, came back after doing an internship there with a smallish law firm there, and working with Kocher and Company, which was another great experience, followed by my first in-house role at Sapient, then 7 years at Yahoo, and currently with Max Life for the last 7 years. So that is about my journey. Khyati also said that one should talk about, what one thinks will be the order of the year 2021 and what is it that we are going to be seized with. And I think that recovering from COVID, as businesses are going to be hopefully through a process of resuscitation, and that will require recalibration both at the operational level and at the strategic level to make sure that the businesses are aligned with the new requirements, both from a business point of view and all of the other regulatory and legal changes that are impacting businesses in India. I think that a couple of things the legal departments in companies will be seized with. Apart from this, need to address the business change, there's also the big, transformational change that is coming about with labor law changes. So it's a one-time opportunity and one-time requirement for law, the law departments to get to the bottom of it and figure out how they're going to plan their manpower deployment and compensation, etc. In addition to that, given that so many changes are going to converge at one time, there are going to be a lot of requirements from internal stakeholders to seek advice from the legal teams. And I think that in 2021, legal teams will be very deeply involved in doling out legal advice on a lot of things that earlier were probably considered as preliminary foundational stuff, because those things are going to be changing. I think there will be a lot of focus on compliance and processes because things are changing, laws are changing. We're going to have new business practices, etc., that we would need to figure out, and make sure that on a consistent basis they are compliant. Then there will be, I think, a lot of learnings, and a lot of legal departments are already delving deeper into all of this, is to figure out that what were the things that we could not anticipate before COVID struck in. So many things in the contract, so many provisions that one could never think of. I think those kind of learnings will consume the time of legal departments to make sure that all of the things that they do, including their contracting templates, etc., are made more robust. In retail businesses, particularly in a business like life insurance, because there has been, the courts have been closed, the offices of the ombudsman have been closed and not functioning. There, I expect, is going to be a spike in litigation, and I think that legal departments, at least my legal department, is looking at if there is a spike, how are we going to deal with it. Finally, in our industry and in my company, we have seen, and I'm sure that this is true for a number of other companies as well, that the way to deal with the COVID times was digitalization, reliance on technology, etc. And I think that the other focus in 2021 is going to be on how the legal department and the compliance department and even the company secretarial departments are going to sync up with a level of technology usage by the larger company, by the larger ecosystem in the company, and what are the different platforms and forums that could be used to make the legal departments more efficient and better off. Efficiency is something that will be the focus, and then how to use technology to improve efficiency is something that I think will be a big trend for in-house legal departments in 2021. There is also a question with regard to what trends I see and what trends I would want to focus on, or I would want not only me or my company to focus on, but I have a thought on, at least one trend that I would want the industry, both the law firm community as well as the company's legal departments, to focus on. And this may come from a slightly selfish point of view, because in my company, I am the executive management champion for diversity and inclusion. And I think that the debate on diversity and inclusion outside of India, within legal departments as also within law firms, to a point that law departments, would look at certain diversity aspects of law firms before they actually get into a relationship or continue the relationship. That is an area that I definitely don't have any firm views on as to how it should be in India, but I would definitely encourage that there is enough conversations between legal departments and law firms on what shape this particular trend should take in India in particular. And I see that there is so much happening in a number of progressive companies. And I, for one, would be a strong votary for this to become a very important point of discussion, which should be a trend moving forwards for the in-house legal department and its ecosystem, larger ecosystem, including the law firms and all. That is all that I had to say. And if there is any time left, I'm happy to take any questions if the format provides. I will also add that there is, Business World has been kind enough to ask to do a written interview as well that was published earlier. So a lot of what I have already spoken may have been covered there, and a lot for those who are interested that I am not able to complete in this monologue or include in this monologue are most welcome to go there and actually read. And if there is anything that I can do in terms of for the youngsters, any mentoring, any guidance, any suggestions that you think I would be a good resource for, I once again reiterate that I'd be delighted and happy to do so. So with that, thank you very much for listening to my monologue. And Ashima, over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dasan. It's so wonderful, and thank you for mentioning the interview. Right, like you said, that interview is there on our website, and we would encourage everyone to go and read for more insights from Mr. Das. But while we have you here, we'd like to, probably at the cost of asking you to repeat yourself, but we'd like to know something about you beyond your role as a GC. We'd like to know what you do when you're not in your office or you're not on your GC chair. How do you spend your time, sir?
Yeah, so I consider that I am employed at two places, one at work where I get the GC chair, the other one is at home where there's no chair. So that is, that is the other part of the service. I have, I like to spend time with my family. I have two young sons, they are just 10 and 12, so they demand a lot of my time, and I love spending time with them. In terms of hobbies, I decided in my mid-40s that I should do something that I never thought I'll be able to do and that I had never done before. And I recall that I was probably the only guy in my school. We used to have a cross-country run every year. I may have been the only student throughout those 10 years in that school. I didn't participate. So I said, this is one thing I definitely need to overcome. So I took to running, and I started running, over a period of time, half marathons. And I had set myself the target that by the time I turn 50, I should have done 10 half marathons. And, that consumes a lot of time. That became a hobby. And when I turned 50, I had clocked in 16 half marathons and 1 10K. That running regime has been disrupted because of COVID, but I have just started, to pick up back, from it's like making a fresh beginning. So, and then whenever we get time, we love to take small vacations, small family, my wife, 2 kids and I. And once in a year or once every 2 years, we take a longish vacation, go abroad. And I was trying to, also synchronize these long, overseas vacations with some running regime. So I did run the Amsterdam half marathon, and there are plans to do more. This COVID has disrupted. So yeah, in 24 hours, Ashima, this is all that I have been able to pack in, and I think that there is some sleep and rest also required. So that is what I do.
Oh wow, that's amazing, and to know that you turn things around at an age where most people would be reluctant to kind of start something or commit to something like that, and that's wonderful. What a key learning there. Speaking of this, Mr. Das, what are the other kind of soft skills you look forward to in your team? Maybe this is the kind of commitment you come from. Maybe never say no, or like I see how you've taken to your hobbies and as seriously as you pursue them, the passion with which you pursue them. So what is it that you look forward to?
So the first thing I look forward to is the right attitude. I think that makes the most difference. If you have the right attitude, if one has the right attitude, I think, and if you're able to demonstrate that so that somebody else can palpably feel it, I think that's the biggest, skill that anybody can have. We are in the business of giving comfort to people. I mean, we are there, I am there. So many of the general counsels that you will be meeting and hearing are there today because, the board and the management and, everybody is looking to us for providing some comfort. And how do we do that? The attitude is very important. And as I said in my, written interview, that when you are a fresher and when you come into work in a law firm or in a corporate setup, and you think that you are a lawyer or a lawyer with an LLM with an overseas degree and all of that, and this is not something that I should be doing because I'm so and so, that attitude is not the right attitude. You should have the attitude of learning with a growth mindset. You should be trying to challenge yourself all the time on how to become better. And when I'm interviewing, I have some patent questions that I asked just to determine that level. And I learned it from somebody, my manager who hired me at Yahoo. I asked him later that, I didn't know a thing about internet. Why did you hire me? And he said, I was looking for and this may be immodest, but he said, I was looking for somebody smart, somebody sharp, who's going to grasp and, things very quickly and who has the right attitude. So I think attitude is the biggest soft skill that I'm looking for. The other one is, communication and resilience, because it is important for legal people or people with specialized skills to be able to turn out things to the other party who doesn't have that specialization in a manner that they are able to understand. So simplification, storytelling, putting things in a manner that the other person can identify with are very, very important soft skills. Resilience, I say, because in our job, as somebody else said, this is a job like a gymnast. You are doing a tightrope walk between business enablement and ensuring that, your controls don't fail. And then you have to do this tightrope walk very gracefully. And for that, you require a lot of resilience. You require a lot of, ability of positivity, proactivity, and all of that needs to come out. And you should be able to, stick to your guns. Business is always wanting to do, and rightly so. That's their job. They will be pushing the envelope all the time. But, the management, the board, and the industry, and the regulators are relying on you to make sure that there is optimization and that there is no over indexation on business gains. So that requires a lot of resilience, and that requires so those are the three top soft skills that I'm looking for in people. And I'm trying to develop in myself, with a growth mindset, this thing, and challenging. I mean, I've just started, and this is the toughest year of my life, this 2021, because of certain decisions I've taken. I've enrolled myself for a 1-year, finance course at XLRI. And It is so tough for me, but, I've done almost 6 months already, and 6 months are to go. And it's so tough. I can't tell you, but I'm just hanging in. And I like people who are challenging themselves. And now that I'm doing it myself, I'm looking for, in people, that kind of a streak.
That's great, Mr. Das. And earlier on, another speaker shared with us that qualifications these days have a shelf life of maybe 3 to 4 years. And so looking at you, I guess you endorse that view because you're also adding on qualifications and learning and taking it as seriously. It's not just any other course, but a very serious course that you've taken up.
Yeah, that's to build, a horizontal skill set over a vertical domain expertise. I think there are so many convergences, and sometimes when I'm in, management meetings, I think that I'm doing great. My approach is right. My logic is probably by far the best, and all of that. But when it comes to some quantitative analysis, or if I have to analyze as to why I shouldn't be the CEO, then that is the biggest delta. Now, I don't want to be the CEO, but maybe I'll be able to contribute better. I will understand, the whole context of business better if I had that lateral skill set. It's not going to take me anywhere else in my job, and I don't want that, but it'll give me more gratification that I'm able to see things in a better perspective. I mean, in my business, earlier I could say that I understand the business very well. Here also I do the high level dynamics, but when you get into the nitty gritty of a financial services business, it is so damn complicated that unless you have a knack for the quantitative stuff, you lose it after a while. And it's okay for me to do it after a while because nobody expects me to do that. But I'm just stretching to see if I can, bridge that gap.
That's great. And looking at your vision for your own company and otherwise, we also heard you speak about diversity and inclusion. I think that's a very important conversation to have, like you mentioned. And it is great that you are so personally involved in that. We constantly have these discussions at the bar and the bench, and how we're not meeting any of that, standard seats that we should have for women or others, and representation has to be equal, but it's not really so. So, what are some of these other initiatives or thoughts that you would like to share with others in terms of important conversations that need to be had going forward in the new decade?
In addition to the DNI, or
in terms of your thought leadership, what other things that you feel that we must be focusing on, not just in terms of your role as a GC, but as such people and companies together? What is it that we should be looking at?
Yeah, there are a host of things that one would have to look at, and I think that DNI is just a very small basic component where a lot of other companies have done great work, and some of us might be starting. And I have no, I don't feel defensive in admitting that we have just started about a year and a half ago. But there are so many other things at the global level that are seizing, the mind space of the top leaders in the world. I think at the WEF, again, there was talk about, what is it called? Environment, sustainability, and that kind of stuff. I think climate change is another one. Which even Bill Gates is saying that after the pandemic, that is the next big crisis that is going to hit the world. Are we going to look into it? We are in the midst of our board meetings, and so we had a committee meeting yesterday where this item was discussed as to what we as a company are doing in that space. As a financial services company, I have to say that while we do a lot of things, we may be at a loss to figure out or to know exactly what needs to be done, and therefore I think the commitment that the businesses should have at this stage is, if they don't know what are these things that they should be looking out for, they should actually be conscious to find out what are these areas where their businesses will be able to make a difference. So is it that I should be given that companies like ours have lots of investment funds? Are we going to invest in our funds in those kind of companies? Are now with the FDI hike in the insurance sector, 74% from 49, the investors that are coming in, are they going to look at us and see that whether we are meeting with those requirements or not? These are things I'm not aware, Ashima, if we have as business in India or as a business community in India, we have thought much about, but there is definitely need for us to think from a from the perspective of the in-house legal community. I think one thing that is very important, and it may be a controversial thing for me to say, but I think that I heard some of the other GCs also speak, the kind of 360-degree view of the business and its existence that GCs have. Is this now time for GCs to become, or to orientate themselves more towards, getting a seat on the board of directors and all of that, if not in their own company, in some other company? Those are things that I think we should be able to think about, deliberate about, and see how we can help each other. I mean, it's not going to happen, in one day, and it's not going to happen just like that. So I think that these may be areas where, and this in particular, may be an area where the general counsels and the in-house legal community must have some sort of a, common strength that reflects, and then the industry and the ecosystem sees this particular, skill set or ability as an important ability or skill set to improve the functioning of the companies from a corporate governance point of view, from an overall perspective. I was talking to a friend of mine who is a influencer of sorts for top corporations with regard to talent, just the overall talent in a company. And he was talking to me and he was telling me things are changing. The kind of talent that companies required, a few years ago will not be the same. That will actually help them in the years to come. So there has to be a different kind of talent. And I think that for the legal community working in companies, it is an important aspect to think about as to how to become, how to become better equipped to deliver more than, as you said, just the GC kind of roles that we have, or the
And you
duties
mentioned,
that we have.
yes, and you mentioned a great keyword there, talent, which brings me to my next question. We're seeing a boom in the gig economy, and we have a lot of freelancers and other people working on contracts. So, what would be a policy change that you would be looking at, or are in the process of looking at, to make that you know um, a a mainstream sort of side of business?
I'll be honest with you to say that, we don't have a policy yet, but the thinking is on. I mean, it opens a whole new different world to people and businesses. And we need to think through and figure out how, this new gig economy is going to fit into our structure and our fabric. And I'm sure that there will be opportunities. There are so many changes happening. I mean, just think of it that pre-COVID, a lot of companies were very proud about the real estate space that they occupied. But talk to them today, all of them, and may I say the sensible ones, are thinking of giving up real estate because you may not need them. You have gone through a cycle where you have seen how the earlier despised work from home, nomenclature has now become the norm of the day.
Yeah.
Everybody now realizes that this can be done. And
Yes.
is there a way to save on real estate and make sure that we have a rotational system? And some companies are doing that, including we are seriously contemplating on how to leverage this. Similarly, we are going to leverage the availability of the freelancers in the gig economy. Right now, while the mechanism has been created, we still don't know, or we haven't yet tapped into the talent pool of the gig economy to see which part of that talent pool is going to seamlessly integrate into our workings. But that is inevitable. All of us are going to do that.
Yeah. And that's a very good point that you make, that we're looking at these things with fresh eyes now, because earlier work from home was probably a term used for people taking a break, who would say we're in between jobs, we're working from home, and it wouldn't be looked at so kindly. A gap in the CV would not be looked at too kindly, and if you weren't working in an office setup, it was probably not counted in. So I think those are some things that COVID has changed for us, and that's a good thing to look forward to. I see, listening to you, I feel there are a lot many more conversations that companies are already having, which are good for us to know about, that they're thinking on those lines. So thank you so much, Mr. Das, for bringing that out to us and our audiences. It's been wonderful knowing you and your side of business. Thank you so much for giving us your time.
My pleasure entirely. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Ashima, for asking those very pertinent questions. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, it is important that organizations start looking at the 3 Ps that have emerged in the new normal. Some of them were already part of it. Now, some of them, the new ones that every organization must look at. People, their mental health, their physical health, their productivity in the organization. Profits, of course, goes without saying, but also planet. What are you doing for the planet? Ladies and gentlemen, on those thoughts, we're going to move forward to our next speaker, who's also going to share his journey predictions and industry insights with us. I'd like you to join me in welcoming Mr. Anil PM, Chief Legal and Compliance Officer, Bajaj Allianz Life Insurance Company Limited. A very warm welcome to you, Anil.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. At the outset, I would like to thank Business World for giving me this opportunity to address this audience, to tell them about my career path and where the industry is headed. Looks like it's a parade of insurance general counsels. So we had Amitabh before me, and you now have me. So let me start with how I got about into the legal career. Basically, wanted to do something which was very different, tread a path which nobody has taken. And that is why when everybody was choosing engineering or medicine, I decided to go with law, sort of a rebel. But having gotten into it and having understood how interesting it is, decided to pursue it as a career. Was practicing, so I did my law from Chennai. Once I finished, I was practicing for 3 years in the high courts there and various other courts, dealing with primarily financial services matter. The bug of going abroad had bitten me also, so did my LLM from the University of Minneapolis. Went there. While I was there, I also managed to clear the New York bar. While preparing for the New York bar, managed to get a few in-house stints. So that is what my first exposure to being in-house. Having come back to Chennai, the fact that having to wear a gown and a coat and a gown and walk around in Chennai summers was not the most encouraging part. But besides that, having gotten exposure to in-house, I decided to get in-house because if I recollect, my first matter before the High Court was waiting for 3 days just to get an adjournment. So wanted to do something much quicker and not spend my time waiting for these matters to reach. Went in-house, primarily went in-house. My first in-house job was with the life insurance sector, was with the general insurance sector, and primarily have spent a lot of my in-house career with the insurance industry only. The last of it being with Bajaj Allianz Life, or rather the current one with Bajaj Allianz Life, where I am handling the legal compliance and the fraud prevention unit. And, I think I have had quite a bit of luck come my way when I was practicing also. Right from the very beginning when I enrolled, I managed to dodge the requirement that you need to have 1 year of practical training before you come on board. So that came about around about that time. But luckily, I was in a batch which was prior to that, so got enrolled. Then the fact that I had amazing seniors, mentors along the way has helped to mold me in terms of what I am currently. And a lot of these learnings, I look forward to share it with my peers and also with people who are part of my team or people who I interact with. Let me talk about being in-house. Being in-house requires a very different approach than from being an outside counsel. Here, there is something what you call as there is skin in the game. So you can't have any caveats. You cannot say these are all subject to conditions. It is a decision which the company wants to take, and they're looking at you to come up with an opinion in terms of can they go ahead with it, or this needs to be modified or dropped altogether. So here is where you are called upon not to just exercise legal interpretation, but also bring into effect nuanced operational and commercial judgments. Because being a business, it is nothing but taking risks. And this also percolates to the legal department, wherein you have to evaluate what are the consequences of certain activity that we take, what the law allows or does not allow you to do, and then advise suitably so that the organization can achieve its objectives. So this is what being in-house, as I said, requires you to be totally involved. And so being in-house, it is also very critical that you are up to speed in terms of what the business is. You can't just approach an issue in isolation. That issue has to be seen in a 360-degree view, seen in terms of context, in terms of what are the processes involved, what are the practices involved, what are the impacts, which this decision or activity would entail, and then come up with an advice to the organization. So more often than not, if you were to look at it from a pure legal interpretation, some of these things would not be possible. But having applied the business learnings that how the operational aspects of it, you are able to come up with a solution which meets the business requirement and also make sure that the company is the right side of the law. So this is where it gets very interesting and keeps the thing going. Being part of the insurance sector, what was attractive then, apart from the challenges that we faced, was the fact that the regulator was also going along with the industry. The sector was privatized in 2000 while we had a whole bunch of regulations. A lot of these, if you were to see till now, have gotten modified because the regulator also learned, the regulator has also gotten feedback and inputs from the sector in terms of how some of these, when applied in a business environment, may not produce the results that they're looking at. And the risks which they want to mitigate by way of these regulations can be mitigated better in an alternative manner. So here, being in-house, being the legal head, you also don a hat where you are trying to influence the regulator to look at the the right side of things in terms of what is it that the companies want to do and what hurdles are being caused by some of these regulations, and how an alternative approach with the right mitigants in place. Because as I said, these regulations are there to make sure that certain harm or evil is not caused to the customer. Now, how these objectives can be met, but in a manner which is less intrusive, which is less restrictive in terms of how business wants to go about it. And here is where, if you were able to convince the regulator, it is a win, a big win, a satisfying win, because you have got something not just for the company, your company, but it is for the sector per se. So this is something which I spend a lot of time on, and I think having evolved over a period of time, having spent time with the sector, knowing its intricacies, I'm able to bring out to the table. And I think this is one of the largest contributions that I'm able to make to the sector at this point of time. Now, in terms of what the sector, while a lot of it has been in terms of the sector, what I spoke about, but what we have seen over this last year, COVID has indeed, not left the insurance sector also untouched. It transformed all of our life. So it is a question of coming into play, or rather bringing into play, not just your skill, but also your will. So a lot of people, touch wood for us, the sector per se actually saw a transformation in terms of moving from a push product to being a pull product. So we had actually customers approaching us because fearing for their lives, hearing these tales of people. I mean, at least initially you had people dropping dead on the streets and all of that, the grim picture which they were seeing. They wanted to make sure that their financial interests are protected, their dependents are left with a safety net if anything were to happen. So we saw a lot of demand for insurance products from the customer per se. Unfortunately, the fact that this you normally give through a term product. But the fact of the matter was you had lockdowns in place, and now these term products require a certain amount of medical examinations happening, which people again did not want to do. These medical tests, go to a hospital where, is the last place you wanted to go. So how do you balance these, which is the environment, with the expectations? The expectation being I need a policy issued in time, and also the regulation which says that a certain way of how do you need to do things physically, an application needs to be filled out. But thanks to the regulator, who was very, I would say, far-sighted, a visionary, came up with a lot of relaxations, came up with a lot of dispensations which encouraged digitalization of this whole journey. We went about making sure that we solve all of these hurdles. One such tool that we developed was an app which enabled sharing of the proposal form to increase transparency. So the whole thing face to face was moved to screen. You had you call up a customer, set up a time, then you share your screen where whatever the customer tells you is entered on this application form. He's able to see what it is. There are any corrections to be made. He tells us on the spot. Once it is done, it goes out to him. He accepts it by way of an OTP, and then the proposal gets generated and a policy gets issued. The medicals, we went to telemedicine. We did some video MER. So wherein we had doctors call out these customers, and all of these again required a whole tweaking of our processes, which would mean that some of these regulations, some of our practices which we've been following for the last almost 20 years, we had to re-engineer it quickly. But as I said, the regulator was a great help. They gave us a lot of dispensations. The fact that we knew what the pain points were and we knew how these could be addressed enabled us to provide legal advice, which could say saved the day in terms of how the company could go about providing its services. And also what it did was, I think we feel very proud that we are able to contribute to the society. So here was the safety net which these companies were able to provide. And generally, when any claim comes, we frown upon them, especially when they're early claims, because it means that there is some element of suppression of a material fact, because usually death, unless it is an accident, for it to happen in a year is very rare. But here in this cases, we knew that COVID is something which nobody knew when they got it, and as soon as you got it, initially at least before this whole treatment procedure was finalized, we had a lot of fatalities. So we saw initially we had a very low claim. It was because people not being able to reach out to us. But towards the end, we saw a lot of these claims, and irrespective of they being early, we managed to settle this within the provided timelines and with minimal investigations and delay to the claimants. And for this, we are very proud of that. As I said, we were able to contribute to the society at large, because business is not just about making profits. Business is also being there when the country or the citizens require you to be there. And insurance is nothing but being in the business of paying claims. So to that extent that we could contribute, we are very happy that we could contribute. And where do I see the industry growing? What COVID has done is COVID has speeded up the pace of digitalization. So while a lot of these things which would have happened over, let's say, 5-10 years, a lot of these things have happened in the 5 and 10 months. Now, along with this innovations and new practices come in new challenges. Privacy is a big thing. Privacy is something. Now you have the draft privacy bill which is on the anvil. We have, being insurers, being life insurers, so there is a lot of sensitive personal information that we collect. Now we need to ensure that the person is made aware as to for what this is being collected, and how when we process and use it, we use it for the right purposes. So privacy is something which we are focusing on, more currently, especially so that a lot of these things are digital, making sure that our whole infrastructure is not vulnerable to any hacking attacks, making sure that it cannot be accessed by people who are not otherwise authorized to, and make sure that we are able to provide a safe location where these data can be stored and not be used for any other purposes. In terms of trends, what it has also done, and Amitabh had rightly mentioned this, that companies are relooking at their physical presence. What we are doing is we went through all our branches. We kind of did a little bit of analytics to it, applied a little bit of analytics to it to identify which has clusters in terms of customers, which has clusters in terms of employees, and then identified some of these branches which we could now downsize. So these branches would purely serve the customer. They will be more of a service location, and the employees we mapped them to a different location. The fact that at the company we are doing a rostering helps, saying that at any point of time we don't want more than 50% of the workforce coming into work. This has helped us plan our physical of infrastructure, which would mean that where I had 100 people, with frosting I have 50, which means I have space for another 50 more to come. So this is something we're trying to also take advantage of some of these situations which have been created because of COVID, and try to work around those. And this is where the legal department is also supporting in terms of negotiating the leases, or taking up new leases as and when we take up new space there. And innovation, while from the company side, a lot of this innovation is happening, we have also made sure that the legal department, along with the FPU and the compliance teams, are also not, in the being behind in terms of adopting technology. So simple things like signing agreements, because the authorized signatory not being in office, we are not able to get these documents signed. We have now moved to a tool where these gets generated over stamp paper, sent across to the counterparty signs it, it comes back to us, you get a notification on your phone that there is this document to be signed. You click on this link, it takes you to a page, you go through the document, you either scribble your signature on the screen, or you affix your Aadhaar based signature. So these are, as I say, some of these technological tools that we have adopted, making sure that we keep pace with the trends, we don't fall back on how the world is moving. And also, we treat this as a delight to our team members also, because for them, what we've seen is, rather from my in-house years, I started out as an independent contributor, grew up with the smaller teams, now have a fairly large team. But what I want to give to them the experience which I had encountered. Being the individual contributor, you get to do a lot of these things, and a lot of these things are new. So here, now that you're having a team in place, what usually happens is you tend to do a certain activity. It gets repetitive, but you also get better at it. You become a specialist. But to make sure that everybody has a flavor of what all activities the organization done, we also do a rotation, and we also have them work on some of these new practices. So a lawyer who I knew only as a lawyer, now I know him as also what do you call, a computer whiz kid, because he's taken this entire tool which I told you about, digital signature, and managed to get this implemented with very minimal intervention from my IT department. And this excites him. I'm excited to see this thing going live. And these are the opportunities which I want to provide to my team. And as I said, there are at Bajaj Allianz Life, there is enough and more activities that we keep doing to keep us engaged, because after a certain period of time, having done certain things, you feel that you are getting stagnated, and especially with large teams and performance evaluation, there are always heartburns. So what we cannot give somebody monetarily, what we try and give to them is in terms of the experience, the learning, develop them as future leaders, develop them as future general counsels, and at least they feel that the time they have spent with the company is meaningful. They have gained from it while contributing to the company. Because one thing which I have learned is empowering people and giving them the right skill sets, telling them that they are free to fail, but make sure that they fail fast and learn from their failures and do this. We have seen tremendous results. Everybody in my team is empowered. We have ideas starting from the lowest level, which we have implemented successfully, and we are seeing a lot of benefits out of it. That, in a nutshell, is what the sector is, where it is headed, and what Bajaj Allianz Life is also doing.
Thank you so much, Anil, for sharing that with us. And you've rightly mentioned innovation, which is clearly the buzzword these days. And more on that, Anil, what are the things that, if I may ask, what are the things that you're looking for in your team going forward? Some of these tech advanced people, or somebody who knows has more horizontal view of the things, or the 360-degree view of things. And also, like we've heard earlier today, 7 habits of successful people. What would be those 3 things about you that make you who you are?
I think the first thing is, it's a saying, listen to understand and don't just listen to respond. Because it is not that you have all the answers. It is not that you know all the approaches. Somebody else may have the right answer. And it is very important that you get all of these perspectives, because you tend to approach things in a certain manner. And having had so many years of experience, while you do get certain perspective, but there are certain things which are ingrained, which very difficult to change. It is human nature. But if you are willing to listen, give the other person credit, not disclaim it from the word go, be stuck with your what you think is right. I think that is the one of the biggest strength of mine. As I said, irrespective of, it could be my paralegal, it could even be somebody who's responsible for sending out couriers. So everybody has a say, and they are encouraged to say this. And by that, we have seen tremendous changes, tremendous learnings, which we have managed to take it back, and our lives are better for it. It is not just the organization is meeting its objective, but here is somebody doing a task, now seeing it through somebody else's eye, bringing in a slight change, sees that the task is a lot more easier, and the outcome is more beneficial to the organization. The second one is, I think, ask for help when it is required. It's a little extension of what I told you in the first place, because as I said, you do not have all the answers. And with technology, if you feel that, this tool which I told you about, this took a while to get where we are, but the initial stages, so it was lawyers who said, this is my experience and this is what I think the output should be, and basis which let's go about creating a tool. But then when we change this to see that, all right, let's talk to a few vendors, let's talk to peer companies who also do these tasks, try and understand their challenges and how they've encountered it. And we've made tremendous space in terms of the changes that we got and the results that we got once we started doing that, because we knew our skill is law. Now if it requires technology, if it requires some amount of uh, uh, technical expertise, then yes, call upon those experts. And what I have also seen, the kids these days are phenomenal. Be the people who, even the lawyers who are passing out now, they are adaptation of technology. They know these buzzwords. As I said, I hear of somebody who's less than a year in my team, hired predominantly for as a litigation lawyer, but then he's managing contracts and he's turned around my entire contract management piece. So these are skills which you require some amount of technical way, but the basic thing is that yes, things can be done better. That approach needs to be there. And feel free to discuss with others. That's when you get to hear new ideas and approaches.
And you very correctly also mentioned fail fast and reinvent. So I think that's a great learning there. Thank you so much, Anand, for sharing all your views with us and for your time today.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, apologies on staying mute while talking to you. So here, let me welcome once again Mr. Amit Tukaral, Vice President, Legal and Compliance, Lupin Limited, to join us and share his journey, predictions, and industry insights. A very warm welcome to you.
Yeah, I'm there. All right. Can you hear me okay? Can you see me okay?
Yes, absolutely. A very warm welcome to you.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much for inviting me to share my views. I think I can. So I'll start with the thought that I've been quoting to some of my other friends and family here. I think the legal fraternity, and not the entire world actually, but including the legal fraternity and globally as well as in India, and irrespective of whether you're in-house or whether you are external, I think we are living through a perfect storm. When I say that we're living through a perfect storm, it's because the magnitude of the changes that already is here by way of the global pandemic and the work from home environment, the exceptional speed of digitalization that has just overtaken everything, the change on a geopolitical context. If you look at how the intercellular relationship between countries and nations is working, the entire shift in the way one of the largest powers in the world was being governed. I think all those factors combined, and the technology, most importantly, the technological advancements, with AI and with machine learning, and you have autonomous cars and whatnot coming over the next few years. I think we are living through a perfect storm. And I think it is the responsibility of each and every individual as well as our organizations to pivot and adapt this change and reinvent themselves in the most efficient and best manner that they can to really take either lose out or make good on the opportunities that this perfect storm presents, because it's not always, there are opportunities within the storm as well, or you could just simply get swept away. So that's my first word of caution that I would share with the entire audience here who's listening, anybody who want to mull over that. In terms of my professional journey, I can share what stood out for me. I think if that is the question that you're asking, if I can just clarify on the question that the moderator had posed me, can you please repeat the question one more time so that I give you the most relevant answer? I'm not just rambling about my own professional journey. Sorry.
Hi, Amit. Yes, good evening. Welcome to BW Legal World. Yes, we'd love to know about your journey, your experiences, your predictions for the future, and the trends you have in mind considering you're from the pharma and healthcare industry that everyone is talking about. You're in the middle of everything. The spotlight is on you. So please take us through your experience.
Thank you, Ashima. So okay, so I'll start with how I carved out my role and my journey, my pathway over the last 21 odd years as a first generation lawyer, with no legal background, nobody in my family who ever practiced law. I come from a small business family. My father's been a serial entrepreneur. He started with nothing. He created enough to give us a comfortable, comfortable and aware childhood. I think that is how I would put it. And once my parents actually seeded the thought that I should get a professional education. That is when I chose to start on this path. I've been here on 21 odd years now. I have, I started my career. I started working in the second year or third year of my law school. I was interning with a tax lawyer, direct and indirect tax lawyers. Then I worked with a corporate commercial lawyer in the Punjab Haryana High Court, working on just what the liquidation issues or the the shareholder meeting issues that would come in that chambers. I learned greatly from both my seniors then, my gurus as I call them, and this is all before I actually graduated as a lawyer. Upon graduation, I was working in the chambers of Mr. Rajiv Atmaram. Actually, in fact, I should mention I was working with the chambers of Shri Anand as well. Both of them are senior counsels, very celebrated lawyers in the Punjab Haryana High Court. And my foundation as a litigation and a constitutional or an administrative law lawyer kind of was, that entire grounding is there. So I have a lot to say about that. At a immense gratitude for the learnings I got from those two chambers. Because I was a first generation lawyer, I chose to get a foreign degree. I qualified. I did the Masters in International Economic Law from University of Warwick. I went ahead and qualified as a solicitor in England and Wales. So I am on the rolls of solicitor, but I don't have a practicing certificate as yet because I'm not practicing English law. When I came back and I worked with an IP firm, I was always curious. I always wanted to do the new thing. I was always driven by change. I always felt I thrive in complexity. So I've always wanted more complex issues and strategies to work on. And I think that being the common unifying theme throughout my career, which drove the choices that I made in my career. So I worked with Lal and Sethi, which was an IP firm. I headed their Bombay office. I was working on, Fortune 500 brands, and we were representing Motion Pictures Association of America and their entire copyright strategy at the time. I would train, the social service branch, crime branch officers back then on copyright law and customs officials on copyright law, and manage bunch load of anti-counterfeiting and other associated matters. A lot of work in the media and entertainment industry. And I then moved into the other side of the fence, which I got my first in-house role with Reliance when they were launching the largest FM radio network. They wanted somebody with a copyright background, and because of the time I spent with Lal and Sethi, they became interested in me. I helped them close the entire music licensing for their 45 stations that they had to launch with the developments of the grant of license. And from there on, I moved to Tata Sky. By then I had become, I thought of myself as a media entertainment expert because I'd worked in movies, I'd worked on the radio side of things. On a copyright law perspective, I'd worked on copyright enforcement issues to licensing issues to now it became broadcasting law and policy. So we did some phenomenal work in those 5 years for Tata Sky when it was really it was an entirely new market segment that was entering the market, because pretty much 80% of the country, pretty much 100% of the country at the time consumed its news, its content and broadcast through cable operators. And the satellite pay TV space was really was trying to change that entire consumer habit by creating an entire segment. So I spent 5 years there, worked on some phenomenal challenges relating to technology, on interoperability standards and whatnot, to the first competition investigation that became that was targeted at us, and we successfully resolved that. We were victorious in that. Very contentious content acquisition issues, against very resourceful opponents, because the industry was vertically integrated. You had broadcasters who were also distributors, both analog and digital. So, Z would not want to give its content to, for example, to the Tata Sky platform, and we had to then fight for it. Similarly, ESPN with its, innovation coming in through HD and, various other, broadcasting innovations, and then to make sure that we have the most efficient licensing and the pricing that we can get. So really leveraging the regulatory framework to kind of negotiate with our all the broadcasting rights for. So that was really interesting work. My journey then again was, I think, as the previous speaker mentioned, that I had started. I was already managing a team, and when I was Lalin City, in fact, I had two members. There was a retired assistant commissioner of police traffic who had joined us so I used to work collaboratively with a senior gentleman and kind of had that in mind. But then in my first, I would say, almost 3 years, the next 3 years in the in-house side, I was working as an individual contributor. So pretty much every complex draft, agreement to responding to consultation papers on technical issues, I would do the thinking, I would do the writing on it, and those almost became acceptable as standards within the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, and just added, just all the attempt was always to bring in thought leadership, and I think that kind of resonated with my leaders that I was working with, the regulators that I was working with, and I think they were gracious enough in offering me opportunities to really, at least work efficiently in that space. Around 5 years after Tata Sky, I went and worked with Monsanto. Monsanto again was in a completely different space. I took that as a challenge because I did have an offer at the time from one of the largest global media companies, but I wanted to reinvent myself as a lawyer. I'd spent already 7, 8, 9 years in the media entertainment space, and I wanted to, I was curious about the agri-biotech and, really, let's say, more emotive and more vulnerable consumer, which is the farmers consume, right? So and it was Monsanto at the time was the world's leading genetically modified crops technology organization, and the story behind that, I found to be really inspiring, and I called those 4 years, I call them as trial by fire, because it was an extremely politically charged environment globally, because you were servicing the most vulnerable sector in the Indian economy, which is farmers. But at the same time, we were creating value for the Indian farmers, and that value creation could be demonstrated by that in 2002, when Monsanto launched the GM technology in cotton, India was a net importer of cotton, and 10 years later, when I joined them in 2012. India was one of the largest exporters of cotton in the world. So on the back of Monsanto's technology, the entire industry, the farming community, cotton farmer community, had their fortunes had changed. And I found that story really inspiring. I found the technology really inspiring because it was stuff of science fiction where you are really talking about genetic modification, integration into plants, and really technical seed law aspects, and gene flow, and working with scientists and really understanding their thought process. I thought that was really, a really creative environment for me as a lawyer, as a professional, and I thrived in there. But as life throws you curveballs, I've had my ups and downs in career. Monsanto got bought over by Bayer Crop Science at the time, and I was one of the first few of the people that were let go, and that is the curveball that got thrown away. And Monsanto today doesn't exist. But if I look in hindsight, Monsanto was the space where I got to play a role in life sciences sector as well. And that is how my career got defined, as a life sciences and a TMT lawyer. And that is how I recognize myself as well, that, I participate in both sectors, and I'm familiar with the issues that happen in both sectors. And I think I'm able to creatively add value there as well. From there on, I'm, again, moved into another stint with UFO Movies, which was similar to Tata Sky, but really servicing the cinema industry. And then over the last 3 years, I've been associated with Lupin. I'm their global general counsel per se, not looking after the US operational issues, but pretty much, everything that happens within the India business, and in all the other subsidiaries that Lupin has in other jurisdictions. I lead a team of people that will support that. I led a team of about 15 lawyers and 3 compliance and ethics professionals. And, it has been a fantastic stint, but it has, time has come where I'm saying goodbye to this stint as well. and I'm trying to reinvent myself into what to do next for the next 20 years of my life, and that is the space I am at. I exit out of Lupin in April, and it's a conscious decision because I think I spoke about the perfect storm. I am very aware of that, and I am conscious of the fact that I think what Lupin gave me was a global worldview on how business is getting done. The challenges that businesses has, the really issues that in the healthcare system that the jurisdictions kind of are focusing on. So not just India, different markets have their own dynamics. India is different as a pharmaceutical market versus Japan, which is really you have a large part of the community which is elderly. They're in advanced stage. So the dynamics of these were really rich training ground for me, and I'm eternally grateful for Lupin for the opportunities that I got to work on there. But talking about I could see huge amount of health tech digitization effort which I oversaw and I assisted the organization with. So entire the emerging technologies on telemedicine side, on on the e-pharmacy side of things, the smart devices or the investments that we will look into at various very cutting edge startups. All of that I think are the next phase of how work will be done. I think every business is trying to pivot into being more relevant in the new world, the new normal as we may call it. And that's, I think Lupin is doing wonderfully, and I'm sure every organization out there is thinking about it, and all the leaders that have been here on this platform would be dealing with that in their and their day-to-day jobs as well. So I think as leaders we need to pivot, and we need to help our organizations, because it's a question of sustainability, it's a question of jobs and lives, and I think to be aiding organizations in that change is absolutely critical. So I would say kudos to everyone, every general counsel out there. So that's the thoughts I had to share. If you have a follow-on question, I'll be happy to take that as well, Ashima.
Thank you so much, Anand, for sharing your views with us. And if I can ask you to kind of give us in 3 points your, the most the kind of risks that you're looking out for, or you'd like to tell others to ward off in the coming year, and also 3 things that you find are a must in a GC. So over to you.
Sure. I will start with the second question first, Ashima. I think as a general counsel, we work under several pressures in an organization. And when you're handling a large $3 billion business, and you're servicing, I won't say, when you're servicing a $3 billion business from a legal and compliance perspective, the let's say your role in that scheme of things become extremely critical, and how you operate from your most authentic self, I think that becomes extremely important. So your more authentic self, if that is towards operating from a higher ground and and ensuring that you act as the ethical voice, ethical judgment within the organization, and at least you contribute to that thinking within the organization, because obviously, there are several leaders in an organization. You're not the only voice. But at least if you can, contribute to that discussion, to that dialogue, I think that's extremely critical. So that's the top skill I would say a general counsel needs to have. At the same time, keeping an eye on the risks, and that ties in with the first question. I think the risks around non-compliance are significant as we do business in this new paradigm. Ethically, morally, and of course legally, we have to be correct in our decision making. We cannot afford to be wrong there, and that ties in with every innovation step that you will take. The kind of people that you will hire for the organization, depends on the kind of technology or legal tech that you will deploy in the organization. That will tie in with just about every decision that you either that you take or you contribute to in an organization. So I think those are the top skills that, as a general counsel, that comes to mind. Another would be, of course, as a general counsel, I was leading a team of about, like I said, I mentioned about 15 to 18 people, and I had leaders as my direct reports, and there were levels within the organization. And when you're a manager of managers, I think the expectation from you would be that you need to really be the compass, because you are working with really, really bright minds, who in their own right, they are, extremely talented professionals. And as a leader, it is your responsibility to help them grow, to level up, and make sure that they are ready for the next, they are ready for the next opportunities that, within the organization or the outside world may offer them. So you leave a mark as a leader on your team. I think every thought that and every aspect that you share, I think that has to demonstrate, very significantly the leadership or the right moral position, because you are leaving your imprint on that team, on those humans, and they are going to have an effect on the world, and you can't go wrong there. So that's extremely important as well. On the processes side, of course, we all, in my journey of 20 years, whatever I've learned in my various organizations, I try and impart. I try and make sure that the best practices of whatever I've learned and seen, or the human behavior that I've seen, observed, I think that continues to, continue to carry along with me, and make sure that, at least I walk the talk, if nothing else, no matter where I am. So I think you're on mute, Ashima. Sorry.
I'm sorry, that's happening too much today. So, what are the kind of risks that you're looking at in the year forward that you can foresee that companies should gear up for?
I think digitization. I think the legal services market is also transforming. So there will be a lot more. I think the relevance of the big names, and I don't want to take away anything from anyone in terms of their talent and sheer knowledge, and the just visionaries that they are, at least in the Indian space as well. But I'm going to take a little more macro view on this, because I'm going to take a little more India-centric view, because globally things are a bit different. India-centric view would be that the reliance that we had on big names, that is going to change. I think it is going to be more important on the value that the thought leadership your service provider is going to offer you. The song and dance that probably was tolerated earlier may not be, will be much more difficult for organizations to really take into account. I mean, and because your entire efforts on tech side, on legal tech side, is going to, so that is just going to bring in a lot more governance principles. It is going to make sure that the decision making, even on hiring and engagement, is kind of always by defined sort of parameters, and at the same time, I think more attuned to the advancements in technology. I think from a general counsel perspective, you would have to have keep an eye on what is the next move on the technological front. I can tell you how I can, there's a example I can quote you in today's time, right? We've had social media, which has been gone through an evolution over the last 15 odd years. We've had Facebook and Instagram and whatnot, and that also, from MySpace, Orkut, we moved to Facebook and Instagram now. But there is the social media now, which is coming. It is going to be revolutionary in its way that people collaborate, work, share information. And Clubhouse is an example of that. I don't know if some of you are familiar with Clubhouse. That's the newest by invitation only social media, audio-based social media platform which is out there, and it's it is mind-boggling on the metaphysical and quantum space that where the energies are flowing there. So I think that, but it does also create concerns on insider information aspects. People collaborating, they're working in organizations. Are they abiding by those kind of the rules that an organization may have on information sharing? So I think those are the kind of the next, where the next threat is going to come from. That is what the responsibility of the general counsel is going to be, and that means you need to be more adept with everything that is happening around the world. So that's what I would say, Ashima.
Yeah, that's a great point there, Amit. And also, if we can indulge you in another question about your views on the startup sector of the country, and looking at the government's push for the startups. What are your views, and what are the kind of maybe an advice to them, considering you've had a diverse experience? How do they scale up? What are the compliances they should be looking at, so that they don't find it at a later stage that things could have been different?
No, I completely, Ashima. I've been throughout my career, I've been involved, I've mentored, I've spoken to various founders. I have been a founder myself. I have, So I think the ecosystem in India has improved greatly. So definitely over the last 5 years or 5 to 7 years, I think the ecosystem has gradually, shifted to become an innovation encouraging environment. There is funding available. There is people out there who would appreciate the promoters or the founders, with certain great social backed ideas, ideas or startups that add value or give back to the community. I think that is where the lot of investments are coming in. From a government regulation perspective, I think all for it. So Make It in India campaign, but I think from a government policy perspective, their focus is to really encourage innovation and really support by way of incentives sectors that are critical for the economy. So, for example, the healthcare sector, right? In the healthcare sector, you have your APIs, your active pharmaceutical ingredients that, pretty much the entire Indian in generic industry, 74% of that API, is procured from China. So you have a dependence on the raw material that really goes into making a finished product on China. So to cater to that threat, and this, from the learnings from the pandemic that every nation has had, including India, the government of India, has been great in terms of coming out with, with a 10,000 crore incentive scheme to encourage domestic manufacturing. So if you're a startup looking at, I think those are the kind of opportunities that you need to look at, how you can collaborate and, kind of fill that void. Under the Make in India campaign, I think it is going to bring humongous changes in the way the global supply chain was working. Nations have realized how, overdependence on other jurisdictions in terms of manufacturing can be problematic. And I think that is why the Indian government also is encouraging, local domestic manufacturing. And from infotech to technology products to, I met founders of smart appliances who are, completely India approved. And so I think that is the next space where a lot of startup focus is going to be, and that is where the opportunity lies as well. So I think so if you're able to pivot, I think the next 5 years are going to be extremely beneficial. That's my belief. I'm very optimistic about the next 5 years. If you're able to pivot, you will be able to create tremendous value. And a word of caution would be, if you pivot, make sure that it is not simply chasing the paper, that it is something with a purpose that really gives back to the community and make your startup more socially relevant. So that's what I would add, Ashima.
Thank you so much, Anand. That's a good point of advice. Make it more socially relevant. Thank you so much for joining us today and sharing your illustrious journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tukaral and Ashima, for that wonderful conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we're moving forward to our next speaker's journey and how he presents his predictions and industry insights here with us. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Rajendra Misra, Executive Vice President and General Counsel, the Indian Hotels Company Limited. A very warm welcome to you.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you so much. Thank you to BW Legal World and to all of you for having me here to share my journey, my experiences, and to do a bit of crystal gazing into the future. So my journey began about 3 decades back when around 91, I started practicing as a counsel at the Calcutta High Court. Very soon into the practice, I realized the contours of the practice, and about a year into that, I realized that as a practicing counsel, what you are really concerned with is the curative aspect of issues, and therefore very soon I began grappling with the preventive versus curative aspects of the matter. And at that point of time, an opportunity presented itself for moving in-house, and that is when I decided to move in-house and see if I could achieve a balance between the preventive aspects and the curative aspects of law. And I joined Indian Aluminium's legal department. Indian Aluminium was one of the major aluminium producers of the country in the early 90s. The person handling their major legal cases was superannuating, and they wanted me to join in and handle their major legal cases. So my journey began as an in-house counsel with handling the major legal cases of Indian Aluminium Company. I must add that I've been born and brought up, and for a large part of my career, I have been based out of Kolkata. Indal was based out of Kolkata, and my journey began handling all these major legal cases across the country. So as I moved in-house, I began handling these high-value legal cases and dealing with leading counsel practicing in various high courts and in the Supreme Court across the country. And that in itself was a great learning experience for somebody who had just moved in-house and literally had started his career, because about a year back I had qualified and had started practicing as a lawyer. Early on, I also had an opportunity of handling amalgamation where we amalgamated a captive power generation company of Indal to Indal. So that was a great experience, learning M&A in the early stages of my career. But one more interesting aspect, you see, as an in-house counsel, you get an opportunity of handling litigation, you get a lot of opportunity of looking at reviewing, drafting contracts, etc. But one interesting aspect of the Indal assignment was also the responsibility to raise legal awareness within the organization, which I believe is an integral part of legal counsel or a general counsel's profile. And my role at that point of time involved also formulating and issuing legal guidelines to be followed across the organization by people who were not within the legal function, and which helped them to understand the legal aspects of their actions, the liability issues, and what they need to consider in order to carry on their business in a legally compliant manner. And that was a fabulous opportunity. But and my journey with Indal continued for about 2.5 years when I switched over to Dunlop, a tire manufacturer. I was there a couple of years, but then very soon moved out. And in the year 1997, joined ITC. ITC Limited, as you know, is one of the top corporates of the country, largely into tobacco, but having diversified over a period of time into several other businesses. And I joined ITC's legal department as their point person to advise and handle legal issues of the tobacco business. The tobacco business is the largest business of ITC, but also a highly regulated business. And my stint at ITC taught me the balance of how to carry on business in a highly regulated industry and yet in a very compliant manner. ITC is a very process-driven corporate, which is very conscious of the fact that the business has to be conducted in a legally compliant manner. And it was thrilling, it was interesting. You had to think out of the box in order to achieve this balance between law and business requirements, but at all points of time ensuring that the business is conducted in a manner which is totally compliant with the law. Few years down the line, ITC began spinning off some of the newer businesses as they began to grow their portfolio. The foods business spun off, personal care, lifestyle retailing business spun off from the tobacco business of ITC. And I had the privilege, the occasion, and the experience to help these newer businesses set up, to help them formulate their legal standards, their compliance standards, and to really set up the whole ecosystem for these newer businesses to operate. The foods business having its own challenges, its own laws which regulated the business. Few years down the line, the personal care business, which ITC carries on, The lifestyle retailing business, which required setting up a chain of owned and franchise stores across the country for the company. And that experience was a thrilling one in itself as well, because we set up manufacturing facilities. We bought over manufacturing facilities to set up the supply chain for the organization. and my M&A experience there, I think the high point of that was an opportunity to acquire an agri-sciences company which was based out of Australia but had its business and production facilities in China and in India. That was for the backward integration of the supply chain of for the bingo chips business, the potato chips business of ITC. And that was an interesting experience because it involved interacting with law firms in various countries, carrying out due diligence and site visits at various locations, and then to bring it all together to achieve the objective of acquisition in this case. In addition to this, I was also the head of the IP cell for ITC. And IP in ITC is managed from its corporate office, while ITC is spread out across several locations. Intellectual property is managed out of the registered office in Calcutta. And I had the opportunity of heading their IP cell. One of the great experiences there was that as I started off as the head of the IP cell, and as ITC spun off into the foods business, patents became a very interesting aspect and a new field of law. And that is when I decided to acquire some knowledge in this field and did my postgraduate diploma in patents law from Nalsar. And my message to the young lawyers who may be amongst the audience at this point of time is this: never stop learning in your life. Take every opportunity of acquiring new skills, acquiring new knowledge, and therefore always remember the mantra of learn, unlearn, and relearn. Because things change over a period of time, knowledge never goes to waste. Always acquire new knowledge, always acquire new skills, and that will always serve for your betterment. As Marshall Goldsmith said, what got you here won't get you there. So the skills that have brought you today to what you are may not be good enough to take you to a higher level and to continue that growth. And therefore, to achieve those higher levels of growth, always keep your always keep the desire to learn open, and therefore follow the mantra of learn, unlearn, and relearn. I stayed in ITC till 2011, 14 long years, and at the end of that, began thinking that I had become too comfortable in what I was doing. I had done most of what had to be done over there. And therefore, there was a sense of unease as to what are the new challenges that one can undertake, what are the new learnings that one can acquire. And I remember that this was in the chambers of one of the top lawyers of the country in Delhi. I was waiting in the chamber and I was looking at a painting. It was a great painting of a magnificent ship sailing on the ocean, and below it were written these words: "A ship in harbor is safe, but that is not what ships are built for." And that set me thinking as to what are those new boundaries to be explored, the new waters to be explored. You know, a ship in a harbor is very, very safe, and there are no risks which are involved. But then that's not what a ship is meant for, and a ship cannot undertake those great voyages unless it is put into the water, unless it hits the water and unless it undertakes those journeys. And that's when I decided that I needed to move out of Calcutta and move in for better opportunities into the commercial capital of the country. And that is when the opportunity presented itself of joining another great corporate, Hindustan Unilever Limited. HUL was the marketing king, the king of the FMCG sector, and I decided to take the plunge. It was a risk that I had taken, of course, because I was changing my job, I was changing the city, and there would be a huge change in the culture, because I was born and brought up and had always worked in Kolkata. And this movement to Mumbai, after what, about 44 years of my life, was a risk to take. But then over time I had learned that risk and reward go hand in hand. And if you need rewards, there are some risks which one need to undertake. And therefore I joined HUL, moved to Mumbai, and I joined HUL. In HUL, I was looking after the home and personal care business. I was the legal partner for them. The home and personal care business is the largest business of HUL. But over time, I acquired newer portfolios. My profile grew. I began looking after the legal issues of Lakme Lever. Their legal team began reporting into me. Kimberly Clark Lever Limited, another joint venture of HUL, their legal person began reporting into me. I was made in charge of the water purifier business as well. And then I became the global counsel for two of the iconic brands of HUL. One was Lifebuoy. In the course of this pandemic, which has played a great role for raising awareness on health and hygiene. The other one was Fair and Lovely, now known as Blue and Lovely. And the opportunity as a global counsel for these two iconic brands also gave me the exposure to other countries and people working in the legal function in other countries, and interacting with them was a great high in itself. We made a lot of aggressive claims in HUL. And again, the risk versus reward principle was something that which we followed. Higher the risk, higher the reward. But then, you take calculated risks. That was a great learning. And we did some very cutting edge claims when I was in HUL, whether it was for Fair and Lovely, where we spoke about treatment like fairness, or whether it was for Pepsodent. When we were launching a new variant, we came out with a comparative ad comparing Pepsodent with the market leader at that point of time. Those were great claims and great campaigns that we put out in the market for establishing the product and to increase the sales. During the HUL stint, again, my learning and experience on M&A continued when we acquired the Ayurvedic hair care business of one of the companies located in Kerala. But overall, if I may summarize, I think my HUL experience taught me a few things. One was risk versus reward, and the other one was agility. I remember that at some points of time, over a weekend, over a Sunday, having created a campaign in order to meet a given situation, and having created that in partnership with the business functions, the marketing function. And speed, agility was the essence at that point of time. And that was a great learning, which has stayed with me and has helped me even later. 2015, an opportunity presented to move to Indian Hotels. and to head their legal function. So currently, I am the group general counsel, looking after the affairs of the group legal and the asset management functions. I'm a member of the executive committee, and as part of the executive committee, I sit with my other functional heads and have the opportunity of interacting and understanding the business side of issues, which helps in a great manner in appreciating business requirements and then tuning your legal advice in a manner that achieves the business purposes, but always at all points of time remaining compliant with the law. The stint at IHCL has also presented opportunities for thinking out of the box, and we achieved the first image mark registration of the Taj Mahal Palace and Towers in Mumbai. We registered the image as a trademark. It's the first building in India to get that unique registration done, and it joins an elite club of buildings across the world that has such a registration. Other examples being the Empire State Building or the Sydney Opera House, for example. So very few buildings across the world have acquired that distinction, and we were the first to acquire that distinction in India. At IHCL, I have leveraged technology in order to improve efficiencies and performance of the legal function. And with the deployment of contract management software, litigation management software, compliance management software, as also IP management software, the functioning has become much more efficient, much more simpler, and risks to a large extent get mitigated. But you will remember that I said that one of the first things that I learned in my first job was the importance of raising legal awareness. And I fused that with technology in IHCL in order to raise awareness by developing LMS or learning management softwares. These are 30 to 40 minute e-learning modules in which business relevant legal issues are explained in a very simple manner to business personnel. It tells them how what are the legal parameters which may bind what they do on a day-to-day basis, what they should do, what they should avoid doing, what could be the implications of their actions in terms of liability on the company and even on themselves. And that has been a great success. And I believe that as General Counsel, that is one of the important functions that we have to raise the awareness of people across the organization. Lastly, if you ask me to gaze into the future and do some crystal gazing, I would say that we are in the midst of the fourth industrial revolution. The first industrial revolution, we had the steam power, which mechanized production. The second industrial revolution led to electricity, which kind of led to mass production, which facilitated mass production. The third industrial revolution, where information technology, electronics came into facilitating and automating production. And building on the third industrial revolution, we are sitting bang in the middle of the fourth industrial revolution with a congruence of technology, AI, robotics, blockchain technology, etc., all of that, which is altering the way we live, which is altering the way we work, and which will make a paradigm shift. And if I may quote Klaus Schwab, who is the founder and the executive chairman of the World Economic Forum, this is what he had to say way back in 2015. We stand on the brink of a technological revolution that will fundamentally alter the way we live, work, and relate to one another. In its scale, scope, and complexity, the transformation will be unlike anything humankind has experienced before. Imagine we are sitting bang in the middle of this fourth industrial revolution, and we are seeing the way things are changing and the way things will continue to change in the future. And I think for all of us, particularly for the young lawyers who may be watching this, this is something which we need to keep in mind. This is something that will make us future proof. This is something which will make us future ready. To know that digital is changing the life. There is a life altering experience which is happening even at this point of time, even as we speak, with increased use of digital tools, artificial intelligence, blockchain technology. This is going to alter things, whether they are in the governance regulatory framework, whether in contract management, the way we do due diligence, the way we do contracting, all of that is going to get impacted by this. And therefore, especially for the young lawyers who are watching this, but also for the others in the profession and in the in-house circle, please keep your eyes and ears open. Watch this space very, very closely. Of course, things change. There were points of time when IP was very important. There was a point of time when, we were speaking about governance, where we talk about sustainability, and all of that is very important. But this is life altering. This is life changing. This is going to make a paradigm shift in the way we live, in the way we work. And hand in hand with that will be data privacy. Because as increasingly digital technology takes over the way we live and the way we work, data privacy will become more and more important in our lives. And this is the space for people to watch, to acquire skill sets in these areas. Because remember, as Marshall Goldsmith said, what got you here won't take you there. So please learn, unlearn, and relearn. And in doing all of that, remember, agility is extremely important. In a digital world, people need to be more and more agile. So if with that crystal gazing, I think this is the domain. These are the things that people should keep in mind. That's where I'll conclude. Ashima?
Thank you, Mr. Misra, for that wonderful conversation here. I know it was a monologue, though our viewers have kind of enjoyed all the insights that you've shared. So I thank you very much on behalf of BW Legal World. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you so much.
With that, I'm going to ask all of you to join our online conversation, quickly checking on if our last speaker is here. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome our speaker, Mr. Akhilesh Nand, General Counsel and Chief of Governance, Risk and Compliance, Biocon Biologics, to join us to share his journey and insights here with us. All right, but now, before we move on to the awards, can we have the audio-visual here, please?
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I would here like to thank all our speakers, the panelists that have been part of the day 2 of BW Legal World GC World Conclave 2021. And now, of course, it's time to kickstart the much awaited award ceremony. I hope all of you are ready, announcing the BW Legal World Top General Counsel list of 2020. The General Counsel community in India has evolved into a versatile and dynamic group of corporate changemakers over the years. In fact, general counsels have played a crucial role in keeping their organizations afloat. Consequent to the unique challenges posed by the pandemic in the current times, it becomes all the more important to recognize their hard work and the phenomenal contribution made by them. The inaugural edition of BW Top 100 GC Power List is an initiative to recognize and reward the prolific general counsels who have made a mark for themselves in the profession. This is going to be an annual initiative conceptualized to fuel excellence in the legal ecosystem by identifying the best corporate legal eagles in India who have potential to lead the way. The hashtag BWGC100 Power List will be released in the company of the leading legal luminaries that constituted the jury panel. We feel honored to have a distinguished jury panel for this year. We are grateful for our August jury comprising of Ms. Pinky Anand, former Additional Solicitor General of India, Ms. Jyoti Sagar, founder J. Sagar Associates and KS Partners, Dr. U.K. Chaudhary, Senior Advocate, Mr. Sudhir Mishra, founder and managing partner, Trust Legal, Ms. Madhu Khatri, independent board member, Hexaware Technology and Saskin Technologies, former General Counsel Wipro and General Counsel Microsoft India. Ms. Shukla Vasan, independent director, Snowman Logistics Limited and India Glycols Limited, Gateway Distriparks Limited, former executive director, Legal Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages. Benjamin Grossman, CEO Pinpoint Payments, Mr. Ajit Mishra, partner Harrison Clark Rickabees, and of course, Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group. Now, thank you, firstly, to our panelists, to our jury members for their precious time to interact with the nominees, evaluating their accomplishments, and choosing BW Legal World Top 100 General Counsel list of 2020. Without further any delay, let's play the jury audiovisual here to see what our jury has to say about the nominees. Let's take a look. Can we play the jury AV, please?
It has been indeed a very rewarding experience to work on these jury trials for the top 100 GCs for the BW. And of course, this is the second time that I have engaged in this exercise with the business world, which has done a lot for the development of the legal field and the legal expertise in acknowledging, in fact. I think it's so important for acknowledging the fact that people have done sufficient work and done expert work and contributed to the legal sector. And in that respect, I think the corporate world and the contribution of the general counsels has been a tremendous feature. We've seen the rise of so many corporations. We've seen the rise of those corporations, not only in the commercial field, as much to say also in the legal field and the legal sector. And for that end, to look through this entire exercise and to have a large number of participants from whom to select, it was indeed difficult, it wasn't simple to decide who not to include. But at the end of the day, I think the exercise which all of us did for this purpose, to acknowledge and to reward the people, has been very interesting and very exciting. And we look forward to the final nominations and the final awards tomorrow. With this, thank you very much, Business World, and all the general counsels who participated in this extremely interesting exercise.
When I started my practice in the mid-1970s, in India, there was no concept of a general counsel. It used to be law officers or legal managers reporting into the finance or secretarial function. And from there to now, where we are talking about a list of top 100 general counsel in India. What a journey. I'm very happy that I could be part of this very interesting process, being a member of the jury along with other distinguished colleagues. But more exciting was to see the width and the depth of the talent that exists, the professionalism that exists today in the general counsel world. My congratulations to all of those who made it to this fantastic list, and my compliments to Business World for initiating the BW Legal World Top 100 General Counsel program. Good evening and all the best.
I am extremely honored to be a member of BW Legal Jury for selection of top 100 general counsels. The exercise which have been done by all the jury panel members in a manner which was transparent, perfectly legal, and also it was done in the manner with full application of mind by the members of the jury, with discussion in the most cordial and democratic manner. Time was spent on each entry diligently, and after taking into consideration various parameters which were laid down by the editorial team and was informed to the jury members. The jury members, in a very cordial atmosphere, have voted in their individual capacity.
I would like to thank Business World and Legal World for the opportunity to be part of the jury in this very special event. I was very impressed from all the candidates. It was very interesting to learn about the candidates and their organizations. And I was very impressed from all the capabilities and all the varieties of the organizations and the general counsels. And thank you very much for this opportunity. See you soon.
It was an honor to be part of this jury. We had an excellent, interactive and free-flowing discussion. I congratulate every GC who have made it to this list. I also congratulate BW Group and BW Legal World for its initiative in identifying top 100 GCs. This was its first year, and I'm sure going forward, this would be a recognition the GC community will be proud to be part of. My message to the GCs and in-house counsels is to have belief in yourselves, have conviction in all you do, and dream big. Every day is a new challenge. Take it head on. Have empathy with high ethical standards, and always remember, quitters never win and winners never quit.
I think I should just thank Business World for having created this wonderful space for several reasons. It gave me personally a great chance to look at all that amazing talent in the legal fraternity that we have. You know, when you're working, you're so busy, you're so sort of tunnel focused on doing the things you're doing. And so you build a small network of people around yourselves. And that network becomes, whether it's big or small, your world. And this gave me an opportunity to look at that in a much bigger way. So, you know, what an amazing, outstanding group of people that I got a chance to look at in terms of capabilities, potential, ambitions, and the industries we cover. And it's just remarkable. So that is just a phenomenal thing for me personally to have had a chance to experience.
Yes, this was definitely a wonderful jury. Let's move forward in the evening, and the moment is now here, ladies and gentlemen, that we all have been waiting for since morning, announcing the BW Legal Top 100 General Counsel Power List of 2020. May I now request the Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World, Dr. Anurag Batra, to kindly come on screen and say a few words on the inaugural edition. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Batra.
Thank you so much, Kathy. Good evening to everyone. It's my honor and privilege to be here. Thank you so much for hosting this throughout the day. I know last 2 days you've been busy hosting this. Today is the second day, and today we are announcing the GC 100 as part of our GC World and BW Legal World. You heard the jury speak. The jury was from the finest names in the legal profession, and I'd like to particularly thank Mr. UK Chaudhary, Mr. Jyoti Sagar, Ms. Pinky Anand, Ms. Madhu Khatri, Mr. Sudhir Mishra, who is also a door tenant to number 5 Barrister Channel in London, and among the very few to get it from India. All the jury members, really contributed. I'm forgetting some because I don't have the screen, but really the jury process is the heart of what we do. It is the first year. There's a lot to improve, but not in integrity, not in process. Yes, as the list grows, older, you will see more number of entries, so on and so forth. So we will evolve. Thanks to the jury's inputs in the first year, their involvement, we will evolve. So it is a list that we have brought in through our editorial process and the nomination process. My colleagues, Ms. Ashima Odi and Mr. Krishnendra Joshi, worked with Garima to be able to present that list to the jury. And last Saturday, the jury spent time looking at it. So what you see today is a fruit of that. It is the first year. We're very mindful of that, and we need to improve on a lot of counts, and we will. It's a journey for us. But looking at the list, I think the jury's wisdom has come in handy in terms of the kind of people they've chosen. And they also made us work on the list in terms of getting some more names in that they felt they should have been in the list. So we've tried to do that, and they've looked at it and ratified. So it is a list prepared entirely by the jury. Of course, we recommended names, but the jury added more recommendations to that. As I said, it is the first year. We have a lot to improve. We will. But our jury is what matters to us. So we're grateful to every jury member for doing a service to the community, making time for BW Legal World Initiative. So thank you so much. The GC community is a very important community in the legal and business ecosystem. They are responsible for strategic decisions. They give their inputs from a regulatory environment, compliance environment, and especially if you're in technology where the rules are changing so fast, whether, to be able to give an input which is not only relevant today, but will be able to take care of the future in some way. It is calibrated to the future. GCs in India have started to be on the company boards. They are advisors to the leaders, whether it's a CEO, professional CEO, or it's a promoter CEO. So really GC is important. As you heard Mr. Jyoti Sagar say, that, their importance from the time we started practicing 45 odd years back has improved. They've grown in stature. Their input is very important for business decisions and not just legal decisions. So today we recognize them, and we at BW Business World in our 40th year are a bridge between the legal community and the business community, and BW Legal World is totally focused on being that bridge. So I just want to congratulate everyone who's in the list, be grateful to the jury for their time, effort, and the judgment calls they took. Also, thanks to Mr. Ajit Mishra, Mr. Benjamin Grossman, for being part of the jury. Thank you so much. Back to you, Kathy. I'm forgetting one jury member's name, but I'm sure at some stage I'll acknowledge that. It is because of loss of air and nothing else. So back to you, Kathy.
Thank you, Dr. Batra, and no worries on that. I've already thanked taking each jury member's name on behalf of BW Business World and BW Legal World. So thank you once again to our jury members. And ladies and gentlemen, of course, it is now time that we are going to unveil the list here. So first, Dr. Batra, please stay with me while I also invite our jury members, Ms. Pinky Anand, former Additional Solicitor General of India, and Mr. Sudhir Mishra, founder and managing partner, Trust Legal, to join us on screen and kick off the ceremony.
Thank you so much, Kathy.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us once again. A very warm welcome to both of you. We are moving on, ladies and gentlemen, to the first set of winners. This is in no particular order. Let's start with the felicitation. But before we do that, of course, I'd like to punch in our hashtag here because we're talking about digital era. So why not use this opportunity to spread the awareness and celebration to a wider audience by using the hashtag BWGC100. We are also live on our website, which is www.businessworld.in and bwlegalworld.com. Now, the first general counsel to join the elite BW Legal World Top 100 General Counsel Power List of 2020 is, I'm going to showcase the name in this audiovisual. Let's have the AV, please.
Hi, thank you so much. I hope you can hear me, all of you.
Yes, Mr. Abhiyan Jawaharlal, we can hear you.
Yeah. So thank you so much for recognizing me. Thank you, legal. Thank you, the jury. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the father for inculcating in me the sense of integrity, my mother for giving an opportunity to get good education, my employers who have given me an opportunity and freedom to do what I have done, wonderful colleagues and teams that I've had last 20 years in this profession. Last but not the least, I would like to thank my wife and daughter who sacrificed their time for my career progression. I also congratulate all the awardees of BW Legal who have been recognized, who will be recognized today. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Mr. Abhiyan Jawaharlal. Keep doing great work.
Thank you very much.
Few words from our jury members, Ms. Pinky Anand, Mr. Sudhir Mishra. You'll have to unmute yourself, Pinky.
Disturbance, I thought I would mute myself, but coming back, Abhayan, welcome and congratulations to this grand list, and a very humble way of your expressing your gratitude to your various family members, each of whom you have taken specifically as to how they have contributed to your betterment and to your reaching where you have. And indeed, you seem to have done wonders for yourself, and we hope that you will take the Sterlite world further and the rest of the country and the world even further. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mishra.
Thank you much. Thank you.
Congratulations. I will call you Jawaharlal. It sounds much more calming nowadays. Okay. Many congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you.
Many congratulations.
All the best.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you. Thanks.
I wish my voice was echoing that your congratulations would be 3 times. But congratulations, Jawaharlal. With that, we're going to move forward in revealing the next name who's part of this elite list. Let's take a look at this audiovisual.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Jain.
Yeah, thank you, Anurag, and thank you very much to the business world. Thank you very much to the jury member who selected me for this prestigious award and taken me in this coveted list of top 100 GCs. I would like to thanks for wherever I am today to the three ladies, not one or two, the three ladies behind my success. First one is my mother, who given me the great values. Second is my wife, who is my love, my strength. And third is my daughter, whom I can see a bright future. I have a hope for the future. So these are three ladies who are really worked for me. So I'm thankful to them and all my colleagues wherever they are today and yesterday. And thank you very much. That's all from my side.
Congratulations, Mr. Jain.
Thank you, Anurag.
And I'm sure it will be a sense of, kind of, if I may use a term, people look up to you. And I'm sure your winning will inspire other people to be in the list. As I said, it is the inaugural year. The jury is decided. We have a lot to improve upon. But we promise you that when we do it in the second year, we would have made sure that the 500 top GCs that matter in India are engaged, involved, and our jury feels that we've done it in a perfect manner. And hopefully you'll see the same jury with some additions next year. So,
sure, Anurag.
Mr. Mishra, your comments, and then Ms.
I would say
Preeti
it's an honor to have people like Mr. Jain in this list, and it will propel a very different kind of future for GCs in India. Many congratulations.
Thank you, Sudhir. Thank you very much.
I'll only add one thing. I'm finding that the going is going very strong gender-wise. So the credit is going mostly to women. So Ajay, congratulations on reaching this list. But believe me, well deserved. We are only here to be instrumental to give you what you deserve. By no means have we done anything more or anything less. I'm reminded of when I was getting my NLAC scholarship. They said, we've given you what you deserved in terms of merit. So we are only passing on what you need and what you should get. So congratulations to you.
Thank you, Ms. Anand. Thank you for recognizing our efforts and our work, actually. Thank you very much.
Many congratulations, Mr. Jain. One more time.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to unveiling the next name on this coveted list. Let's take a look at this audiovisual. Many congratulations, Mr. Amar Sundaram.
Thank you so much. So I was listening to all the jury members, and I'm sure it would not have been an easy task. Selecting just 100 out of a vast list of talented GCs that we have in India, I can understand how difficult it would have been. So my gratitude and thanks to the jury members. It's a lovely initiative, Anurag. We are coming out for the first time in India, and the talented pool of GCs that we have, I'm sure this journey will continue. I accept this award with a lot of humility and of a sense of pride and an honor. I also take this opportunity to thank my wife, who has been a partner in this journey. I take this opportunity to thank my daughter, who is 16 years old, and she has been a sense of motivation for me. I have always believed that two questions are very, very important when we work in a corporate sector. The first question which a GC should always ask is it legal? And after asking this question, the second question is is it right for the organization that I'm serving? And these two questions I have been able to do justice throughout my career. So, with these words, Anurag, thanks to you, thanks to the Business World team, and with I will be looking at the mirror with a lot of respect now. And thank you again to the jury members.
Ma'am, you say something.
Congratulations, Amar. I'm happy
you,
that you're in the list, but I have no contribution. The jury members have decided. I was there for part of the time, and I was there more to learn and to be a facilitator. But it's the jury of which Miss Pinky Anand and Mr. Sudhir Mishra are a part of that decided it. So I like the fact that you say, ask, is it legal? Second, is it good for the company? And clearly, what is good for the company should also be good for society and the environment and the country. So I think we understand that we are much more interconnected than ever. What happens in one part of the world impacts us. What happens in one part of the country impacts us. So clearly, I think post-corona, we are more sensitive to each other, more compassionate, and definitely we believe that we live in a connected world. So congratulations, Ms. Anand, your comments, and then Mr. Mishra.
Very briefly, Amar, I think you signify and typify, and you summed it up very well. So obviously, your editorial skills are excellent. Legal and rightness, I think you incorporate what a GC should do. I mean, these are the essential qualities. And as I said, you've edited it, so you have the legal sense and you have the commercial sense, and that is, I think, what a corporation needs to go ahead. And indeed, that's why you and your corporation are doing so well. And thank you so much for having accepted this award. And I like the humility with which you'll be looking at the mirror. Keep looking at it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Amar, I will say that this award also gives us access to people like you, who can be the torch bearer and guide to all the prospective young lawyers who are so confused that whether they can become a senior advocate like Ms. Anand or they can work in a law firm. But it's a lot of people have this reservation or some ideas about being in the law officer category. I think people like you now will get you on that platform where you're so proud of your work. You're so proud of your work, which speaks volume about your commitment. Many congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Mute.
Well, this is the line of the year that I was on mute. But congratulations, Mr. Sundaram. Thank you so much. Moving forward to unveiling the next name on the list. Let's take a look. So many congratulations, Mr. Gupta, and a very warm welcome to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, jury, and thank you, Business World. It's a great honor. It's a great honor to me, to be shortlisted and recognized in BW World 100. I just want to say that I believe that the best reward for effort is recognition. And therefore, I like to thank the business world and the jury for considering me suitable to receive this recognition. It really means a lot. I'm truly honored and humbled. And I want to thank all my seniors for recognizing my work for the last 20 years in the legal field. Honestly, it's a great boost for in-house counsel, the general counsels like us, who always, providing untiring support to the business team, and often seen as the last man standing in the times of difficulty for the business. This award is a great motivational sense for the dream come true, and all the activities and inspiration for my future endeavors as we move ahead in life. And we believe to continue to set new benchmarks and new best practices in the functional role. I believe that each of of us who will be recognized this part are definitely a stalwart in their respective fields, and being part with them jointly on this particular platform makes the movement very special and memorable for me. It's truly an honor and really humbled for that. And I also take this opportunity to thank all my family members who have to bear all my late working hours, burning the midnight oil, and doing so many transactional documents and other litigation matters and support, and and missing all their holidays and weekends also many times. And they are the pillar and through the strength as well. I'm really honored and privileged, and to be amongst all of you. Thank you very much, Judy. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Amber. Keep doing well. BW Legal World and BW Business World, believe that the legal community and the GC community are a very important link between the business and the legal community. So clearly, by doing GC 100, we've tried to bring all the stakeholders in this ecosystem of legal practitioners, GCs, and the business owners. So congratulations. You're part of the inaugural list. The first list is always the most special as far as I'm concerned. It grows every year, but the first year is always a special one. So
I think
congratulations.
the team is doing a fantastic job on recognizing some of us, and really means a lot, because, as I said many times, legal functions remains somebody who is fighting a lone battle, and and some of the recognition which comes really means a lot, and it's a great motivational factor for each of us to continue with the good work. So thanks to jury for selecting us, and thanks to the team, Business World, Business World, for doing such a commendable job over the last 1 and 2 years.
Ms. Anand?
Amber, you voiced something that I had always thought, and I did voice it in one of my bites to BW. Firstly, I think BW has put together the business world and the legal community in a very good fashion. Secondly, I believe the GCs is something like parde ke piche. So the recognition of people who work behind the scenes and bring them forward onto the screen is something which is important. I mean, we, of course, we are always somewhere around and are visible. So I'm not meaning invisible in any other senses. Let me get it clear. I mean somebody who's not evident in front of the screen, is brought in front of the screen, and the due recognition given, I think, is one of the nicest things that we can do to a system which believes that recognition is a motivating factor to even do better. So with this, Amber, congratulations to you, and of course, well deserved. So we don't need to add on anything. You people deserve everything that you have got, but we are very happy that we were part of the system.
Thank you.
Many congratulations, Amber. Do well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta, and many congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Yes, we have 100 names to be revealed, so let's get quick going on the next name that is part of this elite list. Let's take a look at the audiovisual, please. Many congratulations to Mr. Thukral. I think due to some technical difficulty, he has dropped out of the call, but we would like to extend a very big congratulations to him. So ladies and gentlemen, with that, we'll move on to unveiling the next name on this list. Let's take a look at the audiovisual, please.
Thank you so much. I really am overwhelmed. I think more than this recognition for myself, I would want to thank Business World and the eminent jury for bringing out the importance of the general counsels in India. I think the corporates in the country are going to develop and catch up with the corporates in the West if the internal legal community in these companies is really strong. And I think external validation definitely helps in making this community stronger. So really appreciate this, this move, this initiative to recognize general counsels. And, I guess I find myself in elite company, and to that extent, I am really glad and don't know what else to say, struck by aporia, which is totally at a loss of words. So thank you very much once again.
Congratulations, Mr. Das, and you're being very kind and humble. That's what I'd say.
Congratulations, Mr. Das, and I think an excellent choice of words. New words added to dictionaries. So the loss of words hasn't put you at loss of action. All the action is there, and congratulations once again on being part of this list.
Thank you, ma'am.
Amitabh, knowing you for almost 2 decades here, that you are a prolific lawyer, and then you took this journey of general counsel, and your work has been consistent. It's an absolute honor to get you in this list, and the entire jury would be proud of it.
Thank you, Sudhir. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Many congratulations, Mr. Das, to you and to your whole family as well.
Thank you.
Congratulations. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome Mr. Amit Thukral, who's joined us on the call. We missed him while unveiling his name. So if Mr. Thukral can please join us on screen. Very warm welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You know, this Murphy's Law, right at that moment, my laptop crashed. I'm so sorry about that. But thank you so much for having me. I'm deeply humbled. It is my privilege to share this space with, you know, illustrious leaders, you know, mentors and the jury and, you know, my friends and leaders from the fraternity. It is just a humbling experience. So I'm grateful. I wouldn't be here without my parents, my mom and dad shining light on the path that I took for the last 21 odd years. And I definitely would not be here without, my wife supporting me through all the trial and tribulations of an in-house legal career, as you may call it. But thank you so much. I'm just grateful, and I'm grateful for the recognition. I couldn't have, this year couldn't have started on a better note. So thank you.
Very good.
Congratulations, Mr. Thukral. Keep doing well.
Sir,
I'm sure your best is yet to come.
Thank you.
Ms. Anand?
I think you put it well. Starting of a new year and a new beginning, particularly in troubled times, and the trials and tribulations of things which have led you on to give due credit to all around you, and particularly the ones close to you. So, Amit, of course, you're very humble. I think most of the credit would go to your own performance and your own standing. And it has been wonderful to see all of you come forth with your credentials. I believe that they far excel some of us. So congratulations to all of you, and I'm glad we were part of this process.
Thank you so much.
Many congratulations, Amit. Do well.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So do receive our big congratulations from the whole team, Mr. Thukral.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we will move forward in unveiling the next name, which is part of this elite list. Let's take a look.
क्या कह दिया?
Many congratulations and welcome back.
Thank you, business world. I think thank you, jury members, for selecting me. It's a privilege, it's an honor to be part of this glorious list. And I think I'm glad that I've been selected. It motivates me to continue on the path that I have chosen. And I'm sure I would not be here if not for the contribution from my team. They made sure that what we set out to achieve, we have achieved, and we have done it well. And obviously, without the backing of the family, the support system will not exist. So, truly privileged, and look forward to continuing on this journey. And as they say, if you do what you've always done, you'll get what you've always gotten. So it is my endeavor to go on a path which is very different and make sure that we really support not just the company and society at large. Thank you all.
Thank you. Ms. Anand?
I think I like the part that he talks about supporting the society. So we go beyond a GC who's not only looking at the direct concerns of the organization with which he's involved, but with the society. And I think that is one of the greatest features that GCs can do, and all of us can do as citizens of this country. So Anil, and of course the PM is a very indicator. So you have a small distance to cover. So good for you, and thank you so much for being part of this process.
Thank you so much.
So Anil, just going on the PM part, there is another one which relates with environment. So,
yes.
you can do so much in reducing the PM, which is in our environment. That is always better than the other one. And I would say that it's very important that people like you succeed, because you took a path and you're so conscious about your upbringing and your societal goals. So keep on the good work. That's what I'll say.
Thank you. And being part of the insurance sector, one thing I feel privileged is that we are able to contribute back in terms of support people with a safety net, in this troubling times, and really privileged to be part of this journey. Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. Yeah. Many congratulations. Take care.
Thank you so much.
Big congratulations, Anil. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, let's move forward and unveil the next name that's part of the top 100 General Counsel Power List 2020. Let's take a look. Many congratulations, Mr. Chinappa. Very warm welcome to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks from the jury side. So it's been an honor to join, and also as a start of the year after a challenging 2020, I think this award also gives a lot of encouragement to me. And what's more important is GC, more than GC rewarding, receiving the award. I think it's always the team's efforts which make him a member to be before all of you. So I humbly receive this award, not just for myself, for the team, and also on behalf of the Bosch organization. Thank you so much.
Arvind, congratulations. You work with a very progressive and company and in an environment that is even more dynamic. So I'm sure you'll continue to evolve and continue to shine. So congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ms. Anand?
So Arvind, indeed, you are one of the first GCs who has addressed, aside from other issues, the team effort. So you're obviously a good leader, and we need good leaders in this country and this world of competitiveness and the legal compliances. So keep up the teamwork and keep up the entire issues that you are bringing forth. Thank you so much for being part of this process, and we are crediting you only with your own credits. That's all that we are doing.
Pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
Arvind, many congratulations, and keep on the good work and the team spirit.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Many congratulations, Arvind. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to unveil the next name on this list. Can we have the AV, please? Congratulations, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be in this list, as well as it is a pleasure to have presence of Pinky Anand and Sudhir Mishraji. Thank you very much. It's really honor for me, and I'm really delighted after the 2020. This is really a best thing to happen in the 2021. And I would like to also thank Schindler India Managing Director Ashok Ramachandran, who always encourage us to take parts in this kind of events as well as this. And yes, I cannot forget my team as well as my wife, who is a staunch supporter in this all professional life. So thank you very much, BW, your knowledge partners as well as juries.
So, ma'am, I want to tell you, Atulji is one of the LinkedIn rock stars. He is so focused on LinkedIn, and he's a model there. How and what to write, which attracts the young person in law and legal issues. because I also do. I have 75,000 followers on LinkedIn, but his messages and his things are always very liked. So, my you have to do a lot.
So Atul, Sudhir, I'll add on here. I think we need to all look at Atul's performance in LinkedIn as much as his performance as a GC, which we've already enumerated, and try to copy that and emulate that. Atul, I'm not very good at this right now, so I'll share my own inexperience here. So I'm going to come back to you, and I'm going to take your experiences and learn from there. And aside from the others, you go from down to up and up to down. So you have all the levels very clear with you, as much as GC, as much as Schindler's. So congratulations, and we look forward to now having a rapport either through LinkedIn or other processes that you can teach me. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you very much. I'm humbled. Thank you.
Such a lovely conversation here. Many congratulations, Mr. Atul. Very, very humbled to have you here, and our entire team wishes you the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next name on this list. Let's take a look.
Thank you so much for this award and recognition. Thank you so much, BWL. It's an honor to see Ms. Pinky Anand, Mrs. Lee Mishra out here. I am a great admirer of your work, Ms. Anand. Back in from my college days, we have been chasing your judgments and arguments. So. But thank you so much for this recognition. The credit solely goes to my parents for actually making me a lawyer. Coming from the family of lawyers and judges, almost it was evident that where I am going to land in life. And it's just that I chose an in-house role instead of a litigating lawyer, which my father always wanted me to be. But I can say I am happier. At least I can shut my laptop down and things are relatively better in comparison with what a litigating lawyer has to go through in life. So that's one set of story. And this recognition was impossible had my team not been around. It would be unfair to accept this award without giving due credit to my legal team here in Britannia Industries. And when I say my team, I just don't mean the legal team who is reporting into me directly and indirectly. I mean the entire family of Britannia, who make it so comforting and literally a family that we can perform our best, we can deliver our best. So thank you very much to my team if you are hearing me, and God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Ms. Anand.
I'll say this, that I'm happy that you're happy. I'm happy that I'm happy. And I'm happy that we can all remain happy in a field, because law ultimately is an exciting field. And that is the whole purpose. It's a challenging field. It teaches you to, strategize. It teaches you to face those challenges. But I'm not sure about the shutting off laptop that you mentioned. I have a feeling that this statement is just being made. It probably doesn't apply across board. But be that as it may, I'll leave you with that. And I hope that I can continue to live up to your expectations and continue to give you arguments that may be adopted. And I also look forward to Britannia, and it's doing well. I have seen it grow up from my childhood, and has always looked up to the industry as something which is gigantic and something to be looked up to. So, Burhan, for a good future ahead for all of us, and a happy and a happiest, whichever way it goes. Congratulations.
Many congratulations, Burhan. Do well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Many congratulations, Burhan. With that, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget you can share your congratulatory messages and best wishes on comments or chat box with our winners as well. Moving forward and revealing the next name on this elite list, let's take a look at this audiovisual.
Good evening, and thank you very much.
Really, so nice to. I sometimes wonder how does the jury come out of this 100, because it's not an apples to apples comparison at all. But thank you very much for being so kind. I don't know whether we really deserve this recognition, but I guess this is what the teams do, and this is what the legal profession does actually. You keep digging your way, and something happens.
Oh, well said, ma'am.
Well said, Raghu. I think you're right. We all don't know what we are doing. We do something and we keep digging and we keep digging and we keep building and we keep building. And something reaches and we make a mountain and then we go beyond the mountain to the stars. So, Raghu, here we all are in the same process. You in another direction to some extent, but all towards the same objective. And what I like about law ultimately is whether as GC or whether in the direct field, all said and done, it teaches you to be always interactive and to keep progressing beyond that. So while the going is good, it keeps moving you forward. So thank God for that.
Ma'am, there was a time when I joined as a GC, people thought I could not do anything, and therefore I became a lawyer, like a law officer. Coming from eastern part of the India, if you're a law officer, you're supposed to be you failed in every sphere of life. But I always believed that GC was another career option for lawyers. And over the last 3 decades, I've seen the GC world really blossom into a very important aspect. It's no more a postman's job. There's so much of good work that happens inside, as well as with the support of external counsels. Yeah.
You people are responsible for it, rest assured. So with that, congratulations. And Sudhir.
Many congratulations. And also, sometime as running a law firm, with the health of a company, we also understand the role of a GC. So Sumi Motherson is one of the companies which is a pride for the nation. We know the kind of work which you are doing, and that too in the northern part of the country. So it all must have played a big role in that entire journey for the company. Raghuji, many congratulations to you.
Thank you, Sudhirji. Thank you, Preeti. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Raghu. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Raghu. Many congratulations to you once again.
Thank you. Feel humbled.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, let's go forward and unveil the next name. Let's have the audio visual, please. Many congratulations, Pratap.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Business World. Thank you, jury. Thank you, Pinky ji. I think this is the second time we are meeting, and Sudhir,
Yes.
of course, good old friend. Thank you so much for this honor, and it's really, I feel so good, to be part of this, and with all humility and grace, I accept this.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much, Devalina. I think indeed you are right. It is not the second, but possibly the third time that we have met. But it's been a great time that we've had together in every fashion. And one of the times that we did was across the BW panel discussion, where I really enjoyed the experience. But I'll share with you a small statement that I made earlier, which came as a bite on the jury also, is the fact that I'm very impressed with the fact that whether we or whether the system has recognized the health field as an important field and given a priority, in the sense of there's no priority, but we have selected a fairly wide selection across board. And I'm very happy that you, as a very honorable member of this system of health organization, are a part of it, aside from indeed your dynamic personality and all the action that you have done. So, Devalina, congratulations to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
And Devalina, before I congratulate you, I must say that for almost a decade, I'm seeing you as the flag bearer of health sector, because you have been somebody who has been consistent in this sector as general counsel, and which was such a big inspiration to be part of any panel where you're speaking. You have so much of expertise, and now when it is the center of this entire our existence, you will have a bigger role to play. Your positivity always inspires. Many congratulations.
Yeah, I just have two things to say. The healthcare and pharma sector is my passion. I cannot live without it. And second thing is, there's never a dull moment in this sector, So it really gives me the high.
Wow.
It will continue to give you a high.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
I hope that this award or this recognition also brings you that high moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, to unveiling the next name on this list. Let's quickly have the audio visual, please. Many congratulations, Mr. Acharya. Very warm welcome again.
Thank you so much, Kathy, and thank you to the jury. Really honor for me to be in this list. It's been a pleasure to work with PW, and if with your permission, I would like to raise 2 points, if you allow me to share it with you, because this is a fantastic platform that has been created for the general counsels. And I think there are 2 areas in which general counsels can do a lot of work together. One of them being that even today in India, the legal professional privilege is not given to the in-house counsels. And I think as a community, we owe it to our community to make sure that we get that professional privilege to the in-house counsels. So that's one appeal I have to this platform and to everybody in this group. And the second one I would say is that this is a fantastic way in which general counsels and the legal teams of the companies can contribute back to the society by way of pro bono work, pro bono legal work that we can do. And I would try and appeal to everyone if they can contribute back to the society by working on pro bono work. That will be really great for everyone. So thank you once again for giving me this opportunity. Really appreciate this.
Ma'am.
Yes, Anand, you're on mute.
You're still on mute.
You're on mute. Yeah.
I occasionally do that just to save the disturbance. But be that as it may, Deepak, congratulations and indeed welcome. And you're the first GC as of today's point of view who's raised the subject of pro bono, in addition to, of course, the fact that GCs are being recognized for the first time. And I think indeed something that we, aside from CSR, which has been working well into this entire system, this desire to do good for society is something that can be very useful as a moving ahead strategy and a stratagem for the economy as much as for the country across the globe. So we welcome that and we hope that all of you and all of us will look at that objective even more closely and continue to work there. So congratulations, Deepak, for being part of this with all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deepak ji, many congratulations. I can only tell you that for last 2 decades, primarily I was doing air pollution, forest, wildlife, and other stuff, and then mainstream to mainstream practice. But the heart for those causes have never gone. But what you are saying is something for a larger issue. We either feel that we have a pro bono lawyering or we are a mainstream lawyering. Whether Ms. Anand also would have done so many matters in a pro bono where there will be a pro bono element, being a senior advocate. But now what you are saying, it can be a theme for us, Kathy, that what are the observations which are coming up. But if as a GC you are saying, and as a company, Wipro does a lot of that kind of work, we'll keep that in mind. Many congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Absolutely. We'll keep that, take that point into consideration and have a forum for it as well. Thank you so much, Mr. Acharya, and many congratulations once again to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to unveil the next name on this elite list. Let's have the AV, please. Many congratulations, Mr. Batra.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am Pinky Anand and Mr. Sudhir Mishra and Kathy.
Mr. Mishra?
I would say that the award is getting awarded. People like Badrinath are the torch bearer. They were the stalwarts. We have been following them for decades. So the award is being awarded. It's a pleasure to get you in the top 100 list. The entire jury is very proud of it. Many congratulations.
I'm honored, ma'am.
Mr. Durvasaula, I can only say that, it's difficult for me to add anything more to what Sudhir has said. And indeed, while we stand in this position of having been the jury, I think we should pride ourselves on the fact that we are jury to assess people like you. So congratulations, and it's indeed a credit for all of us to have people like you on the list and for giving that honor to somebody who's honorable more than we are. Thank you very much.
And also to have come and accepted the honor with so much of grace. It's an evening for us also.
That's right. I mean, I'm honored, and we continue to do the good work for the society.
Excellent.
Many congratulations, Mr. Durvasaula, to you. Thank you so much for coming forward. Thank you. Let's move on and find out who the next name is on this coveted list. Can we have the AV, please? Many congratulations, Ms. Chaudhary. Very warm welcome.
Thank you so much, Khyati and Pinky and Sudhir. It's a different world we're living in. Who thought that award will be awarded virtually? But thank you so much. I'm really honored. What more can I say?
Ms. Anand,
I'll be an award sitting in my house like this and talking to you guys like this. It's a different world, definitely.
Yeah,
the virtual list doesn't take away from the honorable situation in which it is. And of course, your background is extremely attractive as much as you are. And you are, I think, for the time being, if I'm not mistaken, you're the first woman who's come on the list. So, Deepika, you're the torch bearer here on the list as far as today is concerned.
No, Devalina was there.
Yes, I'm sorry. You're right. I stand corrected there. I had a feeling, but I had forgotten for a moment.
No, I thought that. Even I thought that.
So, Deepika, indeed, an honor, and rest assured, even in the virtual world, this is the best way that we can do to get across to each other and to have interaction. And I'm afraid, the only scary part is we are becoming so used to this that I wonder how much we'll get back to the physical world in a proper fashion, because all said and done, there is so many conservation issues that are coming up because of time, energies, even people who don't like the sun too much. I love it, by the way. That's another matter. So I'm just saying that the whole world is a different world and transformed itself. But you have done commendable work, and congratulations to you on your achievements. And I'm so happy that we could find an occasion to meet, for the time being virtually and ultimately physically as well. Congratulations.
No, absolutely. It's pleasure is all mine. I mean, it's really great to get the award and to meet you guys like this. And I think the other point you raised was about women, the lesser number of women in the GC position. So that still stands true, because there aren't very many women, but there are still, compared to when I started my career many years back, we are quite a few now. So it's from that point of view, we are in a great place, I think.
Great. Thank you.
Many congratulations, Deepika. Do very well and come out of all this. If colleges are opening, I think the judges also will come out in open very soon. So many congratulations.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks a ton. Thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much, Ms. Chaudhary. Yes, we will break out of the virtual arena real soon and meet in person. But right now, the recognition stands on the virtual format. So request all of you to join the online conversation using the hashtag, which is now GC Top 100. So you can congratulate all our winners, give them your best wishes. I'm sure they will appreciate it. Moving forward, let's look at the next name on this list. Let's have the audio visual, please. many
you very much.
congratulations, Mr. Srivastava. Very warm welcome again.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Pinky ji. Thank you, Sudhir. I
Ramesh,
really feel.
sorry.
Yeah, please.
No, you first.
Please, no.
No way.
I really feel truly blessed by this award. I would like to thank all my seniors, especially my parents who have been my pillars, and the family.
That was a short statement, Dharmesh. I was hoping you'll go further, but particularly since I interrupted you. But please rest
please.
assured that everybody who's been part of this entire group, which is Oberoi's, of course, and we look forward and have looked at it right from the beginning and will continue to do so. It stands up in its own epitome of service and style, if I might say so. Sometimes I might say conservative also, but then conservative is always good. So it's basically been an upward ride along with your organization and with people like you, and it has been commendable, the kind of work that you have done and countenanced through with this organization, and we hope to keep seeing you in all spheres of life as a top GC, credited by this situation, and as a top leader of the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Dharmesh,
I'm really honored. Yes.
I've seen you in many journeys. You were a terrific partner in one of the top law firms. We worked together on many assignments. And I know that you are one of the few lawyers in the country who understands labor like nobody can explain like that. And then you transit to a general counsel's role, and you have done so well for last almost one decade now. It's a pleasure to see you and meet you like this, maybe after 9 or 10 years today. But do very well, and I'm very proud of you.
Thank you very much. All the blessings from you, and definitely, I feel really blessed. Really, thank you very much for this honor.
Thank you so much, Dharmesh, and many congratulations once again to you.
Thank you, Khyati. Thank you.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on and tell you who the next name is on the top 100 General Counsels Power List 2020. Can we have the AV, please? Many congratulations, Dr. Prasad. Warm welcome again.
No, thank you, Business World, because I am really grateful for a fantastic work that lawyers are being recognized. Because most of the transactions that, at least we have been witnessing the headlines in business magazine, lawyers always were at the backstage. So thank you for bringing us on the front stage. And so that is what a commendable job that Business World is doing. And thank you, Sudhir and Pinky, as the jury members, for acknowledging the fantastic work that all 100 counsels who are on this list have done. It's not that who's 1 or 100, but it is a great honor to be among those 100. So thank you very much for that.
Indeed, a delight, Akhil, to see you here and you being part of this entire system. You're right. I mean, it is an acknowledgement which is possibly erstwhile missing, but as you know, law and legal issues have become pretty much forefront. So you can't find any news which doesn't cover enough of law. The only thing was that as general counsels, there was a little behind the scenes kind of issue, which I think Business World has done the needful and dug out and brought to the forefront what should have been recognized. So therefore, it's a first for Business World, and congratulations to Business World. And I'm glad that we could be part of this process to rectify possibly the wrong that was there in the system and to acknowledge people who deserved full credit for what they did.
Absolutely.
So many congratulations, Akhil. You are one of the few people who actually come out and say what is happening around you on the platforms where you are very active. LinkedIn, you are also a rock star at LinkedIn. And what I like about it, that aviation in general is something which is very pessimistic, and the entire world is talking about pessimism about aviation. You will always come up with some interesting analogy or some research or some news report which will elevate our mood. And for that, I give you credit that you create a positive atmosphere. And I read all your posts and they're very good.
Thank you, Sudhir. The only thing which I always acknowledged was whenever you go to a police station or a courtroom, it's a very depressing place. So I thought that as a lawyer, I should not let it happen, so that positivity should definitely come from a lawyer now, that things are not so bad, and unless the lawyers say that good story, then who else will say that story? So I
Very
thought
well.
it should be us.
Very well done. Very well done. Many congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prasad, and many congratulations to you. I think so well said. All commoners like us who don't understand law that well, simplified and made it simpler in terms of understanding, and as well as bringing out stories that gives us positivity, is a real big boon in this time, especially. Thank you so much. And now with
Thank you.
your suggestions, Mr. Mishra, I'm going to follow some of them on LinkedIn. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to find out who is part of this elite list. Let's take a look. Very warm welcome. Congratulations, Dr. Sehgal.
Thank you very much. Thank you, jury. I'm really extremely honored to be receiving such an important award and to be in this prestigious list. I'm honestly grateful for the recognition I have received for my work, because I'm very sure that every other nominee for this award was as capable, if not more, of winning this award. I have faced several challenges in my way here, but each one of them has only strengthened me to make me the person I am today. A thorough professional who knows exactly what he wants, someone who sets his eyes on the goal and does not lose sight of it unless it is achieved. I think winning this award would not have been possible without the inspiration I have received from my seniors and my colleagues, whom I have deepest respect and from whom I have derived the strength to challenge myself and perform better at each stage. I sincerely thanks each one of you, especially few names like Mr. Banerjee, Rakesh Khanna, who taught me litigation, Sudhir Mai, who bring me to the environment and sustainability issues and mainstream practice, my wife, who really helped me, my young son, and my parents, for helping me reach a stage where I can proudly hold up this award as a mark of my achievement. I also promise to not only get better at my work so that you can see me here for more such awards, but I humbly accept this and receive this award. And I keep doing good work. And thank you, Pinky ji. Thank you, Sudhir bhai, for this prestigious jury who confirmed this award to me.
Ma'am?
I think, Sudhir, you seem to have a lot of accolades with you, with having guided the way of a number of youngsters. So, Rajesh, congratulations. And indeed, it's very nice to know that this leads you on to even getting to further heights. That is the whole intention of achievements and acknowledging achievements. I think that's the way the system works, and that's the way the system should work. That's why we all become part of this. This is our contribution to society, to say, let's go forward and let's go higher. So with this goal, Rajesh, commendable job that you've done, and congratulations.
So Rajesh,
thank you very much. Thank you.
I'll complete the loop here before congratulating you. I was a junior to Pinky ma'am.
Yes, I know, Sudhir bhai.
She was my first senior, so that is what we have learned. And she signed my diaries at the almost 12 o'clock in the night. And my worry was, how will I get a bus to Shalimar Bagh? Because I'll not get a bus. But she did sign, and she's also asked me, did you eat something? And the way she will say, something will get scared. But I was so happy when then we worked, and I went into firms and we created this. But I learned this from Geeta ma'am and Pinky ma'am, that, we have to extend our hand. And you know what I mean. You were a partner of Fox Mandal almost 10 years back. But ma'am, one bigger qualification this gentleman has, he's one of the finest astrologer the country has.
Rajesh, where's your number?
And he's in Singapore right now. And he's working with the top companies. But he's one of the finest astrologer also. So many congratulations. I'll pass on the number shortly after this.
One loop, I'll complete now. Sudhir is the torchbearer of environmental and wildlife stream in India. And I was just followed initially almost for 5 years. And he's represented the whole other NGOs, and I represented WWF India. So I followed his footsteps from the very beginning. Still my joining the Trina, because we are the solar module manufacturer, largest solar module manufacturer. And more solar and more climate change you get, the better climate change mitigation you get. I think my only surviving to my achievement and my way back to society is to really excel in this solar industry, so that each and everywhere, like, we can replace and reduce the carbon footprints by meeting the goal of climate change.
Very well.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
Good
Raj.
luck, Rajesh, and see you more and more in future. Take
Thank
care.
you very much, ma'am. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Sudhir bhai. Thank you.
Congratulations, Dr. Sehgal. Many congratulations to you. We're seeing our GCs in a different role as well. Some are astrologers, some are environmentalists, and yes, moving forward, we'll find out more about our GCs who are part of this elite list. Let's find out with this audio visual. Many congratulations, Mr. Kapoor. Very warm welcome to you.
Thank you to the BW team who made the selections, and all the judges in reposing the faith. Thank you so much.
Ms. Anand?
That was a quick one. I was still waiting for a couple of more lines. But
No, I did not want to give a speech, Pinky.
You're right. But your speech is in your being part and parcel of this entire process. And I think the shorter the speech, the longer the expression. So sometimes even that. Whatever choices you made, Anubhav, congratulations. And indeed, it's been remarkable to be looking at all of you and your performances, and the performances indeed of your corporations as well. So great future ahead, and congratulations again.
Thank you, Pinky. And I think this cannot be possible without thanking all the seniors. I think they are part and parcel of our ecosystem. One of the first lessons I learned after entering the profession was that you will never know all the laws, and you will not have solution to all the problems, right? So it will be your seniors who will be guiding you. And I think we are all in a connected world. So being part of the fraternity makes me really feel proud about this, and being part of it. And of course, this is not possible individually. It is the teamwork of many people who have helped us throughout our careers, and also the teams that we worked in different companies. And also, I think last but not the least, the family members, right? They are part and parcel of every step we take and the successes we achieve. So thank you for this recognition. Thank you, all of you.
Many congratulations. Many congratulations.
Thank you, Sudhir. Thank you. I heard a lot of good things in the previous session about you.
So many congratulations, Mr. Kapoor, to you and to your whole team and family as well. Many congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward to unveiling our next name on this coveted list. Let's quickly have the audio visual, please.
Thank you for having me here. I'm really humbled and honored to be part of this elite group, clearly. I just want to say two things. Actually, it's in two parts. One is I want to thank everyone in my life. People thank only parents or seniors. I actually want to thank everyone in my life, every moment in my life. If that moment, that friend, that teacher, that probably even a stranger whom I learned from is not there, probably I'll not be here today. So yeah, really thank everyone, including my family, my friends, my teachers, my relatives, lawyers, peers, friends, everyone. So thanks for that. Other part, what I want to say is that a lot of people, a lot of lawyers don't recognize that we in-house counsels play a very big role in image building of Indian industry. We bring compliance to the table. We bring discipline to the table. How industry works. We are an image builder, right? If you see perception index of India in various terms, in corruption, in other sense, we are the people who actually contribute to make it up, to bring it up. So I think we all play a big role. We have been playing a big role, but it's time that we take it to next stage. It's time that we bring more transparency to the business. It's time that we contribute more towards the society. I am a firm believer that if we contribute to the industry in more transparent manner, we actually discipline our guys more, our commercial guys more, then India can achieve much greater heights where we are at today. So this recognition is sort of first step to recognize people like us that we contribute, and that also inspires us to contribute more. So thank you, Business World. Thank you, jury, for recognizing us. This is truly a great step towards nation building. Thank you.
So congratulations, Dr. Mittal, and or should I call you Vivek, I suppose. So, you know, I
Vivek.
like things. The first part of your statement, I was reminded of a sher which said, "Jo mil gaya usi ko muqaddar samajh liya." So you made every part of life your muqaddar and treat it as that. So highlighting faith. And the second part, I think, which you are one of the first to outline in the current, at least, awards is transparency. And I think that is a very essential feature. And the more we can lead towards transparency, actually, that is the problem. You hide things behind the carpet, then you can always continue to have activities which don't result in positive results. So the only way you can go forward with that is to have this transparency. So good of you to have pointed out. And I think if you put together this as a theme, the awards, you'll also get each of these keynote statements, Sudhir. What do you say? We kind of make some kind of statement there out and put it there for everybody to say, this is what the GCs, the top 10 GCs, 100 GCs, sorry, have come across with in the recommendations. It sounds like a very good motto to follow for future.
Absolutely, ma'am. I totally agree with you. And what Vivek is saying and what many others also have said, one or two things, like even as lawyers, sometimes we underestimate the role, and I'm being very serious about it, because we don't understand the stress which the GC takes for the company, and he has to take our stress also. And of course, we take the stress of the senior counsels like you. That's a different issue.
Bottom line, there's a stress factor in law. Let's accept it.
Yeah, and he said it's a very important thing, because, and we don't understand, we always have this notion about it that, oh, as lawyers, we take the maximum stress. It's not true, actually, because even as an in-house, they become the Kesaris, they become the Akshay Kumar there, and they have to do a lot of firefighting. So we will take these one-liners which you asked, ma'am. Most of them have given one line which is very, very critical. I'll try to remember, or if somebody noting down, I'll get back to you on that. Thank you, Vivek.
One thing I want to say is that I don't think we bring stress or we have stress as a lawyer. I think we de-stress the business. I am a firm believer that we de-stress the business. As I said, we are image builder. We solve the problem. We don't give the problem, and that's what I'm proud of. Thank you.
You are so right. You are so right. Thank you. Many congratulations.
Very well said, Dr. Mittal. Many congratulations to you. And yes, Ms. Anand and Mr. Mishra, we are going to have the recording of the video of the whole session. So we will make sure that we bring out all these pointers. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. With that, let's move on and find out who else has made it to the list. Let's take a look at this audio visual. Many congratulations, Dr. Gimawat. Very warm welcome.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. First, I would like to sincerely thank Business World and the jury for recognizing and acknowledging the profession of GC and in-house counsel. And it's absolutely my privilege and pleasure to be a part of GC 100. But then I'm highly, highly grateful to the Business World and Dr. Batra and his team for appreciating the work of General Counsel. Now, it's only because of these kinds of efforts that this legal profession, which was earlier considered as a a profession by elimination, it is now considered as profession by choice. And believe me, it's a profession with a community of over 5 lakhs lawyers in in-house counsel. And now these recognitions do matter. They would prepare future legal leaders to take care of the fourth industrial revolution. But then I would only like to recommend one particular issue, that yes, time has come now, effort should be made, that the Bar Council of India should recognize and acknowledge the in-house counsel. They are also part of the same community. I think that is what the message we should drive home. But then highly thankful for recognizing and acknowledging in-house counsel. And thank you very much for everything. Thanks.
Excellent, Sanjeev. We'll definitely move it to the Bar Council to consider the issue of recommendation and a commendation rather. Recognition by itself is a commendation of sorts. However, we started the process with Business World. So thank you for acknowledging that. And this was the entire idea. I think what Business World does, what Dr. Batra has been doing, is to actually take the legal community forward, and within the legal communities, the undisclosed sector, so to say. So the in-house counsels were somewhat behind the scenes and have now come to the forefront. 500 is a large number, as you said. And yes, indeed, it's an ever-growing field. And I believe that the best of people are actually now going in for the in-house counsel. So that is something which by itself shows the level to which this particular sector has reached. So congratulations to you and your performance and your group's performance. So Sanjeev, look forward to seeing you again.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Sanjeev, it's an honor for the jury to get you in the top 100. And you are an institution for many, many years. We have been seeing your work. So it was a very easy decision. Enjoy the day and do well.
Thank you very much. Thanks for everything. Yeah.
Well, sometimes it's my line and it goes on me as well. So many congratulations, Dr. Gimawat. And moving on to finding out the next name on the list, let's take a look.
Hi, Pinky. Hi, Sudhir. Good evening. And
good evening, Hemant.
Thank you very much for this honor. But at the outset, let me share my experience. Whatever I have achieved in last 30 years or 32 years, it is all one from parents. My father was a judge. My whole family is a lawyers, mostly corporate lawyer. The most important learning was in my early days in district court from my court clerk, who used to teach me how to fill up the bail bond and what is the meaning of the wakalatnama. So in today, my speech, I have suggested to my new generation that friend, you can join corporate, you can join law firm, but better spend 4 or 5 years in the legal profession as a district court. And try to have a cut tea, what you call cut tea and falidana during lunch hour. And then you will understand the process of their court process. Otherwise, what I have seen in my career, whether working with the State Bank, Pinky, let me share, State Bank was the first in the India who recruited the in-house counsel through all India recruitment process like probationary officer. And in our batch, 66,000 appeared and 31 were selected. So I started my journey from State Bank, NTPC and Cell. And thereafter, SR and Anil Ambani as a president. And now I'm fortunate that I'm heading the Larsen and Toubro Limited. Last 10 years, I find that my job is not only legal. I see that 30 or 35% my managing director, chairman asked me to give legal advice. But 60% major acquisition as a partner, as a strategic decision, like whether Mindtree acquisition or divestment. So these are my role. And compliance, of course, is always there. L&T, we don't face this non-compliance because in their blood, everybody thinks to comply everything. For in-house counsel, we are subjected to two rules. One is your company rules, whereas advocates are only subjected to Advocate Act. So we have two talwar on our head. So whenever we take a decision, we always think that whether Larsen Toubro or the State Bank is first my client, and I have to see the interest of the client, of course, in accordance with the law. So once again, thank you very much for selecting me as a general counsel in the list, and wish you both all business world and everybody a grand success of this program. Thank you very much.
Hemant, indeed, you have taken my words at what they are, and therefore I respect you even more. So, aside from the fact that you are one of the 31 out of the 66,000 or 6,600, whatever that number was, I must tell you that I started my practice from the trial court, and I repeat this statement to everybody. Start from the trial court. Whether 4 or 5 years is too long, Hemant, in today's time. But be that as it may, some decent time should be spent there, because that is where the real learning curve is. And
Yes.
that can be translated across all sectors, whether it is GCs, whether it is corporate practice. It doesn't matter which way you go, but you have to have your feet on ground. To the younger generation of today, definitely this is something that we can leave a step forward and to show them that direction. But I think you have done wonderfully well in the various directions that you have gone. So you've gone from a conservative banking and other sector to Larsen to Toubro, which is one of the most credit-worthy institutions in the corporate sector, and has been so for a tremendous number of years. I like the statement you make. No compliance issues, because they've always believed in having compliance. So good for you, Hemant, and may we keep meeting, and may we keep taking all of us forward.
Yeah. And one more thing, Sudhir, before you speak, that now what I have done, last 2 years, I'm associated with a very good startup. Whatever I have learned, I want to just convey and say return it to my youngster. And I'm selecting every through that startup 50 law students who are from remote area. They do not have the means, and I try to, through master classes with my friends, teach them the fundamental of law. When you go to a corporate for interview, what is this etiquette, your dressing style? When you go inside the courtroom, how you will put up the band and everything. When you are going to a law firm, how you will go, so that they understand other than law also.
Many congratulations, Hemant sir. You I am observing since my college days, and you know why I'm saying that. And so you were one of the reasons why I had to come in law. And it's a pleasure to see that your interest and your excitement is the same, which was 20 years back or 25 years back when we met you as maybe as law student or as simply a graduate student. So that is the motivation. How do you keep the same energy levels? And that I have to learn from you, from Pinky ma'am. That how do we keep energy level?
Let me tell you. See, first 10, 15 years was all. I admit it was little tense period when I was in State Bank and public sector. Pinky, don't mind it. I am sharing with you. See, there the legal department worked like a you know that I should not use the word. You give an opinion, it may or may not be accepted. The final authority is different. Whereas a company like L&T, you go to Mr. Nag, you go to Mr. S.N. Subramaniam. If Hemant has said something, no question of deviating from it. If Hemant has said that irrespective of 1 billion case, it should be settled, not to go to the court, they will not go to the court. That is the difference. Coming to the stress portion, if you properly delegate your everything to your peers, subordinates, tell them that this is your responsibility. Also, give them full opportunity to grow. Let them also come, because these days we are dealing with, under the artificial intelligence, I have already introduced complete digitization in the legal department. So these 2-3 things are making my life a complete stress-free. My peers, my student, my other staff who are working under me, they are also very open. There is no restriction that you cannot come in the room of group general counsel. Everybody is free to come in my room, share their thought, And these are the reasons to just enjoy your life. Of course, my wife, Karuna, who is also a partner in the law firm, she's contributing a lot in this, how to remove the stress.
Wonderful, sir. Many congratulations to you. Take care.
Thank you, dear. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kumar. Congratulations once again to you. Moving forward to our next name, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be a little quick here as time permits to get all the names unveiled under this list. Let's take a look at this audiovisual. Many congratulations, Ms. Sani. Very warm welcome.
Thank you very much, and a big shout out to Business World for shining the spotlights on the general counsels. It's truly a pleasure. I've watched the profession evolve, and today it's wonderful to see that general counsel have not only a seat at the table, but also a voice in the decision making. So I hope to see our profession grow, evolve, and as counsels to our one and only client, it's indeed a pleasure to be able to do that. And we are sort of in a unique position where we help find solutions, work with our internal clients. So I'm absolutely delighted with this. Thank you very much, Pinky and Sudhir. And, we are at the end of the day a product of many things, including our families who support us through this. But I also want to give a shout out to the lawyers and our teams that we work with who actually do a lot of the work, and we get to carry the accolades. So I would count my success if I can see future general counsels come out of any of the folks that I have worked with. So this is for many, many GCs to come, and many, many GCs who will make it onto this list. Thank you very much again for this. It's been an absolute pleasure.
So, Inderpreet, congratulations. I'll only add one thing that, all of you I'm finding are attributing success and your success to everybody around you. But of course, the torchbearers are, in addition to the supports that you have got, it is something to do with your DNA, for sure. And that performance of the DNA in the open air and the transformation. So I think there's some difference in you that takes you wherever you are. Of course, I'm glad to say that the Indian system seems to value the family contribution. So really, that's something that is important and has nurtured these values. But in addition, fate, and in addition, your DNA. So congratulations, and look forward to your taking the GCs ahead in this field of competitive, ever-growing corporatization or commercial organizations that we have in the country and the economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Many congratulations, Inderpreet. And we are very blessed to have people like you. And it was a very easy decision for jury to get, because consciously we were trying to get more women in this list and not taking away from anybody anything. So it's a pride. We want more of such thing to come, which shows the success that this is a profession which is going to bloom and explode in times to come. Many congratulations.
Thank you again very much.
Thank you so much, and congratulations once again. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are inching more towards the next few names on this coveted list. Let's take a look at the audiovisual. Many congratulations, Mr. Mukhopadhyay. Very warm welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm really grateful to the jury for remembering me because I am out of India for the last almost 20 years. I live and work in London. But still, it's really gratifying to note that people have not forgotten me in my own motherland. So it is a great honor. This is the 8th awards that I'm getting in the last 10 years. Some of them are international. But when it comes to India, comes from India, then certainly this, adds a flavor. I agree with some of the award winners, whatever they have said, because I was watching it in my in my mobile, and it is true that we are grateful to a large number of people in our life, and Vivek talked about even to the strangers, and I completely agree. You learn from everybody. I'm very grateful to my family, and my daughter is a qualified English solicitor. She has just qualified, and she has joined in a law firm. But the kind of knowledge that I gained from her is something astounding. When we started, rather my generation started in India, there was no concept of general counsel at all. And the concept got importance in the last 10 or 15 years, no doubt about it. This basically came from abroad, especially from the Western world, where really GCs, they play a very, very pertinent role in the decision-making process. And there was always a discussion going on whether GCs should get into the board of the multinational companies and all. So you can imagine what kind of importance GCs are being given in the Western world. But I am so glad to see that now this concept has come to India last 10, 15 years. I myself was the GC in 7 large companies in India. But still at that point of time, when I left India 20 years back, the recognition was not there. But today, we are being recognized. That's really a great and gratifying thing to note. I'm very grateful again to the jury. I'm watching Miss Anand is also sitting, one of the most outstanding lawyers in our country. I watched him in when she was the Additional Solicitor General of India. So therefore, when you are sitting in the midst of all these luminaries, you feel humble. Thank you very much for the honor that was bestowed on me.
Abhijit, indeed, sitting from a distance, thank you so much for joining in and being part of this. Indeed, it is a pleasure for us, all of us. Sudhir is one of the jury members with me here, and there are several others. It was a challenge to some extent because everybody was one better than the other. And it is indeed interesting to see that how many people who are at the top of the profession have actually gone in for this general counsels, which shows the way forward to a lot of youngsters and the direction forward. So thank you very much and congratulations for the well-deserved award, and thank you for all the nice things that you have to say about everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And Abhijit Saab, we have been meeting in International Bar Association world over, whether from Vancouver to Seoul. I think we met last in Seoul in 2019.
Yes.
And so we know your work, and the India knows about what kind of work you do. Of course, I had the fortune of also working with Hindujas on some of the issues. So we know that how long you have been doing this kind of thing. But I want to ask you one thing. You have lost a lot of weight. What has happened?
It is a conscious decision, no doubt about it. I'm glad that you could notice.
Yes,
and,
I could.
I'm being constantly reminded by my wife the same thing. But yeah,
Because,
there's no doubt about it.
So take care of yourself.
Yeah, I'm glad. And one last thing I want to say, I think one award winner I'm forgetting because many of them are personal friends like you, Sudhir. I think somebody said that, the time has come for us to, give whatever little knowledge that we have to the younger generation. I think that's very, very important. A lot of counseling, etc. I think we should do. I do a lot of counseling in the international field, in the universities and all. And to tell you very honestly, the kind of gratification that normally I get out of counseling is something which cannot be, received in terms of compensation or money. That's a very gratifying stuff.
Wonderful.
But thank you once again for remembering me.
Take care of yourself, sir. Wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, and many congratulations, Mr. Mukhopadhyay. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward to telling you our next name of General Counsel on this list. Let's take a look. Many congratulations, Azad. Very warm welcome to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Business World. Thank you, ma'am, Pinky ma'am, and thank you, Sudhir. Thank Gayatri. So it's a pleasure to be on this and to get this kind of recognition. I think general counsels as such, they were always below the radar for so many years. I think the role has evolved in the last 10 to 15 years. And I personally believe that the general counsel role is very, very critical, and it helps shapes the fundamentals of the organization in which the general counsel is working, advising, because it lays down the standard, it lays down the strong foundation for compliance, it lays down the standards for documentation. It basically starts with the advice of the general counsel, which helps shapes the litigation going forward, which counsels like Pinky, Anand, and all other counsels who argue matters in the court. So I think it's a stage little prior to getting into litigation and these days I think the role has evolved so much that you are on the board, you are advising business, you are a business partner, you are a lawyer. So I think by and large, I would say it's an amazing thing. I think very great for the younger generation. I think this opportunity was not there. That recognition was not given in the earlier days. But I think now the role has really evolved. And I also see, sometimes in the Western world, the general counsels are also as CEOs of certain companies. So I think we have broken all the barriers in the professional world. So I think it's an amazing thing, and I really thank the business world and thank the jury for kind of making all the efforts to recognize the top 100 general counsels, which is very much needed. And I'm really humbled, and it's a privilege to be with all of you all, and I thank everyone.
So, Kaizad, I must take some of your words. So, let me take some of your keywords. So, the radar's job is to search, and the radar's job is to see that nobody stays outside that limit. So, we've increased the width of it, and I'm really happy on that. But what has been raised for the general counsels is the jobs that you people are doing. And you're right, it may be 10, 15 years back that this entire process started. But indeed, it was something that was happening, and it has come up to this level that it has, deserving of recognition as it has, because of the jobs and the performances that you people are doing. And I do also would add in a small part to say that I think 2013, for example, has been a very crucial year for putting into focus general counsel's performance. And I'll quote the last statement to say this. And I know that I was reading in a couple of places that general counsels are almost like CFOs. So not only are they in Western countries CEOs, but in any case are parallel to those positions, and definitely to perform that engagement job that is required.
Thanks, ma'am. Absolutely.
Kajad, I will like to only say that one, we really feel a lot of pride that how much preparation, of course, BW had done, but you all who are so seasoned, who are so statured, take it so seriously, these awards. It has given a lot of confidence, and we have learned so much. Pinky ma'am, in fact, said that most of the one-liners which is coming from the winners needs to be cataloged. And I've written a thing to one of the sub-editors that how she has to do. You are in healthcare, and Indian healthcare is shining in the entire world today. The whole world is talking about our healthcare capabilities, the pharma capabilities. I give more power to you, and I pray you succeed even further. Many congratulations.
Thank you, Sudhir. Really appreciate it. And thanks to all the jury.
Congratulations, Kaizad. I also want to say that, in your designation, you're not only a GC, at your designation, you are a president and a GC. So clearly what I've been saying, GCs do a business role. Global companies, large environments, GCs are on the board, and if a GC in a large company says no to something, it doesn't happen. If the merger and acquisition, new area of expansion. If there are policy risks or legal risks, so clearly I think in India also GCs have reached that level of acceptance as business advisors. So clearly, just wanted to mention that. Congratulations to you and keep doing well.
Absolutely, Dr. Batra. Thank you so much.
Many congratulations, Mr. Hazari. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move forward and unveil the next name as part of this list. Let's take a look. Many congratulations.
Thank you so much, Kathy. Thank you, Dr. Batra. And it's been tremendous. I think sort of just going through that list of folks who've been recognized here has been tremendous. I think the panel, the jurists who sort of looked through the nominations as has also been tremendous. I think for me, I've very interestingly, I've sort of spent most of my life in private practice in law firms. So I've actually been serving these GCs for many years. So it's nice to be on the other side. And I think always had a dream of getting onto the other side and barking orders at some of these private practitioners. But it's been humbling also to have the responsibility. I think to realize that in a sense the buck stops at our desk. And also, as I think I was just listening to Kaizad earlier, the expectation is that there's a lot of pressure, and there's a complete recognition of our work as well, which is coming through. So I think my career has been very brief. I would say only 20 years or so, and in that time itself, the role of GCs has changed so much. And I would like to thank all of the jury and Ms. Anand and Dr. Batra, of course. And I think one quick point before and I would like to mention I'm currently working on some initiatives around supporting the legal profession in terms of recognizing issues like mental health, bullying, and various other things, which it's interesting why in the corporate arena, when I spoke about these issues, people said, we've been dealing with this for many years. But the legal profession is one where, while I would say it's mental health is something which people don't like talking about, and I think we need to talk about it. We need to speak about how important this is. So I think sort of just a request to all the other panelists, etc., that took. We also need to give back to our profession. We can't just take the bouquets. We have to take obviously the support as well. So back to you, Kathy, and of course Dr. Batra.
Congratulations, Satyajit. Just want to say all the best. And move on. We've done, I'm very conscious, I'll go on speaking to you, but we've done only 40 in 2 hours. We have to complete 100. So I look forward to a conversation soon again.
Definitely.
With you. So congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gupta. Many congratulations to you once again. Quickly moving forward to unveiling our next name on this list. Let's take a look at the audiovisual. Many congratulations, Ms. Agarwal. Very warm welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm very proud to be nominated by such eminent. Thank you. I agree for this recognition for my work. And this I think I can proudly up achieve. Can't by the inspiration which seen in stand in my organization after me and the support from team members and my colleagues and also the unrelenting the look to perform better. And the last 1 year has taught us really there's a new challenge around the corner. We need to rethink so many new ways of doing the things which we have traditionally been doing for the last digital space, and I think we are managing. Thank you again.
Congratulations, Mr. Agarwal.
Many congratulations, Ms. Agarwal.
Congratulations, Kalpana.
Thank you. Thank you.
With that, let's move on to find out who our next name is on this elite list. We're going to speed up. Let's take a look at the audiovisual, please.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to thank God for his never-ending grace on me and to be considered as one of the top 100 GC by Business World and the eminent jury members. It's really a great honor and privilege for me. I can tell you this is like a big thing for me to be recognized by this forum. I would also like to thank all my seniors and my team members in the current role, with whom I have spent enormous time and is like an extended family to me, as well as those who I've worked with in the past. Last and definitely not the least, I would like to thank my supportive family, who has always been there with me in all ups and downs, whatever it may be. A lot of, I'll say, support from my wife, who has been there supporting me in whatever work I've done, and it's encouraging me for the efforts. And last thing, I'll say, a lot of people say negative about COVID, but I can say this is the best time of my entire life, and that too, getting an award at this time is amazing. So thank you, everyone, and thank you for recognizing me. So thank you, Pinky ma'am, especially. We met, and thank you, Anurag and Khyati and the entire Business World team for their excellent seminar that they have organized.
Congratulations, Mr. Khanna, and keep doing well. And I like the fact that I just posted, I've taken a 40-minute break from the event, and I said, intent matters, sincerity matters, action matters. But if you want to do something and it happens, don't think you've done it. It's God's way of making it happen. You're only part of it. It's predestined. That's what I believe. So clearly, there is a higher power that guides us. We make the efforts because we know that the efforts, thanks to the blessings, will work. So congratulations and keep doing well.
Thank you.
Many congratulations, Mr. Khanna. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move forward and find out who the next name is part of the coveted list. Let's take a look. Many congratulations, Mr. Rao. Before you start speaking, we also have Mr. Benjamin Grossman, CEO Pinpoint Payments, here with us. I'd like him to also join us on the screen. Very warm welcome.
Thank you.
Mr. Vasudev Rao, I just want to say that our congratulations, and our jury really makes this award. And Mr. Grossman is based in Tel Aviv, is right. He's part of among the largest law firms there. And clearly our jury members have halo around them. You can make that out by looking at Benjamin. Look at the halo he has around him.
Thanks.
Benjamin is the friend.
It's the Holy Land.
With him.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Go on, sir.
It's been a pleasure. Truly honored
All
to
yours.
receive this recognition. It's been a pleasure and truly honored to receive this recognition, not only for me as a GC, but for the entire profession. Thanks to BW and all the jury members. I would only say thank the Almighty, my parents, my employers, my teammates who have been in this part of my journey for the past 24 plus years. Just as a GC, while we undergo many things as we move in a journey, what in my view is needed is the 3 P's that's very important in life. That is the purity, the patience, and the perseverance which a GC would need. And this helps in building the trust amongst all the stakeholders. And by virtue of these 3 P's, this is how the GC gets the recognition and helps to come up to the stage where I am rightly present right now. Thank you so much once again.
Beautiful. I'll use just 3 P's one. Purity, patience, and perseverance.
Absolutely right. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Grossman, your words of encouragement to Mr. Rao.
Yes, congratulations. We don't know in person, but I hope we will. Can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely. I can hear you.
Hello?
We can hear you,
Benjamin, we can hear you.
Something here.
We can hear you.
Okay, so first of all, congratulations. This is the first time I'm in the jury. Good luck. I think this is going to be a very challenging time for GCs because lots of changes going to happen. We have to adopt new ways during the COVID. COVID is here to stay for the next few years in some aspects. But those who be agile will make it a success. Churchill once says you cannot afford to not to leverage a good crisis, and this is a good crisis to be leveraged.
Absolutely. Thank you again, everyone. Thank you, Judy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rao.
Many congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Quickly, let's move on and find out the next person who's part of this list. Let's take a look at the audio visual. Many congratulations, Ms. Chaudhary. Very warm welcome to you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and absolutely delighted to be, recognized by such an august jury and the absolutely wonderful initiative that business world has taken to recognize a different part of, but now increasingly an important part of the legal fraternity as we go along. And so I'm really very proud and very happy about it, and equally humbled, I think, and because rewards always and awards bring a satisfaction that you have been recognized for your achievements and efforts over the years, but I think it also brings on a huge sense of responsibility that we are at a stage where there is so much people have contributed to get you to this level, and that reminds me that I need to I can't thank many people enough for this. I think it's in utter gratitude to God, making a mid-career shift and trying to start a new profession rather late in life, and trying to make my way up. He has been extremely kind. My family, who's been absolutely supportive, and my dear friends, and also I think all my mentors. I've really had the good fortune of working with very wonderful people, the leaders, the managers, and my peers and team members. I think we are nothing without our teams. As general counsels, all others would agree with me. They just make us look very good. And I'm really proud of the fact that the people who worked with me have gone, forward and become lead counsel. Some of them are general counsels now. So that makes me really, really happy and proud. So lots of power to all the GC community and the legal fraternity, I think. And it gives me a greater sense of responsibility. I think I've taken a few strides in that direction of trying to give back to the fraternity. I'm associated with a few law schools and some business schools where I try and guest lecture quite often. And there's some talk with at least the National Law University Delhi that go and talk to final year students. When you prepare them for the outside world, it's okay about reading theory, but the world outside is rather different, and just how to find your feet and not just fall flat. So this is an initiative I'm very passionate about. I hope it takes off and I'm able to contribute in a more valuable manner. And as GCs, I think like many my colleagues, this is a real August gathering, not only of the jury members here, but also of my other colleagues who've really been on this list. And many of them I was watching have said that, the role of the general counsel has certainly evolved over the years. I mean, right from the time when we were looking at, it was rather peripheral. Nobody bothered about the legal counsel sitting in a company, to the time now where you are considered to be an effective business partner. You are considered as a trusted partner. You are part of the business as much as you are as a gatekeeper in terms of the conscience of the company. So there is a long journey that this role of GC has traveled, and I think it has real places to go forward. So more power to them, and thank you very much for considering me worthy to be a part.
Congratulations, Ms. Chaudhary.
Thank you.
I'll just say one thing, that knowing Manjari for almost a decade now, and I had the privilege of working in General Electric with her on some assignments. She's such a detailed oriented, and it becomes so easy when you have seen the work of some general counsel for more than a decade, and she's such a fighter. I don't want to say more. She would know what I'm saying, and to see her healthy, fine, and thinking about her future, it's such a privilege. It's such a happiness that you are in this list. I'm really proud of you.
Thank you.
She looks, I'll just add, she looks very gentle, but obviously there's this extreme go-getting part which is there in Manjari, as much as the 45,000 Maruti once upon a time, which became the people's car for everybody. So Manjari, great work, and look forward to your gentleness as much as your ambitious and go-getting attitude that you have. May it go forward. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Pinky ma'am. I think it's an honor to be on the same stage with you. And thank you, Sudhir, for your extremely kind words. Thank you so much. My pleasure.
Congratulations, Ms. Chaudhary.
Thank you, Mr. Batra. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Many congratulations, Manjari. Moving forward to our next name on this elite list, let's quickly take a look at the audiovisual.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's been a real honor to be recognized by an august jury like this for an award which is sponsored by BW, Business World. I just want to say a few things. Of course, God has been the guiding light for me always. But my metamorphosis from a litigating practitioner in High Court, District Court, and the trial court to an in-house person has been really tumultuous, challenging, and yet rewarding. The challenge really lies, in my words, in developing the art of talking legal to the counsels you brief and talking English on the same subject to your management. So that really is a challenge, according to me. It's truly humbling, and I feel honored to be conferred this award by BWGC 100 and joining the erudite group of in-house counsels. I hope I can live up to the expectations of my mentors, parents, family, who've been extremely supportive all through and continue bringing value to the field. In fact, during COVID times, I realized how important data laws are going to be for the country. And that's when I joined the student bandwagon and picked up a course at NLSIO in Bangalore. And I'm happy that I'm a part of the learning gang again, once again. So, and at the same time, I have picked up a lot of learnings, a lot of pearls from my team members, from my people who have guided me all along, in the sense, the senior counsels in the field who've been so detailed, which has helped me detail every issue right to the ground to be able to articulate the problems of the industry. I profusely thank the jury. I thank Ms. Pinky Anand, Dr. Anurag Batra, Mr. Sudhir Mishra, and Benjamin. I'm happy he's been able to join us now. Of course, it needs a lot of perseverance to be able to get across to the employer in what you're wanting to tell them, when the courts would sometimes give you dates after dates when the matters are not taken up. But I must say that I believe, and I firmly believe, in the fact that patience and honesty indeed shine as virtues eventually. With these words, thank you very much. I'm deeply humbled by this nomination and by being conferred this award. Thank you.
Many congratulations, Ms. Lal. In the interest of time, we'd thank you for your presence here and congratulate you and your teams. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
With that, we'll quickly move on to unveil the next name on this list. Let's quickly take a look at the audiovisual. Many congratulations. You are live. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Business World, for this recognition. I am really honored and really humbled. Working with the world has given us a true understanding of a business and its legal implication, and I really enjoy that. I thank all my seniors at RIL who have guided me all throughout, and all my junior colleagues for their support. I also thank all my senior counsels and counsels practicing in law and in courts for their guidance, and my family, of course, supported me in all my days when I was slogging in company for 12 to 16 hours. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Pinky Anand, thank you, Samir, Dr. Batra, and Benjamin. Thank you so much.
Many congratulations, sir. Many congratulations.
Many congratulations, Mr. Dave.
Congratulations, sir.
Many congratulations to you, Mr. Dave. Thank you so much. And yes, we hope that you will be celebrating today. With that,
congratulations, Mr. Dave.
We'll move on to the next name on this coveted list. Ladies and gentlemen, let's look at this audiovisual. Many congratulations, Ms. Singh. Very warm welcome to you.
Thank you, and good evening to the jury members who are present here today evening. I'm sure you've heard this so many times by so many of them, but I must say my words, and those are And I'm really thankful for the appreciation that you've shown to me, particularly because I've been a general counsel only for more than 3 years. And after having been on the other side of the table, it has been a very interesting journey, and certainly this could not have been achieved without the support of the organization, which is KPMG, my other mentors, and in particular my team, which has worked with me and throughout with me. And I have to just must mention to you, I'm the first general counsel of KPMG in India. So it was a task to build that team and to get them all together. So it has been a great journey, and thank you so much for all the recognition. It is very exciting. Indeed. Thank you.
Many congratulations, ma'am. Many congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Our big congratulations to you, Ms. Singh. Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're quickly moving towards our next name. Let's look at the audiovisual. We have the many congratulations to
Good, good evening, everyone. I hope I'm able to. You are able to hear me properly, right? Because I think the
we can
sound
see
quality
you
is
and
pretty
hear
bad.
you.
Absolutely. So, good evening, everyone, and thank you, Business World. Thank you, jury members. It's an honor to be part of this elite list. And we had a pretty interesting interaction in the morning also. So, Khyati, Ashima, thank you very much. For giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts with the audience. Yeah. Um, the journey as a general counsel for me is journey towards becoming a trusted business advisor, and apparently that journey which made me think that I need to create enabling framework for the business to really perform has probably brought me here. Um, you think beyond law and think in terms of business. How do we really make sure that the rules and regulations kind of enable the business objective in mind? So that's been my idea of being a general counsel, honestly. um, I mentioned in the morning that I'm a lawyer by accident, but here I am sitting with these elite lawyers on this fine evening as a general counsel, to be recognized as a among the top lawyers in India. So thank you very much for this recognition.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, Mr. Narendra Gungan.
Very well done, Narendra, sir. Many congratulations to you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Sudhir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yep.
With that, Dr. Batra, I understand you have another commitment as well to join us
No,
back.
I'm just taking a 5-minute break. It's a commitment that I can't say no to, which you can understand. When nature calls, you got to go. So I'll let our managing editor, BW Legal World, Ms. Ashima Odi, who's really, along with Garima and Krishnan, put this together to join us. So, Ashima has really worked very hard along with Garima and Krishnan to do this. So I'm logging off only for 5 minutes.
We'll see you back shortly. Till then, we will move on and unveil the next name while Ashima joins us. Moving forward, let's play the audio visual, please. Many congratulations, Mr. Subramaniam. Very warm welcome.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank Business World and the jury for this recognition. To me, there are two key foundations for being a successful general counsel. One is the values and purpose of the organization, and other is the caliber and commitment of the team. I have been fortunate on both counts, being the general counsel of Nestle and having a great team to whom this recognition really belongs. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Murli.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, sir. Very well done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Murray.
Thank you so much.
Many congratulations. Let's move on to our next name on this list. Let's take a look. Congratulations, Mr. Sinha.
Thank you. Thank you so much. First of all, I must thank everyone who has been associated with this initiative. And in particular, I must name, of course, Deepak Acharya, which is taking this initiative. The jury members for having considered me good enough. So thank you. Also thank my family, my parents, my wife, children. In some ways, in a lot of ways, I'm an odd man in, despite having a fair degree of legal background in my family. My father's a lawyer, my sisters, two of them, lawyers. And I happen to be a bureaucrat who is now working in the area of law. So I really consider myself an odd man in. I must also thank the critical lawyers who have created this atmosphere and have converted this whole profession into one of great endeavor and great achievements, and a really functional part of our democracy. So I really thank all the large team of lawyers and all people who are working in the area of law. I'm an odd man in also from the point that I don't have the legal regimen and the legal practice that most of the amazing winners have had. And I really appreciate the initiative and energy which all of them have displayed in their respective fields. So congratulations, everyone. Not being an advocate puts a lot of blinkers on me. But again, it opens new perspectives into litigation, and especially government litigation. A unique value which a general counsel in the government would bring onto the table is ensuring value for the taxpayer. Government litigation is, again, a very serious concern in all areas of civil society. And this award is a recognition of the fact that a lot of us in the government are trying to ensure greater amount of efficiency in the whole litigation process. So I do accept this award with a great amount of humility. Thank you for having me on this list. Truly humbled. Thank you.
Congratulations, Vikas. And indeed, I might say this for myself. I think one of the most dedicated officers who's handling everything with a greater deal of efficiency for the country. And this is the way forward. And this is, as he said rightly, from the government, to present such a story which really takes the financial as well as the credibility as well as the efficiency. and of course the legal acumen as part and parcel of the General Counsel recognition that we have considered. I think one of the greatest stalwarts in this field. Congratulations, Vikas.
And
Well,
Mr. Sinha, just to take it further, your humbleness in saying and always saying that you are still learning or you're still feeling that you're not at par with anybody, but we know, as ma'am said, that you are one of the finest general counsels for the public sectors, and they're equally important. I would say rather they are more important, but this calmness which you just explained is the highlight for me. So many congratulations.
It's very kind of you. It's very kind of you.
Congratulations, Mr. Sinha, to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank you. Yes, let's find out now who the next name is on this coveted list. Can we have the audio visual, please?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Business World, and thank you to the very eminent jury who made it possible for me to be here today. I thought my biggest reward was the fact that I love my work and I enjoy and look forward to going into work every day, and that gives me the deepest satisfaction. But this reward and recognition definitely trumps it, and it makes all the hard work all the more worth my while and the time that I spent on it. I definitely feel the presence of my father here today with me, late Shri Habibullah Badshah. He taught me some amazing lessons. He told me that legal acumen makes a good lawyer, but integrity and ethics make a great lawyer. And I believe if I am here today, it is because of those words that he ingrained in me. I thank my wonderful mother who taught me that there is no alternate to hard work and to live life with passion, creativity, and to be brave in what I do. I thank Dr. Pratap C. Reddy, the chairman of the Apollo Group of Hospitals, and his amazing daughters who are leaders in the organization for the relentless faith they have had in me over the past 12 years. And finally, I cannot forget to thank my 3 lovely daughters who have been the reason for me to wake up every morning and go to work and get better and better at what I do and been such a support. Last year has been unprecedented times with the pandemic, and being the legal counsel for the largest hospital and medical care network in the country, it's been extremely challenging because we have been innovating all the time, whether it is to draft informed consents during the time of the pandemic for patients who came into hospital to protect them from getting COVID or to protect us from liability. I mean, where do we start? Or to draft clinical trial agreements for emergency trials of COVID medication. Or right now, what we are seeing, Apollo Hospitals spearheading the private sector in the administration of vaccinations. There is no dearth for exciting work. There's no dearth for innovation. Apollo Group is always innovating. They're always introducing cutting edge technology, and it's all the more onerous on us. And we need to take the responsibility as a legal team to ensure that we are keeping up with that innovation. That being said, I have a fantastic team working for me, and my greatest interest right now is mentorship and mentoring others to be able to take a step forward and get the encouragement that I had all my life. And I had the good fortune of being born into a family which could support me. And I think there was another general counsel who talked about helping people from rural areas and less privileged backgrounds to reach the places that we have reached because we were just privileged. Thank you, Ms. Anand. It's been a pleasure to talk to you the couple of times I did. And this completely came out of the blue for me. So it's all the more exciting for that. Thank you all so much. It's been wonderful to be a part of this.
Congratulations, Memuna. I think well-deserved, of course. Healthcare has had so much priority aside from your priority, and most of all your triplets, the ones that you seem to wake up in the morning for. So go for it and mentor everybody and teach everybody the way forward. Congratulations.
I would say, Maimuna, what you said today, I realized that you are talking about gratitude. One should learn gratitude from you. How much gratitude you have for everybody. And that is something which is very humbling to know. And we are very proud to be part of a jury which has selected somebody like you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Maimuna.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations once again. Moving forward, let's find out who the next name is on the list.
Thank you.
Very much welcome. Many congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good evening to everyone. Thank you very much, members of the jury and business world, for including me in this very august list of very honorable general counsels. It's very humbling. We of course. I think this for me, it also goes into really for Team ICICI Legal, which really does everything. So I guess I'm just someone who's on the face of the legal team and accepting it on behalf of the entire team. Thank you very much. The only other thing I'd also say that, look, events like this also tell us that indeed in-house legal counsels are playing a significant role in the corporate legal world, and hopefully very soon we will see a time where we are necessary changes are made in the regulations, etc., where we are part of the legal counsel. We are accepted as practicing law, and therefore which is, I think, there in most progressive countries, and also. The fact that perhaps then we could have more structured process of continuing education. We could have processes of licensing. I guess that's something which will be the next step for all of us. But thank you very much for this. Indeed, really honored.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sinha. Mr. Mishra, you're on mute, please.
Mr. Sinha, I would say that people like you, when they participate in something like this and they get rewarded or awarded, I can tell on behalf of Benjamin and the entire jury that we feel honored that people who have worked like you in this sector, and it's something which has not been recognized ordinarily. So we are very happy and very proud to get people like Nilanjan into the top 100 GC in India. Thank you. Many congratulations, sir.
Many congratulations, Mr. Sinha, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's see who's up next. Welcome, Pooja, and many congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for the recognition.
Good evening.
Yeah, it's always overwhelming when lawyers pat each other, isn't it? So I feel extremely honored and fortunate because I see some extremely awesome people across industries making up to the list. Some of them I've admired and followed through years. And this is special because of the stellar jury that has put all of us together here. So thank you so much once again. A leader is as good as their team. So, if my name pops up here, it's because of a lot of people that have worked with me, besides me, under me, over me, all of those things. And I see a lot of people who I've worked with also on that list. So that makes me even more proud. Some of these women, I've worked with in the past and have had the good fortune and privilege to sort of mentor as well. So this is incredibly satisfying for me. But I'd also like to take a moment to reflect and acknowledge that all of us actually owe our journey to people who came before us, and they paved the way for us, because we are having an event to sort of acknowledge and recognize the top 100 Gen Counsel. And I think a lot of people here said that when they started out, there was no concept of a General Counsel. So I think we owe our journey and what we are celebrating today to a lot of people and their great work, and they paved the way for us. And I think we also take this commitment to pay it forward now, and keep contributing, keep engaging, and get the profession the due that it needs. And I think Better World and Mr. Mishra, Mr. Crossman, Pinky was there before. All of you, I think you are amazingly, humane about it, because you're devoting your time and effort in encouraging people all across. And kudos to you. And I only wish I could learn more from you guys. So thank you so much once again.
Many congratulations, Pooja. On behalf of the jury, I can tell you how we feel after listening to a few of the winners. I, in fact, wrote to Ashima that I want to stay for as long as possible. And, it's something we take for granted. We take GCs as for granted. We never realize that they also have such a vital role. And I'll be honest with you, as a managing partner of a law firm, I always used to think that we take all the essential thing. But so many corrections have happened, and I'm a person who learns quickly, and I've learned a lot. Tell me one thing I want to ask you. What is the reason for your being so cheerful in these troubled times? Because I keep on finding those people who can put a smile on all of us.
I think inevitable happened in the Corona times. But I think what helps me personally, and to your question, is I've been brought up with a lot of resilience. Adversity is the name of the game. Change is the only constant. The way to thrive in life is to be positive, cheer up, and make the world around you go even more greener, right? And those are the principles that I follow. And work should be fun. It should be, when you love something you do, it almost always translates into a smile doing it, no matter how difficult or easy it is, right? So,
very well said.
Doing my part.
Very well said. Keep the smile on. Keep the smile on. Benjamin, you want to say something? Benjamin, you want to say something to Pooja?
No, I'm fine. Congratulations. I hope all the GCs will have the same smile always on their face.
Yeah.
That's true.
Winning hearts. An organization is as calm and as happy as the General Counsel. So I think I'm doing my part.
Thank you so much, Pooja. Congratulations.
If we have more people like Pooja, we will not be faltering on the happiness index so much.
Well said, Mr. Mishra. Thank you so much, Pooja. And
thank you, Ashima. Thank you.
More power to you.
Thank you.
Moving next to our next top GC.
Congratulations,
Preeti.
Thank you, Ashima. Thank you, Sudhir. Thank you, Benjamin. It's truly an honor to be part of this very august company. I'm truly humbled to see the amazing list that Business World has curated. I have admired most of the people on this list. So I feel absolutely excited and delighted and honored and privileged to be considered part of this list. I was listening to the participants who came before me and who spoke about how general counsels or the role of the general counsel has evolved and how we now have a seat at the table and it's an opportune time for us to give back as well as to be recognized as practicing lawyers. And it made me think a little bit about us and where we are today. And truly, we stand on the shoulders of those who paved the path before us. It would be the jury is an example of this. One of the jury members was my predecessor and paved the way for me. And so it's truly an honor and a privilege to have been voted as part of this list by her. This is an organization where I was recruited by a woman. She was our CEO, and I follow in the footsteps of many women who led the way for us. So I'm very truly grateful for all of those who had to battle those battles to make space for somebody like me here today. Truly grateful to Dr. Batra, the Business World Initiative, Ashima, to you. Everyone has taken so much care in curating this event. Thank you, jury members who've had a personal touch throughout. Thank you, Sudhir, for your kind words and for your congratulations. And really, thank you and congratulations to all the winners today. I'm truly, truly privileged to be part of this curated group.
Wonderful. Thank you. I welcome Ajit Mishra, our jury member here now. And Preeti, you are somebody, and it's a strange coincidence that you and Ajit and me, all three of us were in Chancery Lane in 2000 and I think 8 or something. You had come as part of a group or some law firm at that time you were working. And it's the way you have shaped up, the way you have taken the role of the general counsel, the kind of transition you have done, the kind of things which I have, when we were doing the entire evolution of a review of this thing, the kind of work you have done, the kind of good work, it's something which shines. And you have a long way to go. I only wish the very best to you. Do very well in your life. Very, very, very well in your life, Preeti. Ajit?
Preeti, many congratulations. You being on this list is not a surprise. In fact, you not being on this list would have been shock for many. And Sudhir has got very good memory, better than me. But yeah, I remember meeting you, though briefly, and look forward to seeing you. Many congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we also welcome our jury member, Ajit Mishra, partner, Harrison Clark and Ricopies. Welcome, Ajit. Sorry, I couldn't interrupt in between, but so happy to see you.
Likewise, very happy. Hello, Benjamin. Hi, Sudhir.
Hello.
Hi.
Ladies and gentlemen, now moving next to our next top GC. Welcome, Mr. Mishra, and many congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ashima. Thank you, Sudhir, Benjamin, Ajit. Thank you for bestowing this honor. It's a privilege to be felicitated by such a distinguished jury panel. Thank you to BW Business World and to Dr. Anurag Batra for curating this list, for taking this initiative. I will take this occasion to express my gratitude to a few people, and to my late parents first, who instilled in me the values which I cherish to this day and to which I try to live up to every moment of my life. To my family, who have been with me, standing with me in all of this. I come from a family of lawyers. My late father was a lawyer. My wife's a lawyer. My sister's a lawyer, and they have all supported me in all of this. And to my two lovely daughters, who have been there with me, and I cherish each moment of that. If I have seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants, and I take this occasion to acknowledge and to express my gratitude to my teachers and to my seniors with whom I started my profession. I was on the other side at the start of my career before I moved in-house, and I express my gratitude to all of them, and of course to external counsel with whom I keep interacting and learning from them and going further. Of course, to my team, without whom I wouldn't have been here. No man is greater than his team. So a big thank you to all of you. Ashima, great effort taken by you and your team in putting all of this together. So thank you so much. It's an honor.
So thank you so much, Mr. Mishra.
It's a rare time that out of 5 people here, there are 3 Mishras here. And I also want to tell you that I'm a great admirer of your work. We haven't met ever, but I know how much hard work you put in, how much pride you take in your brand. And I've heard those things because working with TCS and other companies, not directly with you, I've heard that. And it's an honor to be part of a jury where people like you are part of that top 100. And you come and speak here on this forum, it will only give Ashima the confidence to do a larger event next year. And we really congratulate you from the bottom of our Mr. Benjamin, Ajit, and my entire jury, Jyoti Sagar, everybody. They all were clear that people like you should be part of this list.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ajit?
Yeah, hi. Many congratulations, Rajendra. We missed the opportunity of meeting when 2 years back, probably you were in London. We missed that opportunity. Yes. Today we are meeting virtually. But I should say there are very few people who bring a lot of prestige to any kind of list. You're one of them. And having somebody like you completes the list. So many congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Ajit.
Benjamin?
Congratulations. We never met. I hope we will soon after COVID. And I'm impressed.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mishra.
Truly humbled. Thank you so much.
Many congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we have another top GC coming up.
Many congratulations, Mr. Singh. Very warm welcome.
Thank you so much. This is a big honor. And I really want to take this opportunity to thank the BW team for putting up this session. I really want to thank you guys, who are actually conducting this session with a smile all through the session, because, I've been seeing you guys sitting for such a long time and with the same kind of enthusiasm. That's really great. And thank you very much. I know that this is an award for GCs, and I've seen great predecessors before me coming here. And in this context, I remember one very senior GC talking about, his life. In fact, he actually moved from external to in-house. And he says that, there has never been a better time for GC to be. This is something which actually rings in my mind every day. And in fact, when I go to work, I actually realize that. So this is a great, opportunity for a lawyer to be in-house. And thank you guys, for honoring us. Thank you very much.
Many congratulations, Mr. Singh. And it's an honor to be part of such a jury where your nomination is there. And we are really proud of you.
Thank you.
Ajay.
Hi, Mr. Singh. Many congratulations. You rightly said there cannot be a better time than this one to be a GC. But that time has come because of people like you who have done exceptionally well in their profession and in their role as a GC. So many congratulations, very well deserved.
Thank you.
Many congratulations, Mr. Singh. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Ashima.
Congratulations, Mr. Singh. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to find out who the next name is on this committee list. Let's take a look. Very warm welcome. Congratulations, Mr. Banerjee.
Thank you very much. Hi, can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yeah, we can see you. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Excellent.
I want to listen to you.
Thank you very much to all of you, to Business World and the jury. I think this certainly means a lot to me, especially coming from a jury of such eminent jurists and legal luminaries. It is certainly a feather in the cap, a true feather in the cap. I am really overwhelmed to know that you found me worthy of this recognition. So thank you very much. Ever indebted and ever grateful. This certainly means a lot to me, and I take this with a lot of humility and pride. Thank you very much.
So Nitin, we know your work for almost many years now, and it's a privilege. I know you personally, that what you have done in Vedanta and what you're doing in Ola now, and what kind of person you are, how much value system you practice, and your parents, your entire value system. Why don't you tell a little bit about what is something which about GCs we don't know?
Oh, that's a tough one, Sudhir. Something about GCs that we don't know. That's a real tough one. I mean, I guess we've spoken for the last 2 days about GCs and how GCs have been sort of role changing, etc. Things that we don't know about GCs that I think GCs need to be a good I think human being. I mean, there is one thing that I believe that integrity and value systems is such a critical thing for a GC. Because GCs find themselves in extremely difficult positions, and there are many moments of dilemma. And I guess in those moments, your grounding, your value systems, your own integrity is that needle that you go and check and then advise your client. So I guess that's one of the most critical things to be a successful GC. That's what comes to my mind, Sudhir.
Wonderful. Ajit?
Nitin, many congratulations. We have never met, but that doesn't mean we will not. I will say Ola as a Indian company is doing really very well internationally, giving a tough fight to other players which are quite international. Yes. And being part of that team and running the legal desk of a company of that size and ambition, I think that's not an easy role. So it's very well deserved. You have been over here. That's a pleasure for us. And many congratulations.
Ajit, thank you very much. Thanks for the kind words to all of you. And I genuinely believe that coming in from a jury of your stature, it's unbelievable. Thank you. You've made the Friday evening and the rest of years to come.
Wow.
Very well
Many
deserved.
congratulations. Thank you, Ashima. Thank you, Kathi.
Benjamin has something. Yeah.
Congratulations. I know only Ola only on the side of the cabs, but now I understand why it's running so efficiently. And congratulations.
Yeah, Ola is a much bigger company than just cabs, and at some point I'll be happy to take you through what we do. It's a phenomenal company. It's got a great vision, supported by a wonderful leader and marquee investors. So really proud to be part of this team.
Brilliant. Very well.
I'm sure they're proud about you as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Many congratulations. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, with that, let's quickly move on to find out who is the next name on this coveted list. Let's take a look.
Thank you.
Congratulations,
Thank you. I'd like to express my gratitude, first of all, to the eminent jury for this honor, and BW Legal World for organizing this wonderful event and for putting together this coveted list. It's actually an absolute delight to be in the company of such illustrious GCs in the GC community. So thanks a lot for that. Such recognitions inspire us to do even more, even better, and also to mentor other junior colleagues in the profession and law students to join this line and excel in this field. I'd like to thank some of the people who have been very important in this journey. My parents, who have given us the right values, which have helped us in right stead all along in my life, in my career, in my personal and professional life. My wife, who has been a pillar of support, kind of a guiding force, a teacher, in many occasions, on many occasions. My daughter, whose tiny hands are big enough to dust off any level of stress off my shoulders. So to her, managing director of my business, Mr. Shambhan, who has reposed faith in me, and but for him, I would not have been able to reach this level of excellence in my professional career. So a big shout out to him. To my alma mater, lastly, Campus Law Center, which is known to give you law and law in-laws. So I got both there. I met my wife there. So yeah, thanks a lot to all of you. It's a pleasure being in this company. Thank you.
So I will call you PRJ. That is much easier for me. So
absolutely.
Out of 6 people here, 3 of them are from Campus Law Center. Mr. Samir Mishra, Ajit Mishra, and PRJ. So which batch are you from Campus Law Center? Ashima, you are of Campus Law Center.
I'm
You
from faculty of law.
Which center?
LC1.
Yeah, my brother was a pass out of LC1. I studied in CLC. I was a pass out of 2007, and then I went on to do my LLM. I went on to do my LLM at faculty itself, a 3-year course, and which I completed in 2010 alongside when I was working. It was a part-time course. So yeah.
Many congratulations to you, and the way you spoke about your daughter, it really touched me. I'm already remembering my 8-year-old. So that's very, very sweet of you. Ajit?
So again, I will address you in the same way, PRJ. Many congratulations. 2 things which struck me when we were having this discussion. One was you talked about your junior and being a role model for your juniors and your colleagues, which is a leadership quality, and clearly you have got one. Second thing, you mentioned that you are from CLC and your wife is from LC1, correct?
Both of us are from CLC. Yeah, my brother is from LC.
Okay. So the second conclusion was not right. I thought that you have spent too much time completing your classes from CLC and then waiting for your wife in LC1.
So we used to meet on the stairs between the classes.
But very well deserved. Congratulations. Very good to be part of the jury and selecting people like you. Very well deserved. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Many congratulations, Mr. Jayapura. It's lovely to see you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to the next name on the list. Let's quickly take a look. Many congratulations, Mr. Rao.
So,
Yeah, Mr. Sinha.
yeah, I mean, Pramod sends his sort of regret that he couldn't join personally, but he's given me the privilege of accepting this on his behalf, and he sends his gratitude
Very well.
and thanks to the members of the jury and to Business World to have included him. Pramod, of course, is for me personally, of course, this is for us for ICICI, it is double the joy because two of us being named in this August list. So thank you very much on behalf of Pramod. Pramod, of course, many of you will know is been in a part of thought leadership in the corporate legal world. He takes a lot of passion in law tech and taking initiatives like online dispute redressal and sort of setting up the platform for it. So he's been quite a sort of visionary in our corporate legal world. So I on his behalf, I thank the jury and thank the business world for doing this and including him. And again, I think as one of the speakers awardees mentioned that also a big shout out to the team, which has been really patient and putting us in queues and and really organizing this virtually. Of course, normally these awards are held in Delhi winter with some nice dinner and that is also, while that is missed, but this has been done wonderfully. And many congratulations to the Business World team. Thank you very much.
Well,
Thank you so much, Mr. Sinha.
we are very thankful to you that you have invested so much time today and your entire evening and it's very nice that you came for Pramodji. And we appreciate that on behalf of Business World and the entire jury. I thank you for this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sinha. And do convey our regards to Mr. Rao. Thank you so much. Yes, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are quickly moving on to our next name in this list. Let's take a look at the audio visual. Can we have the AV?
Hello, good evening to you all. Firstly, I really appreciate and thank you so much for including me in this very elite list of the top 100 general counsels. At the outset, I would like to appreciate and acknowledge the business world for putting in all the efforts in curating this list and coming up with a list of the top 100 general counsels who have contributed a lot to the industries and to the society. I'm sure this initiative will go a long way in in mentoring a lot of young lawyers to take up this profession and mostly the in-house counsels to do a lot more and contribute more to the society. I would like to certainly thank the jury. I know it's a lot of effort to go through so many profiles and finally come up with a list of top 100 pieces. It's not an easy task. And we really thank you for your patience and, and for all your effort in coming up with this list. And certainly the business world and, the whole team who have been organizing this event right from the day, right from the beginning and keeping all those beautiful smiles. It's not easy, I can tell you. I mean, I think given that we are all working from home, I understand, working remote, I understand the pressures and it's not easy. I really appreciate everything that you all have done in encouraging the general counsels. I would certainly like to take a moment to thank my family who has been with me all through in the past 25 plus years. It's not been easy. And I think the kind of effort, the hard work, and obviously, I think burning midnight oil is too small a phrase, and I don't want to say that. But I think the kind of efforts they have put in ensuring that they still support me, mentally, physically, emotionally, although I'm not there with them all the time, particularly my young daughter. when she needed me the most, I don't think I was actually there with her all around. But again, I really thank my family for everything they have done.
Many congratulations, Sheila. Thank you so much. We appreciate that you've come forward and said these lovely things about BW. Thank you so much. We really wish you all the best in the future and congratulate you.
Thank you so much, Prati.
Sheilaji, many congratulations to you. It's not easy to balance the family and also do your work as a general counsel. We are extremely proud of you as a part of the jury.
Thank you so much, sir. I certainly wanted to take a moment to most importantly thank my team, the regional legal team, the 25 plus lawyers, who I think we are all together as a human pyramid, I would say. So all you see is not just the one who's standing on the top, the entire human chain that makes a pyramid. I think, I really owe them, a wholehearted, thank you and appreciation for all their efforts. Not to forget the kind of strong global legal team we are, as an organization. My mentors, the senior leadership team, across the globe, for their partnership, for their support, and I think for the trust and confidence. I mean, I'm really very much overwhelmed and humbled with everything, and for the kind of support that we got. Thank you.
Very well. Ajit?
Sheilaji, first of all, many congratulations. Very glad to see you over here. You mentioned that putting together a list of this kind, top 100 GCs, that was not an easy task. You're absolutely right about it. But you contributed a bit in that effort. You made it easy. So when your name was there, everybody was like, yes. So we had to spend no time making a choice whether you should be on the list or you should not be. It was much more easier for us. So it took few minutes, not few minutes, few seconds for us to decide. Thank you so much. Very well deserved.
Thank you. I'm humbled. Thank you.
Ms. Patavali, thank you so much for your kind words and encouragement that keeps us going, and many congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. With that, I'd like to request our jury and Ashima, we gotta be quick, so we'll keep our congratulatory messages a little short. We have still many more GCs to congratulate, so let's quickly move on to finding out who our next name is on the list.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you, BW and the jury. Thank you, Mr. Mishra, Mr. Grossman, and Mr. Ajit Mishra. Thank you, Ashima, for doing an amazing job organizing this. I would like to thank Jyoti, sir, whose law firm started off my career in. I'm truly blessed to be a part of a list which includes such eminent and senior lawyers that I've looked up to. I have a lot to learn from you guys still, and I hope you're there to teach me. I would like to thank my organizations and the amazing teams I've worked with or am working with, without whom I wouldn't have been here today. And of course, my family, who's been my rock and my inspiration. I'm actually truly lucky to be a part of the in-house legal fraternity at a time where legal teams are considered as a part of business creation and not just a cost center. And I hope I've been doing my part to ensure that this mindset has changed. Once again, thank you all.
Thank you so much, Sheetal, and it's so lovely to have you. Many congratulations, and more power to you and Netflix. And over to you, Ajit.
Sheetal, many congratulations. And of course, this is a good time to be a GC, but actually being GC of Netflix, which is entertaining everyone, when globally everybody is locked down. I think that's a very good role to be in. Having said so, I'm not saying that in light way, because that brings a lot of stress and pressure as well. So I'm very sure you survived very well. Netflix is doing well. It keeps us entertained. But very good. Thank you so much. And many, many congratulations for being on this list.
Thank you so much.
Benjamin, your word of encouragement.
Congratulations. never met in person, but I know that Netflix are doing a great job in India, also in Israel, by the way. COVID was a great opportunity for Netflix, also a challenge. And congratulations.
Rightly said, also the challenge, but hope we're doing a great job entertaining all of you.
Absolutely, Ms. Kapoor. Thank you so much. Many congratulations. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to our next name on this elite list. Let's take a look at the audiovisual. Many
Good evening.
congratulations, Mr. Shiv.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Ashima. Thank you to the jury members. I think it's an extremely, kind of big honor for me to be part of this GC list. It's been a long journey, and I want to personally thank the jury members for thinking me worthy enough here. BW world to legal world to really put this together. I think it's a mammoth task to do this. This is really great. I'm really kind of overwhelmed with the fact that the GCs are being recognized now. The GC community has been a community which has not been recognized as much, despite all the things that they do. But I'm so glad this is happening. It does provide a platform to a lot of the young people who are coming into the profession to aspire to be there. Clearly, I want to also thank my family and my friends and my well-wishers who turned around and supported me in all the time. I said I'm busy with work, and that's the only thing I did. So I think it's been a big support from their side. Of course, the other people that I cannot thank enough is really my team and the companies that I've worked for, which has helped me to really achieve what I have. So thank you so much. It's an honor and a pleasure to be part of this list.
Benjamin.
Congratulations. That's all I can say. We're very proud.
Mr. Mishra?
Mr. Mishra. There are two Mishras.
Which one?
Oh.
Sorry, any competitions?
Let's start with Sudhir.
We are very, very proud of you, and we know about your work, and it was very easy decision for the jury to arrive to somebody like you. And the journey has just started for you. You have to scale many heights.
Thank you so much.
Sudhir, Samir, that's a coincidence. We have been in touch virtually for quite some time. And
That's
today
right.
when we are seeing each other, that's again on a virtual platform.
That is true.
I have followed your journey. You have done very well in your professional life. So many congratulations. This was very well deserved for you. Many congratulations.
Thank you
Many
so much.
congratulations, Samir, once again.
Thank you.
Congratulations to you, Mr. Ashok. Thank you so much. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, with that, let's move on and find out who the next name is on this list. Can we have the audiovisual, please? Many congratulations, Mr. Kumar.
Yeah, sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can hear you.
Okay, no, so thank you so much for getting me on this list. I'm truly delighted to be part of this list and to be delighted to be part of the top 100 GCs in India. When I saw the jury list, it was kind of, it was an amazing feeling because I started my career with Jyoti Sagar. I started my corporate law career with Jyoti Sagar. I worked with him for 4.5 years. And it was truly a pleasure working with him and learning the ropes of corporate law. And I moved on from him to work with an international law firm called Hubbard Smith Freehills. And then came back to the corporate law in-house practice and currently leading the UPL function for legal globally. So I'm truly delighted and humbled to be recognized as one of the top GCs in India. And I want to thank all of you and the jury members for bestowing this trust and honor to me. I think last but not the least, I heard Samir mention about how I think that in-house legal community is inching up to more prominence in the business world in India, but I think it's still, when I see my counterparts in other parts of the world, particularly the more developed nations, I think we have some way to go. And I'm with recognition like these, we inch closer to what's due to in-house counsels. I think they work hard, like some of the other functions, and it's good to see that Indian companies have started recognizing that. So thank you so much. Thanks everyone.
So Rohit, many congratulations on behalf of the entire jury. I would like to say that.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
When can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Ashima, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mr. Mishra.
We can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, now I can.
Rohit, is it okay now?
Yes.
Kathy, would you like to try? Maybe Rohit can hear you.
Yeah.
Rohit, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear everybody else, but for some reason I can't.
Can you hear me? Rohit, can you hear me?
No.
I think Rohit is not able to hear the jury.
There is no problem, but Rohit, we are very sorry you are not able to hear, but it's a very big journey you have done from a mainstream law firm to international.
We can't hear you. At least I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh, Kathy, can you say what I'm saying? That it's a big journey which we have done.
Now
you can hear me now?
Yes, you can. Very well.
Okay, great. I'm saying we are extremely proud that somebody like you, who has been part of a firm like Jyoti Sagar and Hubbard Smith, and finally comes to India. Ashima will take it as a responsibility that we use your expertise to inculcate and encourage more youngsters to be proud of being general counsels. And I assure you will take those steps because people like you are the torchbearers. Many congratulations. Ajit.
Well, just in continuation with Sudhir, what Sudhir said, and since you're not able to hear us, I made this one for you. Because I cannot let you go without any appreciation. So you should be appreciated. Many congratulations.
Absolutely.
Benjamin.
Congratulations. Wish you many years ahead. To be a GC, it's a profession on its own, and yes, this is very important part of the system to have very strong GCs in the companies. I mean, there are some roles that only the GC can do, not the external lawyers.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, and many congratulations once again.
Yes, congratulations. Well, in digital world, you have to get creative, just like Mr. Ajit Mishra did. So, well, let's move on to finding out who our next name is in top 100 General Counsel Power List 2020. Let's find out.
Thank you. Thank you.
Many congratulations, Ruth. Very warm welcome to you.
Thank you, Kathy. And thank you, my sincere thanks to the entire Business World legal team for putting this together. And I think we are in very uncertain times. There would have been immense efforts from your side to put this together virtually. My heartfelt gratitude to all of you. My sincere gratitude to the esteemed jury for nominating me for this honor. Thank you so much. It's been a long journey for me and for any one of us. And I think when a lawyer is honored, it's a good thing, because most of the time we are treated as a cost center. So I think it's really encouraging for all of us to be honored like this. Thank you very much.
Roop, many congratulations on behalf of the entire jury. Everybody is not here. Me, Benjamin, and Ajit are here. We are very proud to have people like you who will be the future leaders of General Counsel ecosystem of India. And we are very proud of your achievements. Ajit?
Thank you, Sudhir. Thank you so much.
Roop, many congratulations. It's always good to see a woman leader being recognized. I will say you're part of the list not only because you're a woman, but at the same time, you have been such a good leader. And all of us, entire jury, when your name came, everybody was had the consensus to put you on that list. So it's all because of your good effort and your professional skills. You are part of this list. Many congratulations.
Thank you, Ajit. Thank you so much. I feel humbled. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Many congratulations, Roop.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations to you, Roop. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
With that, let's move on and find out who our next name is on this coveted list. Let's take a look. Many congratulations. I'd like you to switch on your video. Many congratulations, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, Jury, would you like to give your congratulations? Benjamin?
Sorry. Congratulations. Can you hear me? I think it's quite challenging.
Yeah, I can hear you, sir.
Okay, congratulations. We're very proud to have you on the list as part of the Adani Group, which I know in person. And congratulations again. That's all I can say.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving me an honor. And it's quite encouraging to be the part of 100 GC in as far as India is concerned. And I'm just my gratitude and I'm grateful to the juries also for selecting me as 100 GC, and thanks to the organizers also. Thank you very much to all. Thanks again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jalandwala. Many congratulations to you.
Many congratulations, sir. Many congratulations. Wonderful.
Many congratulations from my end as well. Very well deserved.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all.
Thank you so much, sir. Congratulations. Inching towards our last few names on the list. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen, as we unveil the next name. Can we have the audio visual, please? Many congratulations, Ms. Batra. Very warm welcome. I hope she can hear us.
Yeah, Sanjeet, can you hear us? Sanjeet, can you hear us?
I don't think so.
Ajit, that chart might come in handy.
Can I use my technology now?
Thank you so much for this honor.
Okay. Yeah, we can hear her now. Yeah.
I think there is some connection issue.
So, Sanjeet, many congratulations to you for being the top 100 GC in the country. And we are very proud of more women coming in
Thank
this
you so
list.
much, Ashima, and thank you so much. I'm absolutely humbled to be a part of this list, and that too selected by such an eminent jury, which has legal stalwarts. You know, people we have looked. I can, yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. With some delay, but we can hear you.
Yes, there is a delay. She's hearing us much later.
Okay. Kathy, you need to speed up, huh? You need to speed up. Go to the next one.
So, Ms. Batra, many congratulations to you. Let's move on to our next name on the list. Let's put on the audio visual, please. Can we have the AV, please? Team, let's bring on the AV for our next winner. Many congratulations to Ms. Malhotra. Ms. Malhotra, if you're here, please switch on your video and mic so that we can see you. I guess there is technical difficulty after 10 hours of our conclave. So, many congratulations to Ms. Malhotra. We give our best wishes to her. Thank you so
And
much.
go to the next. Go to the next.
On to our next name on this list. Please put on the audio visual. So I hope Ms. Batra can hear us now. Ms. Batra, many congratulations. If you can hear us, please go on. You were saying something earlier.
Kathy, I think you will have to move on because this one had come earlier.
Yes, Ms. Batra has been here. Team, let's move on to our next name on the list.
Yeah.
Next AV, please. Many congratulations, Mr. Bose. A very warm welcome.
I assume this recognition in the light. Am I audible? I'm audible.
You are, but there is a lot of.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks. So thanks. Thanks. I accept with utmost humility this recognition into this elite list. And my family, mentors, my teammates, all have played an important role in this journey. After almost 2 decades in the legal domain and starting from my career from being a regulator myself and now being regulated as part of one of the highly regulated sector, natural resource sector, part of Vedanta Group, as a Vedanta Group. I have done many exciting journey, and there are many more milestones which I have to achieve in my career. But one thing I would just like to say, that as a general counsel, I don, in a normal idle general day, a normal day, I don many hats. Sometimes I have to don a hat of a lawyer, but at the same time, when you interact with your shareholders, your promoters, you have to don the hat of an entrepreneur. At the same time, when you interact with your technical guys, you have to don a hat of an engineer. So a legal professional has to actually don many hats across his in a normal idle day. So that is something which is a very unique, and the legal profession now has changed from a legal the transformation which I have seen in 2 decades of my career. That it's from a legal person. Legal person has become a more of a business legal guy with a focus on the strategy and solution oriented approach, of course taking leverage of the new age buzzword of digitization in analytics. So I just want to thank once again the jury for this recognition, and of course my group, my company, that Vedanta Group. I think it's a very known group, and
Yeah, thank
they where I thanks.
Thank you, Vineet. We congratulate you for being part of Top 100 GC. And the jury was very clear that you are one of the achievers we have to recognize. Ajit?
Well, Vineet, many congratulations. I will just add to what Sudhir is saying. Of course, role of GC that has changed drastically. There was a time when GC's role was considered to be a cost center. Now it's a... Vineet, are you still there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was saying, it used to be a cost center. It's not anymore. Now it's actually a center. Any transaction which is happening, GC plays a very crucial role. So it's an important role to play, and it's not the easiest one. So many congratulations. This is a big responsibility which you're dealing with. Many congratulations, and many congratulations for being on this list.
Thanks, Ajit. Thanks.
Thank you.
Many congratulations, Vineet, once again.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Mr. Bose. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, let's move on to our next name on the list.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much, Kayati. Thank you, esteemed jury members and business world team. I'm truly honored and humbled. It's a great moment to be recognized and included in the august company of such eminent general counsels in the country, who more than just corporate lawyers, they're also deeply involved in the business, and they play a critical role in building the character of an organization. Of course, without ever removing their legal hats. This certainly motivates me to better my role in contributing to the organization. And of course, equally important, to be a strong and able leader to the teams that I work with and help in shaping their growth and acumen and continue to contribute socially as well, because I see this profession not any less than or valuable than or less ethical than medical profession, honestly. This little thank you note would be incomplete if I don't thank my family. Hey, Dad, big thanks. My friends, my mentors at Delhi High Court, at DLF and EMAR, my colleagues, and most important, my team, which has provided me platform to learn and perform every single day. My teams at DLF and EMAR, this is for you. Thank you so much. And congratulations to the Business World team. You guys have done a great job. Congratulations for this wonderful beginning.
Thank you. Benjamin, would you like to congratulate?
Sudhir?
Benjamin also can't hear us. Ajit, why don't you go forward?
No, I'll just add my congratulations on behalf of entire jury. It was very well a deserved reward. And congratulations for being on the list of top GCs in the country. Many congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm truly humbled. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anjana, many congratulations. Many more
Thank you.
frontiers to conquer.
Truly, truly. Thank you so much. I'm truly honored.
Many congratulations once again, Anjana.
Many congratulations to you. With that, let's move forward to our next name on this list. Let's quickly find out with this audio visual. Many congratulations, Mr. Rich. Very warm welcome.
Thank you so much. Good evening, and I'm extremely privileged to be part of this program today. My sincere thanks to the jury members. I'm sure they put in a lot of efforts reviewing loads of papers and then considering me worthy for this recognition and bestowing place in the list of top 100 general counsels of the country. Amazing, actually. Thank you, Mr. Batra, Sudhir, Ajit, Benjamin, Ashima. I think it's a wonderful initiative of BW Legal World and BW Business World. It's a great effort as it provides recognition to the general counsel community. Actually, they had been left out at some point in time, but I think they've really emerged as key business influencers. They are change makers in the corporate world today. So I think it's an amazing recognition. I would like to thank all my team members for all the organizations that I worked for. Almost 2.5 decades of practice on either sides, and I'm sure it's their well wish and their learning and their contribution that has helped me gain a place here. Of course, need to thank my family. They've stood by me at times when I've spent 24/7, 7 days, 12 months for corporate and for the work that we do, the extensive traveling away from home. But it's been a journey, and I think thank you so much, and of course, heartiest congratulations to all the winners today. So wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Many congratulations, Viniji. It's a pleasure to have people like you who are heading one of the largest tech companies, their legal functions. And in this pandemic and this crisis, you have played a bigger role, actually. And we value that. So, Ajit?
Yeah, Viniji, many congratulations. And I will say people like you complete any list. Okay. So thanks for being part of this list. And many, many, many congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you all. Wonderful. Bye.
Many congratulations, Mr. Vinij. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Absolutely. Our big congratulations. With that, let's move on to our next name on the list. Let's take a look. Many congratulations, Mr. Malhotra. Very warm welcome.
Thank you so much, Kathy. It is thank you so much for awarding this lovely recognition. It's humbling to just hear everybody talk today, and I think just organizing this event virtually is so nice because you can hear the entire legal fraternity here, and it's been great to be a part of this list. Thank you all. I think being a GC is it's a beautiful experience. You'll never have a dull day, and I think that's why I tell everybody. They ask me what children who're just trying to know what to do next, who are graduating are nice. I tell them that it's been the best decision that I've ever taken to join this lovely profession. And hence, thank you so much. It feels great that today that we are such a big group of people celebrating it together.
Shraddha,
Thanks, BW.
many congratulations to you, and the glow and the pride which you have of being a GC, it shows, and that's what is the success of Ashima's program when she thought of bringing something like this together. We are very proud of more women coming in this list, and the jury is absolutely delighted and stunned with the kind of talent India has. And for me personally, as a lawyer who practices in all kind of forums, more and more women who come in the front and take an interface with law, it's a big thumbs up. Very well done, Shraddha. Well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So kind of you.
Shraddha,
Thanks, team.
First of all, many congratulations from my end and from all jury members. And I was looking for that phrase which summarized this entire effort which BW and their team has put together. And you rightly said it's a celebration. So it's a celebration of success, celebration of GCs. Many congratulations.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Many congratulations.
Congratulations. I agree to any word you said. This profession is more than profession. It's a mission, but it's also fun. It's a very you're utilizing a very wide areas that you are accumulating through your life. And when you get bored from one aspect, you can move ahead to another aspect, to come in-house, then external. So yes, I'm also very happy that I've taken that choice 30 years back, and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Many congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thanks all.
Thank you. And thank you, Benjamin. I know you've been here for long. We thank you for your time and patience here. Thank you so much for honoring our GC's top 100 GCs. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Grassman, for being here.
Thank you. With that, let's move on to find out our next person on list, the next GC who's made it to this elite list. Can we have the AV, please? Many congratulations, Sujat. Very warm welcome.
Thank you. Can you see me and hear me? A quick confirmation.
Yes, we can.
Yep. Firstly, thanks the Almighty Lord and my parents and my family, and for getting me at this particular stage. I can't thank them less. My wife and my children, and I won't stand with thanking the external law firm community. I mean, I have been hearing a lot of my colleagues talking about, but I want to specifically thank all the law firms and all the external counsels and senior counsels who have been like a strong support to the entire GC community. So that is something what I would want to say, and I also want to thank all my team members, teachers, mentors, and all the colleagues who have worked in my various companies. So very quick point, I started my journey as a company secretary, and currently I doing my role as group company secretary, general counsel, and chief ethics and compliance officer. At one point of time, I wanted to be a CEO, but over a period of time, I thought, okay, if I can handle functions like ethics and compliance, governance, contracts, claims, corporate secretary, I think that would be a significant role like a deputy CEO, and I'm pretty happy with the role which I am in. And I always tell my internal clients that people come to me for problems, and seeing them going back with solutions, that gives a great thrill. So in the current context of the the COVID era, there's a lot of focus on the environment sustainability, the ESG risk, and I've been talking about a lot. It's pretty important for all the in-house counsels and general counsels to start thinking from ESG considerations, whether it is with respect to the investments or any of those policy making. It's absolutely critical for all of us as a legal counsels to really work for the sustainability, and we can play a lot of influence in this particular era. Yeah. Thank you so much again to the business world, and more importantly, the jury who have been observing since last almost a couple of hours. specifically Sudhir, Benjamin, Ajit, with a lot of smile, and you have been encouraging all of us, and it means a lot to the entire GC fraternity. And thanks, Ashima and Kathy, for doing your honors.
Sujat, this is a pleasure that you run an environmental company. You are a GC of a Ramke Enviro. We respect your work on the solid municipal waste and other work which you do with most of the large municipal corporations. I have been part of the NGT brigade, which appears in the court matters, and a lot of your reports, a lot of your other things are regularly there. So I'm very happy personally that a GC who takes care of the environment and climate change kind of stuff is at the forefront and is part of the top 100 GC. So many congratulations to you.
Thank you so much, Sudhir.
Sujat, many congratulations, and I'm very glad that you're part of the list, and I'm very sure one day you will be CEO very soon of an eminent company. But thankfully in 2020 you were not, and reason is that if you were CEO, this list would have been incomplete. Many congratulations.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ajit.
Many congratulations.
Thank you all.
Many congratulations. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much and many congratulations. With that, let's move on to find out our next GC who's part of this coveted list. Let's take a look. Many congratulations, warm welcome, Basu.
Hi, my name is Shweta. I'm from Mindtree. I'm here to collect the award on behalf of Sonal Basu.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Sonal has expressed her gratitude for this recognition and has thanked the jury, her team, and her leadership team for this. Thank you so much, Business World, for making this happen. And it's a great team.
Thank you. Tell our congratulations to Sonal. Thank you.
Definitely, I'll pass this on to her. Sorry, she's not able to make it because of her personal travel that she's on currently. Yeah.
Thank you,
Shweta. Thank you so much, team. Bye.
Thank you so much and congratulations. Moving forward, let's quickly take a look at our next name. Can we have the AV, please?
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm truly blessed and honored to make it to the coveted list. I'd like to thank Business World, Dr. Batra, all the eminent jury members, sir, Ajit and Benjamin, for the patience that you've had the last couple of hours. I'd like to dedicate this honor to all my team members, past, present, Fox Mandal, Lakshmi Kumaran, my seniors, my business colleagues from SBI Card, without whom I would not have made it to this list. I'd like to thank my parents for instilling the values in me, and my family and my beautiful wife for the continued support, a rock solid kind of a support. Lastly, Business World team, Ashima, Katie, and the entire technical team for arranging this kind of a award. Thank you. Thank you.
Yugen, thank you. Again, Ashima, you will be surprised. There are 5 people here and 3 had a ex-Fox bundle background here.
And he's also from CS.
Sudhir Mishra and Yugen all were part of that at one point of time. And it's such a nice thing to see. We have traveled the world together. And Yugen, we are very proud of you. The kind of work you have done as the General Counsel, I have always followed your work and we are all very proud. I'm sure you will have more to say.
Thank you, sir.
Yugen, many congratulations. Very nice to see you over here. And coming from a bit of common background, that speaks a lot. Look forward to seeing you at some point very soon when COVID restrictions are over. Maybe in real life we'll meet each other. But many congratulations for being part of the list.
Thank you. Thank you, Ajit.
Thank you.
Many congratulations once again, Mr. Bhutia.
Thank you.
Many congratulations, Mr. Bhutia. Thank you so much. Let's quickly move on to tell you who our next top GC is. Let's find out.
Hi, everyone.
Congratulations, Mr. Samir Nathani. Very warm welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to thank all the jury members, Sudhir, Ajit, Ashima. Thank you, Kathy, also for your anchoring it very well. I want to thank all the jury members, Dr. Anurag Batra ji, Business World, for bestowing upon me this prestigious award. It's a very coveted award of Business World, Legal World Top 100 GCs. The message which I want to send on this great day, I'm accepting this award for and on behalf of all the teams which I've worked across in all my companies, my learned colleagues who I've worked with, and they've made me rise to this level. So I'm a firm believer that there is no leader without a team. I would also like to thank all the senior counsels, great law firms who have given me great advice and guided me during my 19 years of experience, my law firm days, as well as the promoters and top management of companies like Eureka Forbes, LG Electronics, Johnson & Johnson and other well-known MNCs, Reliance, Balaji Telefilms, Shubha Kapoor, Ekta Kapoor, Jitendra ji, Raymond, the complete man, the brand which is well known, and now UFO Movies, of course, which is a technology company that disrupted physical reels of movies, and you can now see movies which are on digital projectors using satellites across India on same day at same time. I normally take an award with a message to the fraternity, to the general counsels, when we were promoting that general counsel should have more connect with the CEOs. I think now it's the time for the general counsels to also look forward to be more involved in providing services at the board of directors level, since the laws globally have become more strict, compliant, and accountable to the board. One example, great examples which I used to speak about is Brad Smith is presently the president of Microsoft and concurrently serving as the chief legal officer. And I remember my days negotiating on the contracts, and I'm very happy to see him there.
Very well.
19 years in the profession with great companies, great judiciary in the world, winning this coveted Harvard Alumni Challenge Award from Harvard Business School. This award is very, very special and appreciative of the professional experience. I once again thank every jury member and business world. Thank you very much.
Jamir, very well said. We are so proud of you. I have seen your journey and I know what all you have done. I have had the occasion to meet you for one of the New York State Bar Association conference in 2011. I don't know whether you remember it. Kaviraj Singh introduced us.
Oh, yes, I remember.
Yeah. And you have been so sincere about your thing. It's a pleasure to see you in the top 100 of GC in India, and you'll go even higher and higher. Ajit?
So, Jamir, many congratulations, first of all. Second thing, which you rightly said, GC and CEO. If that role is clubbed together, that will be really nice, because GCs are going beyond law and also being part of how business is done in a company. And if I can see somebody who has got that spark, that's you. Most of the time when we had discussion more on business topic rather than law. Of course, we discussed law, you're a lawyer, but I could see that spark in you. So hopefully we'll see you as CEO sometime very soon. Many congratulations.
I wish for the whole community. Thank you very much.
You. Well done. Very well done.
Thanks again to everyone.
Once again.
Have a great weekend. Bye-bye.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. With that, I would like to thank you, Mr. Sudhir Mishra and Mr. Ajit Mishra. Thank you so much for doing the honors and staying with us till the end. And thank you, Ashima, for being here as well.
Thank you so much, Kathy, to you. First of all, you've been here all along. And of course, to our eminent jury, Mr. Sudhir Mishra and Mr. Ajit Mishra, who's also joining us from another timeline altogether. So thank you so much to everybody.
Thank you so much to both of
Yes.
you. You did really good job. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. With that, I thank you, our viewers. Thank you so much for staying with us till the end. We will be back tomorrow for the day 3 of BW Legal World's GC World Conclave. So do join us tomorrow. We'll be there at 10:30. We'll see you again. This is me, Khyati Kawa, your host, signing off. Have a very good night, everyone. Thank you.